Chapter 24-29. As expected, he has ulterior motives and is full of schemes. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold and he said in a deep voice. At this moment he was the only one who had the strength to fight again. Sword god Shuiliang was also injured, but it was still unknown whether he could fight again. At this moment, Jiang Chen was carrying a lot of burden on his shoulders. He had to fight till the end. If he lost, he would lose everyone's life. Although Jiang Chen didn't blame himself, he would regret it for the rest of his life if he lost the battle. I'm going to devour all of you to strengthen my strength. Xuanhuan Kanglin took action and grabbed the beast that he controlled in the past and swallowed them into his mouth. His mouth was so big that it made people's hearts palpitate. Every time he swallowed the beasts, it would be so shocking. Even though the Tao Tai was injured, it had fused with Xuanhuan Kanglin's soul. Then you'll have to get through me first. Jiang Chen held his blade and stood at the forefront, looking at the Tao Tai that kept closing its bloody mouth. His heart was as calm as still water. At this moment he had calmed down. No matter if he won or lost, he would give it his all in this battle. I'll hold the line for you. Sword god Shuiliang looked at Jiang Chen solemnly and said faintly. It was difficult for him to reach the peak of his strength. So at this moment he couldn't exert his true strength and could only reduce the pressure for Jiang Chen as much as possible. You're overestimating yourself. Then I'll use you as an example. My strength will rise to the next level after I get the Zulong Tower. By then, who can stop me in this world? Xuanhuan Kanglin was extremely arrogant. He looked down at Jiang Chen and the others. He was the overlord of the world now. Jiang Chen and the others were like ants in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be such an evil person. We wasted our efforts and actually believed that you could turn over a new leaf? A dog can't stop itself from eating shit. Lu Quanchao said while gritting his teeth. Since it has come to this, we can only place our hopes on Jiang Chen and Sword God. Although I'm not a person who likes to put my safety in the hands of others. The corner of Su Jin's mouth curled up into a bitter smile. Helplessness and sadness were written all over his face. Jiang Chen, give me your life. Xuanhuan Kanglin went straight for Jiang Chen. His body was like a mountain as he leapt up and blocked Jiang Chen's path of retreat. His claw struck down and everything within a 10-li radius became barren, the ground cracked, dust was everywhere, the wind and clouds surged and the mountains roared. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He retreated in order to advance. The heavenly dragon sword was more skillful now. From the unification of dragon and sword to the unification of man and sword, Jiang Chen's understanding of the heavenly dragon sword had improved. Although his strength was still the same, Jiang Chen and the heavenly dragon sword had a tacit understanding. The heavenly dragon sword was instantly unleashed. 100 zhang long swords swept across the void and struck the Tao Tai's giant claw fiercely. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat for 10 miles. His expression was solemn. The terrifying counterforce made Jiang Chen's body feel a great pressure. Compared to the Tao Tai, the difference between his body and the Tao Tai's was like heaven and earth. Therefore, the Tao Tai's counterforce and his counterforce were incomparable. The skin between Jiang Chen's thumb and forefinger was cracked. His blood was boiling. The dreadful vibrating force had given him great pressure. Sword god Shuiliang quickly took action. He pointed his sword at the void and exchanged more than 10 blows with the Tao Tai. Streaks of dreadful sword light slashed on the Tao Tai's body, but it only left some marks on the Tao Tai's body. The Tao Tai was not hurt at all. You will die if you fight with me. Xuanhuan Kanglin harumphed coldly. The Tao Tai once again unleashed its terrifying combat strength. Sword god Shuiliang was knocked away by the Tao Tai as if it wanted to swallow him whole. However, it was blocked by Jiang Chen. The 100 zhang heavenly dragon sword was as high as the sky. Jiang Chen took every step carefully, but he was still pushed back by the Tao Tai. With the Qilin divine arm in one hand and the heavenly dragon sword in the other, Jiang Chen had unleashed his full strength. Unfortunately, he was still too weak. But at this moment, Jiang Chen's strength was about to break through to the mid-true god realm after the continuous battles and the absorption of the spiritual spring water. He just needed an opportunity to do so. Sword of Solitude Void Slash. The sharp heavenly dragon sword drew out a ray of flowing light, traversed through the ages, cut through the void and collided with the Tao Tai, causing a terrifying explosion. The Tao Tai was forced back a few steps, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The Tao Tai let out a roar and charged forward instead of retreating. The horrifying pressure made Jiang Chen fall into a passive position. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen formed a series of hand seals and struck out continuously. The terrifying strength that was powerful enough to make a heavenly god realm expert tremble was unable to cause much damage to the Taotai's body. It's impossible for you to defeat me. The Taotai soared into the sky with a perfect combination of speed and strength. Thunder rumbled as his aura was oppressive, causing the entire soul-burying mountain to hold their breaths as the pressure increased. How can I miss out on such a grand occasion? Jiangchen, here I come. A burst of hearty laughter appeared in the sky. A blue figure appeared in the sky, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The sword in his hand was extremely destructive as he clashed with the Taotai. Even though he was knocked back by 10 miles, he was still as calm as before. Wang Chongyang. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. This fella had disappeared for a long time and finally showed his true strength. He knew that this fellow was not simple. However, he did not know that Wang Chongyang must have encountered a great opportunity in the hidden secret realm. His strength had reached the half-step heavenly god realm. His appearance had given Jiang Chen confidence. Finally, he did not need to fight alone anymore. It's him. Lu Quanchao frowned. He suddenly recalled the time when he first entered the hidden secret realm. At that time he was only an early true god. When they met again he had already reached such a terrifying realm. He must have gained a lot in the hidden secret realm. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. I'm afraid this fella has surpassed us. Lu Quanchao smiled bitterly. His strength was not weak among the half-step heavenly god realm. However, compared to Wang Chongyang he was slightly weaker. Life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the young for being poor. Today we will fight together. I, Wang Chongyang, will have no regrets even if I die. If we can survive, there will still be a candle between us. Chapter 24:30. Alright, I'll be waiting for this day. Jiang Chen smiled. This fella's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Looks like there's a great chance for him to win this battle. Is there another reckless fellow here? Even if you manage to escape now, you won't be able to leave the hidden secret realm. It's good that you're here earlier. The stronger you are, the more I like it. Because I'll be able to devour all of you and become stronger. Xuanhuan Kanglin sneered and said. At this moment he no longer put anyone in his eyes. Another one came to die, he'll just die together with Jiang Chen. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Wang Chongyang smiled and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the mid-true god realm, but he was able to unleash such great strength. Even Wang Chongyang might not be able to stop him. So, at this moment he hoped to fight with Jiang Chen. Back then, his strength was already at the peak of his peers, but he was still defeated by Jiang Chen. Wang Chongyang was brooding over it, but it didn't affect his path of cultivation. Instead, he worked harder and harder to catch up with Jiang Chen. Only by cultivating unceasingly could he achieve what he had today. Luck was one of the factors, but it was also because of his unremitting efforts. Wang Chongyang had always set Jiang Chen as his first target. He must surpass Jiang Chen. Let's fight. Let me see how much you've improved. Jiang Chen said. The two of them looked at each other and flew up to the clouds. Terrifying aura spread out. Wang Chongyang had returned like a hero. At this moment he was destined to shine together with Jiang Chen. Demon subduing sword. This is the divine sword that I've obtained. Today I'll use it to kill you. Wang Chongyang took the lead. He was determined to break through the enemy's formation to surpass the peak. Wang Chongyang's black long sword was overflowing with brilliance and full of demonic aura. Each of his attacks was ruthless and sharp, complementing each other with Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword, completely blocking the Taotai's first wave of attack. The demonic soaring sword stirs up a storm, and when it descends, it transforms into 9 immortals. Wang Chongyang's 9 swords swept across, black light suddenly appeared, together with the golden light of the heavenly dragon sword, they formed a dense sword net, covering the sky and the earth, crushing over. The Taotai roared fearlessly, its incomparably strong figure turned into a charging giant rock, falling down to the mortal world, its 4 claws flew up, tearing the sword net, the violent aura directly attacked the yellow dragon. The power of the 2 claws brazenly struck out, instantly repelling Jiang Chen and Wang Chongyang, once again shocking everyone. Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he frowned. It was the same for Wang Chongyang. Under the terrifying counterattack of the Taotai, it was still difficult for the two of them to complete the redemption and defeat the Taotai. Who dares to stop me? I want to devour the heavens, but the heavens cannot give birth to me. Xuanhuan Kanglin became more and more powerful, sweeping across the mountains and rivers, destroying everything within 100 li of the burying soul mountain. Jiang Chen and Wang Chongyang looked at each other. They could only dodge the attack and retreat temporarily. The attack just now also made Wang Chongyang understand one thing: the Tao Tai was indeed ridiculously strong. Even if the two of them joined forces, it would still be difficult for them to gain the upper hand. A good man live as a hero, die as a hero. Jiang Chen looked straight at the Tao Tai and said coldly, "Yeah, it seems like we won't stand a chance if we don't give it our all. Let's fight to the death then." Ah. Wang Chongyang was not afraid of death. His sword Dao was overbearing. This was something that Jiang Chen thought highly of. Moreover, Wang Chongyang's dreadfulness was out of his expectation. "You guys don't stand a chance anymore. What awaits you is only death and coldness." The Tao Tai took a step forward. The mountains and rivers were shattered. The entire ground was shaking. Jiang Chen and Wang Chongyang retreated step by step. Their expressions became solemn. It was difficult for them to move forward. Jiang Chen's defensive formation managed to withstand the first wave of the Tao Tai's attack. However, the second wave of attack could not withstand the Tao Tai's attack and the formation was shattered. Jiang Chen was sent flying backwards. His expression was extremely solemn. The pressure he was feeling had become even greater at this moment. Wang Chongyang retreated step by step. It was hard for him to counterattack. Under the unstoppable might of the Tao Tai, it was a one-sided battle. "Looks like I've underestimated him," Wang Chongyang said in a low voice. Both of their attacks were getting stronger and stronger. The Tao Tai also became stronger. The terrifying aura crushed the void. Wang Chongyang was once again forced back by the Tao Tai. He was extremely miserable, spurting out a few mouthfuls of blood. The meridians in his body were mostly destroyed. It was already extremely fortunate for him to be able to escape from the Tao Tai's attack. The battle between Jiang Chen and the Tao Tai was also filled with danger. Jiang Chen used the heavenly dragon sword and the Qilin arm to counter the Tao Tai. Although he did not achieve any good results, he managed to stabilize the situation. Wang Chongyang was defeated. For him, the pressure was even greater. "Now you're the only one left. You're quite capable to last till the end, but at this moment, you don't have such a chance anymore." The Tao Tai flipped his hand. The incomparably huge claw tore through the vast sky. Rays of awe-inspiring wind blades slashed across. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. He did not hold back. Even at this moment, even though the heavenly dragon battle armor was destroyed by the Tao Tai, he still pressed forward. Ancient soaring dragon technique, soaring dragon transformation. Jiang Chen's strength reached an unprecedented peak, but at this moment he was exhausting his own life force. Although the ancient soaring dragon technique was powerful, he had already used it once before. He only managed to recover after taking a few spirit-severing life-prolonging pills and the terrifying recovery power of the wood spirit. But at this moment, Jiang Chen once again used the ancient soaring dragon technique. The heavenly dragon sword of solitude swept across the 9 heavens. Countless sword shadows were unleashed. All of them carried the might of a Tsang dragon. "Isn't the ending the same?" Xuanhuan Kanglin's cold laughter reverberated through the 9 heavens. He snorted at the resistance of Jiang Chen's fans. "Devour everything, I am the only one." The Tao Tai's mouth devoured the heavens and earth. Thousands of miles of void was sucked into its stomach. The terrifying suction force forced Jiang Chen to fight with his life on the line. The sword light pierced through the void. Dawn sky golden lightning tribulation descends. Jiang Chen unleashed all of his skills. The dawn sky golden lightning appeared once again. Above the void, the Tao Tai was struck by lightning bolts. The terrifying power of the lightning forced the Tao Tai to take a few steps back, but it still managed to withstand the power of the dawn sky golden lightning and charged towards Jiang Chen. "I will kill you even if I am heavily injured." Xuanhuan Kanglin's hatred towards Jiang Chen had reached the point where he was gritting his teeth. The Tao Tai's devouring aura made Jiang Chen unable to withstand it. Chapter 24:31. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and quickly caught the 2 beautiful figures. However, the 2 ladies were injured. Xuanhuan Kanglin had already decided to kill Jiang Chen when he unleashed his attack just now. However, he was stopped by the duo's all-out attack. However, Jiang Chen's heart became extremely depressed. How dare he let these 2 ladies shield him from the wind and rain? This was not something that Jiang Chen could do. These 2 ladies were Yuki Chihin and Ling Long. The 2 girls looked at each other and remained silent. Only Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. The gratitude in his heart was naturally expressed in words. "Thank you." After Jiang Chen said that, he did not know what to do. The 2 ladies risked their lives for him. He could not repay their kindness. "No need," Yuki Chihin and Ling Long said at the same time. They turned around and charged towards the Tao Tai again. Although they were both half-step heavenly gods, they could not hurt the Tao Tai at all. Instead they were pushed back by the Taotai. Jiang Chen took action again and caught the two ladies. "Leave it to me. Women should not show their faces in public. As long as the man is still alive, it's not your turn to risk your lives." Jiang Chen's words made the two girls slightly startled. They were slightly angry, but they did not go against Jiang Chen's words. No one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. "Ling Long!" Lu Quanchao cried out in alarm. It could be said that he was deeply in love with Ling Long, but at this time he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and basically had no strength to continue fighting. However, Ling Long's injuries were also very serious. After being hit by the Taotai twice, it was already a miracle that she was able to survive. Hiding behind a woman. "Ah, you've really opened my eyes. Jiang Chen, let's see how many more women will shield you." Xuanhuan Kanglin sneered and said with disdain in his eyes. "From this moment onwards, there's no need." Jiang Chen said faintly. He could feel that his strength had returned to its peak. Just one more step and he would be able to step into the late true god realm. "Since it has come to this, I don't believe that you still have any tricks up your sleeves to block my attack," Xuanhuan Kanglin Lung said. He no longer had the patience to waste time with Jiang Chen. That's why he needed to end the battle quickly. Everyone here would become his food to strengthen himself. "As long as I'm still alive, you won't stand a chance." Jiang Chen's eyes became colder and colder. Even Xuanhuan Kanglin felt a chill down his spine. This fella, could it be that he still has something up his sleeves? "Jiang Chen, I'm afraid that we're really going to lose this time. We don't have any trump cards left," Su Jin said in despair. Jiang Chen had already tried his best. Whether it was sword god Shuai Liang or Jiang Chen, both of them had exerted their full strength. However, it was still futile. The Taotai was too powerful. Plus, they had fallen into Xuanhuan Kanglin's trap. They managed to defeat the Taotai together, but Xuanhuan Kanglin was the one who reaped the benefits. "Live as a hero and die as a hero. Jiang Chen, I'm proud of you," Yu Rongyan said coldly. He knew that he was going to die. What was there to be afraid of? "Ah. We, the four great demon kings, admit defeat. There are not many people that could make us admire them. Jiang Chen is one of them. Even the fire Qilin was willing to sacrifice for him. Such a person, even if he dies, he's destined to die a glorious death." The nine-headed dragon laughed madly. Since they couldn't avoid it, they could only accept it. Once Jiang Chen dies, the experts would be the first to be devoured by the Taotai. "Jiang Chen, it's time for you to die. You can only blame yourself for being born in the wrong era." "Ah." Xuanhuan Kanglin's laughter echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen looked calm. At this moment he had to take a gamble. He didn't know if he could win, but he had to do it. Heavenly Dragon Sword, Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation. "Activate!" Jiang Chen roared. With the Heavenly Dragon Sword as the lead, hundreds of divine swords shot out from all directions. All of them were supreme divine tools. In addition to the two heavenly divine tools, the Storm Hammer and Meteor Hammer, a terrifying whirlpool was formed. 108 supreme divine tools. It was indescribable. As the core of the formation, the Heavenly Dragon Sword became stronger. Controlling 108 supreme divine tools was not a problem at all. Waves of terrifying sword astral wind swept across the sky. Jiang Chen stepped on the Heavenly Dragon Sword, using the sword as the core. The Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation was formed. At this moment, even Xuanhuan Kanglin's expression became solemn because the Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation was too terrifying. That's 108 supreme divine tools. Isn't this unbelievable? Someone sucked in a cold breath and his expression changed drastically. Jiang Chen's sword formation swept across all directions and completely enveloped the Taotai. Two heavenly god tools, 108 peak divine tools and a terrifying and extraordinary heavenly dragon sword. This guy controls such a large sword formation. Can he really hold on? Sword god Shuai Liang murmured. He was worried that Jiang Chen's soul power was not enough to support such a huge sword formation. Even if he was at his peak, he would have to retreat from such a terrifying sword formation. Because the sword chi was too terrifying. Thousands of sword chi gathered in the sword formation, impermanence. This little Ashura sword formation was like a monarch descending upon the world. Moreover, the dreadfulness of this sword formation was something that even Jiang Chen was afraid of. His soul strength was enough to support it because the little Ashura sword formation did not consume too much of his soul strength. His soul strength was incomparable to those who were below the heavenly god realm. Even sword god Shuai Liang could not compare with him. This formation is too powerful. Is it really something a mid-true god can do? Although Qin Yuma did not like Jiang Chen, it was undeniable that she was conquered by Jiang Chen's strength. Even a heavenly god realm expert would have to retreat from such a formation. Such a powerful formation. I feel that this sword formation has the power to destroy the world. Yu Rongyan said in a deep voice. In the face of such a terrifying formation, a trace of hope was once again ignited in their hearts. A single spark could start a prairie fire. This fella is always able to shock people. Yuki Chihin murmured. The terrifying thing about Jiang Chen was not how strong he was, but how many tricks he had up his sleeves. One could always feel how terrifying he was. Such a huge amount. 108 Supreme Divine Tools. I'm afraid even the strongest sect in the Linha boundary might not have such a trump card. Chapter 2432. 108 Pinnacle Divine Tools, one would be satisfied with just one. However, in Jiang Chen's hands, the 108 Pinnacle Divine Tools were just the vassals of the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Xuanhuan Kanglin's expression was solemn as he stared at the Ghost Prison Ashura Sword formation. He felt extremely pressured because the 108 Pinnacle Divine Tools were already terrifying enough. Now, with the addition of 2 Heavenly Divine Tools and the Heavenly Dragon Sword, the power of the formation was unstoppable. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon Sword was like a fish in water, complementing the 108 Divine Swords. The terrifying power of the sword formation rippled 1,000 miles away. I don't believe that your sword formation can stop me. Xuanhuan Kanglin harumphed coldly. His eyes were overbearing. He knew how terrifying the Tao Tai was. Why would he care about a mere sword formation? Jiang Chen smirked and his eyes were filled with excitement. Since you want to try, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation only used a small portion of its power to make the fire Qilin suffer. At this moment, although the little Ashura sword formation was not as terrifying as the real sword formation, it was enough to sweep the world. Rays of terrifying sword light. Under the support of the formation, the Pinnacle Divine Tool sword light was close to the peak of Heavenly Divine Tool. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time. Within the sword formation, even if an Ashura descended, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Tens of thousands of swords pierced through the heart, shaking the universe. The Heavenly Dragon Sword shone brightly in the little Ashura sword formation. At this moment, Sword God Shuiliang was the most shocked because he understood swords the most. Just like Jiang Chen, he was a terrifying swordsman. He could not tell the grade of the Heavenly Dragon Sword, but he could feel how terrifying the Heavenly Dragon Sword was. Primordial Divine Tool? Or Primordial Origin Treasure Tool? Shuiliang did not dare to guess, but at least, the Heavenly Dragon Sword had surpassed the grade of Heavenly Divine Tool. It was something that could make a divine king or even an ultimate god jealous. The terrifying dragon might of the Sky Dragon Sword was unparalleled, and it completely spread out in the little Ashura sword formation. Rays of dreadful sword light were like tyrannical dragons, crazily killing each other and continuously piercing through the Taoye's body. Their sword hearts were all controlled by the Heavenly Dragon Sword, and the Heavenly Dragon Sword was controlled by Jiang Chen. The Heavenly Dragon Sword transformed into a dreadful ancient dragon and directly collided with the Tao Tai. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time. That horrifying scene shocked everyone at the scene. They couldn't help but worship Jiang Chen. I am indestructible. Xuanhuan Kanglin's roar pierced through the sky. The Taoye's body brought along a dreadful impact as it punched on the little Ashura sword formation. The Heavenly Dragon Sword transformed into an ancient dragon and collided with the Tao Tai. The Taoye's body was directly knocked down to the ground. Tens of thousands of sword light pierced through its chest and almost penetrated through its entire body. This time, the Tao Tai suffered a serious injury and even felt the threat of death. The dreadful sword light pierced through the void again and again. The Tao Tai was struck down again and again. Xuanhuan Kanglin also felt the threat of death. He and the Tao Tai had fused together. One's glory, one's loss, one's loss. The prestige of the Tao Tai shall not be violated. The Tao Tai soared into the galaxy and shattered the sword formation. But at this moment his body was extremely weak. The little Ashura sword formation reassembled itself and descended upon Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's breath was extremely weak. Because casting the little Ashura sword formation consumed a lot of his energy. Compared to the ancient soaring dragon technique, it was even more exhausting. However, the little Ashura sword formation had unleashed its most terrifying power and completely subdued the Tao Tai. The prestige of the little Ashura sword formation was unstoppable. Rumble, as the Taoye's body slowly fell to the ground, Jiang Chen knelt down on one knee and panted heavily. His eyes were filled with relief. The Tao Tai was finally defeated by him. Everyone was stunned because it was hard for them to imagine that Jiang Chen had really done it. He had defeated the Tao Tai with his own strength. This was the glory of a single person. Who could resist it? Jiang Chen, good job. Ah. We're saved. The Tao Tai is dead. He can no longer wreak havoc in the world. Jiang Chen will be my life's belief. If I can surpass Jiang Chen in this life, I'll die without regrets. Everyone's chest was filled with respect and admiration for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen deserved everyone's love and respect. Jiang Chen, I've not misjudged you. I'm going to sleep now. The fire Qilin's deep voice reverberated in Jiang Chen's mind. At this moment, the fire Qilin entered the Zulong Tower and fell into a deep sleep. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. Jiang Chen revealed a relieved smile. The Tao Tai was dead. The hidden secret realm had finally settled down. Isn't it too early to be happy now? Just when everyone was immersed in the joy of surviving a disaster, a voice suddenly resounded in the void. It was Xuanhuan Kanglin's voice. You're still alive? Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head. The Tao Tai's body had already fallen. But now, the one standing in front of Jiang Chen was Xuanhuan Kanglin. It's not that easy to kill me. Xuanhuan Kanglin's body had already fused with the Tao Tai. The current Xuanhuan Kanglin's figure was indistinct. It was not his body but his soul. How sad. You're neither a human nor a ghost right now. You can only appear in front of others as a soul. Jiang Chen said coldly. That's only because my body is weak. Once I recover, I can freely switch between the Tao Tai and Xuanhuan Kanglin. But at this moment, although the Tao Tai was defeated, I, Xuanhuan Kanglin, am still standing here. Your sword formation is indeed terrifying, but it's impossible for it to destroy my soul. Now I'll show you what true soul energy is. Xuanhuan Kanglin sneered. Soul energy. Such a terrifying aura. I feel like I'm being enveloped by someone's soul? Me too. How can Xuanhuan Kanglin's soul energy be so powerful? He must have fused with the Tao Tai's soul energy. That's why he's so powerful. It's terrifying. I feel like my soul is suffocating. Damn it. Why can't we kill this Xuanhuan Kanglin? Lu Quanchao and the others were extremely furious. They fell from heaven to hell time and time again. Jiang Chen saved them time and time again. Could he still turn the tide this time? The terror of his spiritual energy far surpassed the suppression of his strength. That's because when his spiritual energy enveloped a radius of several thousand miles, no one could escape from his frightening spiritual intent. Such a terrifying soul energy. Chapter 24:33. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape if I crush you with my soul strength. I've already devoured the Tao Tai's soul strength. Now, my soul strength has reached the peak of Divine King. I can use my soul strength to attack. How are you going to be able to stand above the 9 heavens within my soul strength? Xuanhuan Kanglin was full of confidence. A peak Divine King's soul power was terrifying. There might not be anyone like that in the entire Linha boundary. A peak Divine King could already be considered as a peerless expert. Moreover, it was extremely hard to increase one's soul power. Although some experts were strong, their soul power was not as good as expected. That was why their strength was limited. The stronger the person, the harder it was to increase their soul power. Then let's see who will be the one laughing till the end. I might not be as good as you in other aspects. But since you want to devour me with your soul power, I will not give up so easily. Jiang Chen sneered. In an instant, his soul power swept across the sky and swept towards Xuanhuan Kanglin. Jiang Chen's soul power had also reached the peak Divine King realm. How is this possible? You're only a mid-true god but you have a peak Divine King soul power? Xuanhuan Kanglin's eyes were filled with shock. Monstrous could no longer be used to describe this. Everyone was incomparably shocked, some of them were even speechless. My soul power is too strong. That's why I did not dare to use it. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, then I can only reluctantly compete with you. Jiang Chen laughed. Although his soul strength was very strong, he couldn't use it casually. Otherwise he would be killed for sure. Furthermore, once such a terrifying soul strength was revealed, he would definitely be regarded as a monster. A gentleman's wealth was his own ruin. He reckoned that a lot of powerful experts would have their eyes on him. Jiang Chen's soul strength was extremely powerful. Even so, let's see how you're going to fight me. I have fused with the Tao Tai's soul power. Now my soul can devour others' soul. Even if you're a peak Divine King, you won't be able to win against me. Xuanhuan Kanglin was still full of confidence. Jiang Chen's strength was still there. No matter how strong his soul energy was, It would be useless if he did not know how to use it. Soul devouring, I want to devour the heavens. Xuanhuan Kanglin's soul energy instantly suppressed the void, wanting to devour Jiang Chen's soul. Buddha's light illuminates, soul returns to the great expansion. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he unleashed the great soul derivation technique. Both of them were in a stalemate. Whether it was Xuanhuan Kanglin's devouring power or Jiang Chen's great soul derivation technique, none of them could do anything to the other. The battle between their souls shook the heavens and earth. Xuanhuan Kanglin seemed to have the upper hand as the Tao Tai's attribute of devouring souls was one of a kind. It could devour anything, be it soul, flesh, energy or divine force, and turn it into his own. Great soul derivation technique. Then I shall devour all of your souls. Let's see how you're going to fight against me. Xuanhuan Kanglin was in a stalemate at this moment. Then he pointed his spearhead at the millions and millions of remnant souls in the burying soul mountain. As long as he devoured all of these remnant souls, the battle between him and Jiang Chen would be decided. All of them are my nourishment. Help me to break through to the peak divine king realm. Once my soul realm improves, my strength will rise to the next level. Xuanhuan Kanglin was extremely excited. At this moment he was devouring the souls of sword god Shuai Yang and the others. All of them were suppressed by Xuanhuan Kanglin, they could not fight back at all. Jiang Chen frowned. At this moment, countless spiritual forces were being devoured by him, turning them into his own. If this continued he would definitely lose the battle. Jiang Chen, you're not qualified to fight me. I will become an emperor in the future. Xuanhuan Kanglin pointed at Jiang Chen. He was in high spirits and looked down at the heavens. Jiang Chen closed his eyes slightly. At this moment he could feel the weak souls strengthening him. This wasn't devouring, it was fusion, a fusion of their own will. Although the soul strength was very small, it could accommodate hundreds of thousands of souls. Once tens of millions of souls were fused together, it would become a soul strength that couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, this soul strength actually contained a trace of power of faith. How could this be? Jiang Chen could not believe it. He looked at the souls that were fusing with him. He was shocked. With our damaged bodies, our souls will return to the void. With faith energy, we're willing to help our benefactor to eliminate the monsters and bring peace to the world. Jiang Chen looked at the souls that were fusing with his soul. Even if he had a heart of stone, he could not help but be moved. These souls were the souls that he released from the great soul-forming light. At this moment, these souls were willing to return to the void to help Jiang Chen's soul break through. Moreover, the faith energy helped Jiang Chen to fuse with these souls perfectly. It wasn't just a soul, it was the faith of billions of living beings. Jiang Chen helped them to break free from the great soul-forming light. However, they were going to be devoured by the Tao Tai in this life and death battle. Therefore, those living beings willingly fused with Jiang Chen's soul energy, helping him to achieve a perfect breakthrough. It wasn't just soul energy, it was also the faith energy. The two energies were fusing perfectly. Jiang Chen's soul energy was growing at a terrifying rate. Most importantly, there were no side effects. Those souls willingly turned into Jiang Chen's soul energy. Why is this happening? Xuanhuan Kanglin was initially smiling. But at this moment his smile froze. Because Jiang Chen's soul energy was growing faster and more terrifying than him. It wasn't a smooth process for him to devour the souls. Those souls were struggling ferociously. They turned into resentment and kept growing in his heart. To his soul it was not beneficial at all. In the end it might even become a demon in his heart. Billions of living beings' souls returned to the world. Jiang Chen closed his eyes tightly, a tear fell from the corner of his eye. Billions of souls were sacrificed to create his supreme glory. He was the one who saved those souls in the past, but in the end, it was those souls that made him who he was. Good karma will reap good karma. The rise and fall of fate was predetermined. Chapter 24-34. Jiang Chen's soul continued to get stronger and stronger. His terrifying soul power shrouded the entire hidden secret realm, completely suppressing Xuanhuan Kanglin. Xuanhuan Kanglin did not even have a chance to breathe. Soul origin divination, my great soul derivation technique has reached a new level. Even Jiang Chen did not expect his soul power to be this powerful. Billions of living beings were forged for him, the power of faith had soared into the heavenly Tao. Soul origin divination was the fusion of billions of souls into one, forming the soul state of great evolution. Currently, his soul power had reached the peak divine emperor realm. However, as his soul power continued to fade and fuse, his soul power finally stopped at the peak ultimate god realm. One step from the peak divine king realm to the peak Tao ultimate god realm. He was invincible. Jiang Chen was very clear that if he were to reach the peak of the divine emperor realm in one step, he might not be able to bear the burden of his soul strength. He had extracted the essence of billions of living beings and removed the impurities. All of them were pure soul strength. Along with the terrifying power of faith, his strength had achieved a qualitative leap. Although his soul power was still at the peak ultimate god realm, the power of faith had given him unlimited possibilities. Originally, the power of faith could only be formed by true ancient venerable kings, peerless emperors and people's reverence. However, at this moment, the power of faith from billions of living beings had pushed Jiang Chen to the true supreme invincible realm. Be destroyed. Your soul is filthy. Devouring your mother to strengthen yourself, killing your father to prove your Tao. You only have killing and devouring in your heart. You shouldn't exist in this world. A shocking light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. The transformation of his soul had filled his heart with boundless power. Killing Xuanhuan Kanglin was just a piece of cake. Jiang Chen felt that his power of faith could hold the sun, moon, and stars in his hand. It could destroy the heavens and earth. However, this power of faith could only be used in the hidden secret realm. Moreover, when his soul power had completely fused, the power of faith was gradually fading away. Because of the fusion of souls, their faith was gradually fading away and the power of faith was getting weaker. Even so, it was still a piece of cake for Jiang Chen to kill Xuanhuan Kanglin. Xuanhuan Kanglin continued to devour the remnant souls, but in the end he still could not surpass Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was already in an invincible position. Xuanhuan Kanglin tried his best to devour millions of souls, but in the end he was still suppressed by Jiang Chen. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Xuanhuan Kanglin's roar shook the heavens. His heart was filled with endless anger and unwillingness. How could Jiang Chen obtain the power of faith from millions of living beings? How could he make all of the souls become his vassals? Moreover, it was not devouring, it was a true fusion of the mind and soul. Jiang Chen was like the nine heavens' divine king stepping on the void. The power of his palm and the power of his soul covered the entire sky. Xuanhuan Kanglin's blood and qi were bursting from the pressure. He knelt down on the ground with bloodshot eyes. From the moment you became a Tao Tai, you're already dead. Even if you're still alive, you're just a walking corpse. Jiang Chen looked straight ahead with a cold gaze. This time he would not show any mercy. He must eliminate Xuanhuan Kanglin. Otherwise, Xuanhuan Kanglin would be like a wildfire that would be reborn in the spring. Great soul overflow perish. Jiang Chen moved his palm and a giant palm fell down. Xuanhuan Kanglin bent his waist a few times and knelt down on the ground. Blood was gushing out from his wound. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. Jiang Chen, show mercy. Tang Jin took a step forward and charged towards Xuanhuan Kanglin. He held up Jiang Chen's soul palm with both of his hands. His face was extremely pale because Jiang Chen's soul palm was too terrifying. Xuanhuan Kanglin and Tang Jin were in extreme pain. Jiang Chen's dreadfulness had made Xuanhuan Kanglin feel despair and sorrow. But at this moment, Tang Jin's appearance had reignited Xuanhuan Kanglin's fighting spirit and hope. Why is it you? Jiang Chen took a deep breath. His eyes were cold. But he could not push his palm down anymore. Because if he did, Tang Jin would be crushed by Jiang Chen as well. Jiang Chen's hand moved slightly. But he still chose to retract his palm. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm sorry, Jiang Chen. Tang Jin said awkwardly while looking at Jiang Chen. His heart was filled with bitterness. Don't apologize to me. Xuanhuan Kanglin deserves it. But you're different from him. Don't make me look down on you. Jiang Chen said lung lung. But he's still my big brother. I Tang Jin have never begged anyone in my life. But I beg you, Jiang Chen, let my big brother go. Tang Jin knew how rude his request was to Jiang Chen. Because Xuanhuan Kanglin had killed countless people just for this moment. Even Tang Jin was kept in the dark about it. However, the brotherhood was deep. That's why Tang Jin still said it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and shook his head. If it's just a grudge between me and him, I might give you face. But do you know how many people he killed? Do you know how many innocent beasts he killed just for this moment? Millions of living beings died with him. Do you think that if I let him go today, how am I going to bear the condemnation of millions of living beings? Who would be willing to let me go? Jiang Chen sighed. It's not that he didn't want to, it's those living beings who didn't want to. Tang Jin went silent. Because he knew that Xuanhuan Kanglin's crime was unforgivable. What he did had already angered everyone. Who would stand on his side at this moment? But they were brothers for decades. Tang Jin couldn't just ignore it. Tang Jin looked back at the dying Xuanhuan Kanglin. The latter smiled bitterly. Don't beg him. Third brother, this started because of me. Even if I die, I will fight till the end. Big brother? Tang Jin's eyes were glistening with tears. It was said that a man does not shed tears easily. However, the brotherly bond was like a pair of hands and feet. How could he watch his big brother being killed by Jiang Qin? On the other side was also his friend. Although they had only met once and fought side by side, Jiang Qin and Tang Jin cherished each other very much and appreciated each other's talent. Why would I beg him? Even if I die, I will die a worthy death. Xuanhuan Kanglin said without hesitation. Jiang Qin looked at Xuanhuan Kanglin. Since when did this fella become so courageous? I'm sorry, Tang Jin. Today I must kill him. Jiang Qin said firmly. Tang Jin smiled and nodded his head, severing their friendship. We'll be brothers in the next life. Today I will fight till the end with you. The fighting intent in Tang Jin's eyes made Jiang Qin feel sad. However, what could he do now that things had come to this stage? Chapter 2435. Alright. Let's be brothers in the next life. Jiang Qin looked at Tang Jin. He knew that Tang Jin couldn't let go of Xuanhuan Kanglin and he had to give everyone an explanation. He couldn't stay out of the billions of lives here and he couldn't let Xuanhuan Kanglin leave. If that happened, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Tang Jin knew that today's battle was already unavoidable. The moment his sleeves fell to the ground, the battle had already begun. Tang Jin cherished Jiang Qin as a friend. He knew that Jiang Qin's character was completely different from Xuanhuan Kanglin's. After all, how could he not understand Xuanhuan Kanglin after so many years? But Tang Jin had no other choice. After all, Xuanhuan Kanglin was his blood brother. He could only choose to stand on Xuanhuan Kanglin's side. Jiang Qin and Tang Jin knew that no one could avoid this battle. Hence, the result was very important. Victory or defeat, life or death. Since they had decided, they would fight with all their might. This was their respect for each other and also their promise to each other. Let's be brothers in the next life. Let's do it. Jiang Qin looked at Tang Jin. Even if Tang Jin and Xuanhuan Kanglin joined hands, they would not stand a chance. The current Jiang Qin had completely surpassed Tang Jin and Xuanhuan Kanglin. Strength was everything. Tang Jin's expression turned cold. He took a step forward and pressed towards Jiang Qin. At this moment, Xuanhuan Kanglin did not show any weakness and charged towards Jiang Qin with all his might. Jiang Qin frowned. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand tightened. However, when Jiang Qin was about to receive the attack, something shocking happened. Xuanhuan Kanglin restrained Tang Jin. At that moment, both Tang Jin and Jiang Qin did not expect this. Jiang Qin, I must leave this place alive today. Otherwise I will kill him. Since you value your brotherhood so much, then let me go. Otherwise I will surely kill Tang Jin. Jiang Qin said. Xuanhuan Kanglin said coldly. The halberd in his hand gripped onto Tang Jin tightly, not giving him any chance to retaliate. Tang Jin took a deep breath and remained silent. However, Jiang Qin's gaze became even sharper. This is the big brother that you rely on and respect. This is the big brother that you will protect with your life. Tang Jin, you are wrong. Jiang Qin's words made Tang Jin's expression slightly depressed. However, he still did not say anything. Even if he had made the wrong choice, he was still resolute. Xuanhuan Kanglin was heartless towards him, but he could not be unjust towards Xuanhuan Kanglin because he was his brother, the brother that he grew up with. We are no longer fated in this life. In the next life, let's drink wine as a song. Ah. Tang Jin laughed loudly. His expression was extremely lonely and bitter. However, he did not regret it, because he got to know Jiang Qin in this life. Although Xuanhuan Kanglin had given him everything, Jiang Qin was someone that he would follow with his life and death. Tang Jin charged towards the halberd, wanting to end his own life. Because if Xuanhuan Kanglin threatened Jiang Qin and Jiang Qin gave in, how would he be able to live in this world? Tang Jin was not afraid of death. However, he was afraid of dying without any value, without any dignity. Jiang Qin had already seen through Tang Jin's suicidal act. Jiang Qin slashed down with his sword. Xuanhuan Kanglin harumphed coldly and struck Tang Jin with his halberd. At this moment, Tang Jin was like a broken kite falling down from the sky. At this moment, Tang Jin only wanted to die. Even Jiang Qin felt bitter looking at him. Big brother, I hope that we will not be enemies in the next life. I have done my best. Tang Jin looked at Xuanhuan Kanglin with a smile. Xuanhuan Kanglin's eyes turned dull and he quickly retreated. This was his only chance. If he continued to hesitate, Jiang Qin would have the chance to kill him. Tang Jin. Jiang Qin roared furiously. But at this moment, Tang Zhen had already self-destructed his body. Before he died, there was a hint of gentleness on the corner of his mouth. Jiang Chen's heart was extremely depressed. "You're crazy." Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. But at this moment, Xuanhuan Kanglin had already escaped far away. "You're the one who forced Tang Zhen to his death. Jiang Chen, we will settle this debt sooner or later." Xuanhuan Kanglin's eerie voice reverberated in the void, getting further and further away. "I hate the heavens for taking away my 70,000 years. The day I fuse with the Tao Tai will be the day you die. Jiang Chen, I will not rest until you die." Xuanhuan Kanglin's voice gradually disappeared in the void. Jiang Chen's heart was as calm as still water. He looked at Tang Zhen's last breath in silence. Jiang Chen was also responsible for Tang Zhen's death. But Xuanhuan Kanglin escaped far away at this moment. Jiang Chen felt guilty in his heart. But he had to admit that Tang Zhen was the most courageous person he had ever met. Perhaps, death was the best ending for such a person. Jiang Chen understood Tang Zhen's feelings. He did not have the face to face Jiang Chen and Xuanhuan Kanglin. It was Tang Zhen's righteousness that forced him into a dead end. If he did not die, he would live in guilt and self-blame for the rest of his life. Tang Zhen left. He did not leave behind a single memory. Even his soul had completely dissipated from this world with his self-destruction, disappearing without a trace. "Have a safe journey," Jiang Chen said faintly. At this moment, a purple radiance pierced through the sky. The entire burying soul mountain, including the sky, became gloomy and silent. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The cold aura made Jiang Chen raise his head. Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei, Su Jin, Yu Rongyan, Qin Yuma, the four great demon kings, and even sword god Shueliang looked at him with doubt, as if he was their greatest enemy. Jiang Chen frowned. "Why are these people looking at me like this?" Their eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. Ling Long and Yuki Chihin were the same. But their eyes were filled with struggle as if they did not want to see Jiang Chen. "You murderous demon Jiang Chen. How many people have you killed? Do you want all of us to die?" Yu Rongyan roared in anger. His eyes were red. "Jiang Chen, you're an executioner. What do you want to let go of the tens of thousands of Linha Boundary's disciples?" Lu Quanchao stared at Jiang Chen fiercely and said, "To think that you've killed so many people, Jiang Chen. Looks like you're the real devil." Su Jin gritted his teeth and said. Sword god Shueliang and Wang Chongyang looked at Jiang Chen silently. "What are you guys doing?" Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. They even wanted to kill him as soon as possible. "We're going to kill you and take revenge for the world. Are you still going to deny it? You've killed so many experts in the Burying Soul Mountain. Now you're hated by everyone. Let's see who will let you go even if you walk out of the hidden secret realm." Qin Yuma and Lung Lung said. Everyone's target was Jiang Chen. At this moment, Xuanhuan Kanglin's lips curled into a sinister smile. Chapter 2436. Jiang Chen frowned. He didn't expect that after he gave his all and risked his life to win a slim chance of survival for everyone, they would turn their weapons against him. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to accept this. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with a bitter smile. However, he instantly understood that these people's eyes were filled with ruthlessness, as if they had no soul, but they were filled with a ruthless spirit. "Is that the purple light just now?" Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. However, that purple light was indeed extremely strange. "Senior brother Yang, senior brother Man?" Jiang Chen called out Yang Jian and Man Shui who were in the Zulong Tower. Both of them were shocked when they saw how Lu Quanchao and the others treated Jiang Chen fiercely. "How could this be? Why did they turn their weapons against you?" Yang Jian couldn't believe what he saw. "Yeah, why did you do that? Don't they know that without you all of them would have died?" Man Shui said furiously. The two of them managed to escape death in the Zulong Tower. The rest of the people were already dead. Jiang Chen had just saved them from the hands of Tao Tai and Xuanhuan Kanglin, yet they turned their weapons against Jiang Chen. "Yang Jian, Man Shui, what are the two of you doing? Come here quickly. This Jiang Chen is a true executioner. Don't you know that he has killed everyone here? Countless geniuses of the sects were killed by Jiang Chen. Don't you guys understand this?" Lu Quanchao shouted. Yang Jian and Man Shui looked at Jiang Chen bitterly. No one had expected things to turn out this way. Their souls must have been controlled. Or rather, they don't even remember that I saved them. They only remember that in their memories, I am the executioner who killed everyone. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. It was definitely that purple light that controlled everyone's souls. It must be that Xuanhuan Kanglin. That fella inherited part of Tao Tai's memories and techniques. Looks like I've underestimated him. Jiang Chen thought. He didn't know what Xuanhuan Kanglin would do after setting the tiger free. He might be out of this world by then. Jiang Chen, what should we do now? You need to explain yourself. Yang Jian asked in a deep voice. Currently, Jiang Chen had become everyone's target. In the eyes of these people, Jiang Chen was the biggest scourge, an existence like a devil. Only Yang Jian and Man Shui knew that, but how could they change the minds of these people? It's too late. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. I don't want to kill anyone. Jiang Chen shook his head. He looked at Lu Quanchao and the others. Their strength was slowly recovering. If these people were to gang up on him, he would be in a dangerous situation. His injuries were quite severe. If he did not suppress Xuanhuan Kanglin with his soul realm, it would be hard to tell who would be the winner. Jiang Chen felt that the dragon marks in his body had increased by several folds. With the fusion of billions of souls, his strength was going to break through again. But you can't be the scapegoat for Xuanhuan Kanglin, right? If that's the case, it'll be too easy for him. Plus, that fella is still alive. If he gathers all these people, you'll be in danger. Man Shui said in a low voice. His tone was filled with worry. Jiang Chen, I never thought that you're such a despicable and shameless person. Everyone, let's kill this bastard. Otherwise, we'll be releasing the tiger back to the mountain. Lu Quanchao took the lead and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. These guys were completely blinded by Xuanhuan Kanglin's technique. Their soul imprints were probably changed by Xuanhuan Kanglin's heaven-defying technique. As for Xuanhuan Kanglin, he definitely did not have such a powerful technique. He must have fused it with the Tao Tai's technique. Chapter 2437. Explode. Dragon Transformation Art. Jiang Chen roared in his heart as he continued to swallow the spiritual spring water. The dragon transformation art underwent another earth-shattering change. The number of dragon marks stopped at 3,090,000. Jiang Chen's strength had also reached the peak true god realm. Jiang Chen wanted to break through to the half-step heavenly god realm, but he knew that he must stabilize his current strength. If his foundation was not strong enough, his future cultivation would be very difficult. Haste makes waste. He knew this very well. Peak true god Jiang Chen struck out with his fist. Thunderous roars could be heard and the roars of tigers and apes could be heard. His terrifying strength had once again risen to another level. The dragon marks in his body were also surging like a wild horse. Jiang Chen's current strength had once again risen to another level. After using the dragon transformation art, Jiang Chen had the confidence to fight an early heavenly god realm expert. This was confidence. During this period, Jiang Chen finally thought of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was the same as the dawn sky golden lightning, both were heavenly lightnings. These two terrifying lightnings were existences that could destroy the heavens and earth. However, Jiang Chen wanted to fuse the two lightnings together. Such a bold idea made him very excited. If the two lightnings were to fuse together, Jiang Chen did not dare to imagine how terrifying it would be. Jiang Chen tried again and again. He failed again and again, but he was not discouraged. After failing a few thousand times, Jiang Chen finally felt a sense of defeat. Although he could feel the repulsion between the two lightnings, they were both heavenly lightnings. Once they were fused, the power would be unimaginable. If it was someone else, they would not have dared to try. During this period of time, Jiang Chen had suffered the backlash of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning more than 100 times. Each time he was on the brink of death. However, he still believed that he would be able to fuse the two lightnings one day. In the end, Jiang Chen still failed to fuse the two lightnings. However, Jiang Chen did not forget to fuse them. Failure was the mother of success. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. During this period of time, Jiang Chen had reforged the heavenly dragon battle armor. Under the continuous fusion of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning, the heavenly dragon battle armor became even more terrifying. Although the profound heavenly armor was broken, it was repaired by Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon battle armor was a passive defense. However, at this moment, even a peak divine kings might not be able to break his heavenly divine dragon armor. Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen walked out of the Zulong Tower, 1 year had passed. In other words, he could finally leave this damn place. Hidden secret realm. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh in his heart. Countless people had died in this place. To the experts, this place was a great place to train. But to the weak, this place was a grave. 10,000 people. Now there are only less than 1,000 people left. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. However, this was the cruel reality. Some people did not enter the Burying Soul Mountain, so they were not affected. Of course, they did not know what had happened. But at this moment there were hundreds of people gathered. All of them were taken out of the hidden secret realm. Have you guys heard? There's a guy called Jiang Chen. He killed many disciples of the sect. His methods are extremely cruel. There are at least 500 of them. Are you serious? This kind of thing happens every year. But no one dares to do it so openly. Yeah. I think he won't be buried in the hidden secret realm. Old Ancestor D. Long said. Chapter 2438. Condemnation of the Masses. Not only Xian Qingming and Mu Tianan, all the elders and sect masters of the other sects had a solemn expression on their faces. Because the elimination rate of the hidden secret realm every 100 years was too high, less than 1 out of 10,000 people would be able to come out alive. It would already be considered a great fortune if 1,000 or 800 people could come out alive. Even so, countless sects still hoped that their genius disciples could stand out in the hidden secret realm. Not only would they be able to bring glory to their sect, but they would also be able to produce 1 or 2 peerless experts to strengthen their sect. Although the chances of this happening were small, the sect might not be able to recover for 100 years if they lose. In this 1 year, almost all the elders and sect masters of the other sects had a solemn expression on their faces. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were on tenterhooks. In the hidden secret realm, it was a great honor to have 1 more person come out alive. I wonder how many people from our White Sun sect will be able to come out alive this time. Yeah, I'm also very worried. What if? Hayes, I don't even know how to return to the sect if I can't come out alive. There's nothing we can do about it. 100 years ago, hundreds of sects were like generals without an army. Those who could come out alive from that place were extremely rare. I also came out from that place in the past. Those who did not go in will never know how scary the hidden secret realm is. Outside the twisted forest, countless people were discussing spiritedly, because they were all worried that the genius disciples of their own sects would become the rare ones that would step onto the final path of fortune. Nobody knew that this was a test of life and death for the disciples. For the elders of the sect, it was also an extremely difficult journey. Guys, look, that's the young lord of the Frozen Seal sect, Han Bingling. He's out. Someone cheered. The sect master of the Frozen Seal sect cried tears of joy and ran towards his son. His son was his only hope. Shadowless sect. Those 2 are from the Shadowless sect. The Shadowless duo actually came out alive. Unbelievable. Their strength has reached the half-step heavenly god realm. It's really quite scary. Lu Quanchao and Ling Long from Heavenly Star sect came out as well. They are from the 10 great sects, the leaders of the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects. Only 2 of them came out? Ren Yuanzi's eyes narrowed. He had also seen Lu Quanchao and Ling Long. Their auras were exceedingly steady, and one look was enough to tell that they had become even more solid. Furthermore, their gazes had become increasingly sharp like blades. Congratulations, Ren Yuanzi. Looks like your Heavenly Star sect has come prepared. Ah. Old Ancestor D. Long said with a smile. However, he was still worried. Could it be that Zhang Lei couldn't walk out of it? Only 2 people came out. It's quite a failure. Last time, there were 4 people who came out of the hidden secret realm. Ren Yuanzi sighed and said. However, he was extremely happy in his heart. At least these 2 absolute geniuses were safe and sound. Although there were 4 people who walked out 100 years ago, 2 of them were absolute monsters. Both of them were buried in the hidden secret realm. Those who were strong might have a higher chance of survival, but strength was not the only guarantee. Only those who knew how to hide their strength and bide their time, and knew how to survive, were the true experts. Those who went through all kinds of trials and tribulations were the dragons among men. Zhang Lei came out. Earthly Hades sect Zhang Lei. Someone with good eyesight saw Zhang Lei. Old Ancestor D. Long finally let out a sigh of relief. At least he did not become a general without an army. Ah, good lad. Old Ancestor D. Long patted Zhang Lei's shoulder and said, Clear Stream sect's Grand Guardian. That's Xuanhuan Kanglan. It's him. He came out? Why is there only 1 person left? Someone exclaimed. But it was true, Xuanhuan Kanglan was the only one who came out from the Clear Stream sect. At this moment, the entire place became chaotic. The 3 Grand Guardians were always together. Xuanhuan Kanglan came out alone. That meant that the other 2 might be in danger. Meng Fanping took a step forward and charged towards Xuanhuan Kanglan. At the same time, many people from the other sects became serious. Clear Stream Sect's 3 Grand Guardians did not come out. What about the others? Ghost Eye Sect's monstrous genius, Li Zongham? Divine Pill Sect's monstrous genius, Lengya? Overlord Sect's little overlord, Zhu Mingyang? What happened? Where's Wu Ruffing and Tang Zhen? Ming Fanping looked at Xuanhuan Kanglin and asked with a serious expression. Even his breathing became heavy. Xuanhuan Kanglin's expression turned ugly. He said, second and third brother were killed by Jiang Chen. What? Who was Ming Fanpeng? He was an elder of the Clear Stream sect. He was one of the most prestigious people in the sect. At this moment, even he had a cold expression on his face. Many people heard what Xuanhuan Kanglin said. Wu Ruffing and Tang Zhen were both killed by the same person. How could they not be shocked? Jiang Chen? Who's Jiang Chen? Profound Feng Sect's Jiang Chen? I heard that when he was at the auction house he was rather cool and he spent a lot of money in one go. Even the experts of the Divine Pill sect were defeated by him. Could it be that Jiang Chen? It's my first time hearing this name. Even the 3 Grand Guardians of the Clear Stream sect are not a match for Jiang Chen? Could it be that he's a dark horse that has been hiding in the hidden secret realm for 100 years? Perhaps Jiang Chen's name will spread across the entire Linhe boundary. But I think that the Profound Feng sect will be implicated by Jiang Chen. After killing the 2 Grand Guardians of the Clear Stream sect, the Profound Feng sect will not have a peaceful day. Everyone was curious. Who was Jiang Chen? How could he have such a terrifying technique to kill the 2nd and 3rd Grand Guardians of the Clear Stream sect? Ghost Eye Sect's brother Li Zongheng, brother Li Yen, Divine Pill Sect's Lengya, Li Yanxiao, Overlord Sect's little overlord Zhu Mingyang. All of them were killed by Jiang Chen. Xuanhuan Kanglin's words caused an uproar outside the hidden secret realm. Everyone became extremely serious, especially Lu Yang of the Overlord sect, Jiang Qingzi of the Divine Pill sect and Li Tianhua of the Ghost Eye sect. All of them stared at Xuanhuan Kanglin. My dear nephew, is this true? How could Jiang Chen kill so many people? Does he really have the ability to do so? Do you think you can turn the truth upside down with just a few words? You're all jackals of the same tribe. Xuanhuan Kanglin sneered. Jiang Chen, why don't you tell me? Did my 2nd and 3rd brothers die in your hands? Ghost Eye Sect's Li Zongheng and Li Yen, Divine Pill Sect's Lengya and Li Yanxiao, did you kill them? Xuanhuan Kanglin stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also looked at Xuanhuan Kanglin. Only the 2 of them knew that this farce had escalated to the point of life and death for Jiang Chen. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to leave now. After exiting the hidden secret realm, Jiang Chen did not take the initiative, but Xuanhuan Kanglin took the initiative to accuse him. Ghost Eye Sect's Li Tianhua stared at Jiang Chen. His peak mid-heavenly god realm strength shrouded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, let me ask you. Did you really kill my sons Li Zongheng and Li Yen? And my Divine Pill Sect's Lengya? Jiang Qingzi said in a deep voice. My Overlord Sect's Zhu Mingyang? Lu Yang also rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment. Ren Yuanzi, Old Ancestor Di Long, Xian Qingming and the others looked at him silently. At this moment even Lu Quanchao was cursing at Jiang Chen. Ren Yuanzi and the others could not help but believe what they saw. Yes, I killed them. But I killed those who deserved to be killed. Jiang Chen said coldly. As expected. I never imagined that both my sons would die in your hands. Jiang Chen, if I don't take your life today, I am not a man. Jiang Chen, my Divine Pill sect and you are irreconcilable. Count my Overlord sect in. Jiang Chen, return my young master's life to me. Following Li Tianhua, Jiang Qingzi and Lu Yang's attack, all the sects on the scene started to attack Jiang Chen, including Ming Fanping, the elders of Clear Stream sect. Even the Realm Guardians had to treat them seriously. Wu Ruffing and Tang Zhen are also dead. Ming Fanping looked at Jiang Chen and did not say anything. Jiang Chen also did not say anything in view of Tang Zhen's death. At this moment, without a doubt, Jiang Chen was locked down by the experts from all directions. Jiang Chen, what else do you have to say? Countless geniuses of the sects have died in your hands. To think that you are such a beast. Where is Profound Feng sect? You have nurtured a disciple with a heart as evil as a scorpion. Now, I want to dig out your heart and see if it's black or red. Ming Fanping's words made the whole place silent. Everyone was furious. Jiang Chen's crime was confirmed at this moment. I said that I only killed those who deserved to be killed. I killed Li Zongheng, Li Yen, Lengya, Li Yanxiao and Zhu Mingyang. But I did not kill the innocent. I will not offend those who do not offend me. If someone offends me, do you think I will just sit and wait for death? Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. But now, Everyone was pointing their fingers at him and he had admitted it himself. It was too late to say anything now. Chapter 2440. Jiang Chen, are you still not going to plead guilty? Perhaps you can still die with a full body if you admit your crime now. Jiang Chen's crime has been exposed. It's useless even if he tries to deny it now. There are hundreds of witnesses, what else can he say? That's right. Elder Meng, Elder Jiang, please help us. Jiang Chen is a heinous criminal. He killed our disciples. We must not let him leave now. Otherwise, those who died in the hidden secret realm would be wronged. I came here to train, but I didn't expect to die in the hands of a villain. It's really heart-wrenching. This kind of scum should be tortured and paraded on the streets. Let him know that our Linha boundary sects are not to be trifled with. Profound Feng sect must not be a good sect to have such a disciple. I suggest that Profound Feng sect be removed from the Linha boundary and return peace to our Linha boundary. A tsunami-like voice reverberated through the earth. Above the void, in the forest, on the mountain peaks, the voices of condemning Jiang Chen reverberated. It was as if those disciples who died in the hidden secret realm were all killed by Jiang Chen. Such an aura was suffocating. Even Yang Jian and Man Shui were not an exception. They were extremely gloomy. However, Jiang Chen was innocent. If he did not risk his life to fight Xuanhuan Kanglin, it would be the tragedy of Linha boundary if he fused with the Tao Tai. However, the truth was distorted by Xuanhuan Kanglin. Lu Quanchao, Su Jin, Yu Rongyan and the others also took the lead to frame Jiang Chen. At this moment, how could they not be angry? Shen Qingming looked at Jiang Chen silently. Even he was slightly shaken. Could it be that Jiang Chen really did it? However, he immediately suppressed this thought because he was willing to believe in his disciple. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Chen is a good person. If it wasn't for him, none of the people here would be able to come out alive. If that's the case, all of you will be implicated. You don't even know what happened in the hidden secret realm. Are you going to punish Jiang Chen based on Xuanhuan Kanglin's words? Yang Jian roared. He felt unsatisfied for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen used his own means and his life to defeat Xuanhuan Kanglin. But what did he get in the end? It wasn't praise, it wasn't love, it was disdain by tens of thousands of people, and they even wanted to kill him. How sad would Jiang Chen's heart be? Yang Jian's voice was a little hoarse. But he was alone. How could he fight against so many people? Moreover, these people had gone mad. They were all elders and sect lords of their sections. Why would they put Yang Jian's words in their eyes? Moreover, Yang Jian's position was already unstable. He was a disciple of Profound Feng sect, and he was Jiang Chen's senior and junior brother. Who would believe him? Jiang Chen's expression was as calm as usual. He had already expected this to happen. Although he felt a little sad, what could he do? Now he could no longer defend himself. No one would be willing to believe that he was innocent. How could he be a thief if the human heart was like this? Xuanhuan Kanglin sneered while looking at Jiang Chen. He was disdainful. He did not even need to do anything. Jiang Chen would be attacked by the other sects in the Linha boundary. He had already calculated everything. Jiang Chen had offended everyone, and those geniuses who had lost their lives had nowhere to vent their anger. It didn't matter if Jiang Chen was the one who killed them or not, they would still blame Jiang Chen for this. Could it be that he really killed all the geniuses? I never thought that this fella is such a person. Ren Yuanzi frowned. No matter what, Jiang Chen was still a disciple of the Profound Feng sect, and the Profound Feng sect was one of the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects. Ren Yuanzi did not want to see Jiang Chen being annihilated. At least he did not want to see the Profound Feng sect fall into danger. It's hard to say, but I feel that this fella is not that kind of person. From his act of gifting pellets, we can see that he's not that kind of person. Old Ancestor Di Long said in a low voice. But nobody dared to be sure. Because it's hard to say what you don't see. Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei and the others had witnessed the means of Jiang Chen in the hidden secret realm. Their words should have some credibility, right? It's hard to draw a dragon or a tiger. You may know a person's face but not his heart. Jiang Chen's actions might not be hard to prove. Let's see if he will surrender and face everyone with a clear conscience. Or will he choose a life and death struggle? Mu Tianan said. Based on what you said, Jiang Chen would rather die than surrender. Even if he dies, he won't admit it. Besides, this guy isn't the kind of person who is willing to be captured without putting up a fight. If you want to frame him, he will definitely stand up and fight back. Shen Qingming said in a deep voice. Even though Jiang Chen did not stay in Profound Feng sect for long, he could feel that Jiang Chen was not a coward who would take responsibility for his actions. Shen Qingming said. Even if Jiang Chen had become the target of everyone, he was still willing to believe that Jiang Chen was innocent. Because of Man Shui and Yang Jian. He also believed in his disciple's character. Profound Feng sect would never have such a bad disciple. This was his bottom line. That's hard to say. Jiang Chen is being condemned by everyone now. Do you still want to be ordinary for him? You should think about your Profound Feng sect first. Everything will be fine if this bastard does not implicate you. Those fellas will definitely point their fingers at Profound Feng sect. Mu Tianan said. Shen Qingming knew that Mu Tianan did not have any evil intentions. But now that something like this had happened, they had no choice but to believe him. However, Jiang Chen had admitted that he killed Li Zongheng and Li Yin, Langya and Li Yanxiao of Divine Pill sect, Wu Ruffing and Tang Zhen of Clearstream sect. Even if the other sects did not care about it, these three sects would definitely fight with Jiang Chen. Shen Qingming was filled with worry. Jiang Chen could really kill the 6 experts of Clearstream sect, Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect. This meant that his strength was extremely powerful. If such a monstrous genius did not become the target of everyone, perhaps the rise of Profound Feng sect would be proven by Jiang Chen. This bastard has killed more than hundreds and thousands of people. Li Zongheng, Langya, Wu Ruffing, these monstrous geniuses all died in the hands of Jiang Chen. We must not let this matter go. We must punish Jiang Chen, punish Profound Feng sect. That's right, we must kill Jiang Chen. Let him be buried with all our dead geniuses. Let him be hacked into pieces and never fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Elder Meng, Elder Li, Elder Jiang, you must seek justice for us. Our disciples must not die in vain. Chapter 2441. Who would have thought that hundreds and thousands of experts from different sects would challenge him? If this goes on, Jiang Chen knew that he would not be able to escape. He might not even be able to fight against a heavenly god realm expert like Jiang Qingzi. After all, in the hidden secret realm, he could only fight against experts below the heavenly god realm. Even if he fought against the Tao Tai, it was all thanks to the ancestral dragon emperor. Although Jiang Chen could fight against a heavenly god realm expert, he was just an ordinary early heavenly god realm expert. Jiang Chen looked at Shen Qingming deeply. He knew that he must not implicate the Profound Feng sect. Otherwise, his safety would affect the lives of countless disciples in the 100,000 mountain range. Sect Lord, I'm sorry. Jiang Chen's smile made Shen Qingming feel sad. Shen Qingming was speechless. Jiang Chen did not blame him at all. Instead, he was satisfied that Shen Qingming was willing to believe in him. Since the Profound Feng sect was weak, it was impossible for them to fight against those big sections. Moreover, he was not alone, there were hundreds and thousands of disciples of the Profound Feng sect behind him. Shen Qingming had a long way to go. Moreover, he did not have the strength to fight against those big sections. Those were all the experts in the Linhe boundary. If he stood behind Jiang Chen, it would be equivalent to pushing the whole Profound Feng sect into a pit of fire. Moreover, the two of them were still in the Profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen, are you going to surrender or do you want me to do it? Li Tianhua stared at Jiang Chen fiercely. The most painful thing in the world was to see one's son die before him. Both of his sons were killed by Jiang Chen. How could he not take revenge? You want me to surrender? Impossible unless you can kill me. Jiang Chen's eyes met with Li Tianhua's. At this moment, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. Even though he was facing a peak late heavenly god, he was still as calm as before. Although Li Tianhua was pressuring him, Jiang Chen was still as calm as before. Even though there was pressure, no one could stop him. So, you still want to fight? Jiang Qingzi stared coldly at Jiang Chen, filled with disdain. No matter how heaven-defying he was, how could he fight against so many heavenly gods? He was asking to be humiliated. However, since he wanted to die in the hands of a heavenly god, he should have been mentally prepared. So what? Jiang Chen was filled with arrogance. He glanced at everyone and said indifferently, I, Jiang Chen, from this moment onwards, will leave the Profound Feng sect. I am no longer a disciple of the Profound Feng sect. Even if I am, I believe that as a great sect, you will not make things difficult for the people of the Profound Feng sect. Otherwise, you will be laughed at by the people of the world. Jiang Chen's words made Yang Jian and Man Shuai's heart tremble. Shen Qingming felt the same too, but he did not say anything else. That silhouette was lonely, strong and desolate. No one could understand the loneliness in his heart. However, Jiang Chen would not tell anyone about it. Even if millions of people were to betray him, he would not turn back. However, his heart was no longer warm, it was filled with killing intent. Killing these people who did not know right from wrong, what's the pity in killing them? Those people looked at him as if they wanted to skin him alive. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen stood on the peak of the mountain, feeling the cold wind blowing from his back. His whole body became cold. His heart had always been as cold as a knife. At this moment he was despised by thousands of people. But so what? He just wanted a clear conscience. Except for Tang Zhen, who died unjustly, everyone else deserved to die there. Living was a humiliation to them. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart was as calm as still water. Jiang Chen, Yang Jian and Man Shui looked at Jiang Chen, feeling as if their hearts were being pierced by a knife. Yuki Chihian and Ling Long looked at Jiang Chen silently. They had a terrible feeling in their hearts, but they could not explain it. Jiang Chen was a good person in their eyes, but he had killed so many people, becoming a real executioner. Qing Lianzi looked at Yuki Chihian and said, "You're right. He's a one-in-a-million genius. Otherwise, how could he kill the monstrous prodigies of Clear Stream Sect, Ghost Eye Sect, and Divine Pill Sect? It's a pity that this kind of person has made too many enemies. He doesn't know how to hide his strength. Moreover, he has offended the entire Linha boundary. Now Jiang Chen is destined to die without a burial ground. He shouldn't be that kind of person." Yuki Chihian frowned her brows and murmured. However, it was hard to prove Jiang Chen's innocence even if he had 100 mouths. "Since you guys said that I killed people, then what's the point of me explaining? I did kill people, but I only killed those who deserved to be killed. Clear Stream Sect, Ghost Eye Sect, and Divine Pill Sect, although they're all great sects, they're all thieves. I killed these scums just to get rid of the tumor of Linha boundary. If you guys want to kill me, then come. Why should I, Jiang Chen, be afraid? It's a great honor to have the entire Linha boundary fight for me." Jiang Chen laughed wildly. Outside of the hidden secret realm, there were more than 2,000 people. Almost 1,000 heavenly god realm experts were furious. Jiang Chen was just a true god. How dare he provoke everyone? Wasn't he courting death? Everyone was incomparably angry. They would never let go of Jiang Chen's death. However, they had never thought that Jiang Chen would go against all of them. Such magnanimity was admirable. However, he had nowhere to run now. Saying such words would only increase the sadness in his heart. In their point of view, Jiang Chen was just trying to be a hero. Since you've already admitted to it, then obediently surrender. Even if you want to fight, it's just a futile struggle. Some people sneered. Jiang Chen, this is your destiny. Accept it. You can't escape from Linha boundary. Now all the sects in Linha boundary are here. How are you going to escape? Don't think that you can kill as you please. We're not in the hidden secret realm, but outside of the twisted jungle. Xuanhuan Kanglin took a step forward and blocked Jiang Chen's path. At this moment, everyone in the twisted jungle had locked their eyes on Jiang Chen. It would be extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to escape. I never thought of leaving. Even if you guys frame me, let's fight. I, Jiang Chen, will accompany you till the end. Chapter 2442. Kanglin, go and take him down. It will save the elders and sect lords a lot of trouble. Meng Fanping looked at Xuanhuan Kanglin. The latter nodded slightly. Although he did not know how strong Jiang Chen was, he was not confident. After all, Jiang Chen had defeated him previously. Although there were many factors involved, a loss was a loss. Xuanhuan Kanglin knew that it was impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen. My friends, will you fight alongside me to kill the demon and kill Jiang Chen, to bring peace back to the Linha boundary? Jiang Chen said. Xuanhuan Kanglin's words had aroused a lot of anger. Of course it was towards Jiang Chen. 800 geniuses rose up and targeted Jiang Chen. Nearly 100 of them had broken through to the half-step heavenly god realm. As for the rest, they were all late true god realm experts. After all, everyone here was a true genius disciple. None of them relied on their connections to get in. Because of the cruelty of the hidden secret realm, everyone knew that if one did not have the ability, no one would take care of his funeral. Jiang Chen is an unpardonable villain. Everyone has the right to kill him. We are willing to help Brother Xuanhuan to kill this demon. That's right. We are all responsible for killing Jiang Chen. He has killed so many people. We must not let him go. A person who angers both humans and gods. Even if he dies, it's the end of it. Let's attack together. We must not let him leave. The 800 disciples were filled with murderous intent. They surrounded Jiang Chen. It was impossible to fly in the air in the twisted jungle. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to run away, there was no way for him to escape. The 800 disciples already hated Jiang Chen to the bone. Some of them had heard it from others, and some were just trying to curry favor with those in power. However, in their eyes they had already determined that Jiang Chen was a heinous criminal. Jiang Chen had committed numerous crimes and should have been executed a long time ago. 800 prodigies of Linha boundary besieged Jiang Chen. Xuanhuan Kanglin's eyes were getting brighter. Jiang Chen had nowhere to run now. Xuanhuan Kanglin would be relieved if Jiang Chen dies. As long as Jiang Chen fuses with the Tao Tai, no one in the entire Linha boundary would be his match except for those old farts. At that time, he would be able to step into the heavenly god realm and forge his godhead with the might of a heavenly god. At that time, Xuanhuan Kanglin, who had been cultivating for 70,000 years, would definitely shock the world. Jiang Chen, why don't you explain? Don't tell me you're just going to leave with a grievance? If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that they would have already died in the hidden secret realm. Man Shui shook his head, his eyes were filled with anger. However, Jiang Chen smiled calmly. No matter how much I explain, what's the use? They only want my head. Even if I say something, who would be willing to believe me? Since that's the case, let's use our fists to explain. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. Facing 800 disciples, he remained calm and collected. He was ready to fight. Today is the chance for all of you to become famous. Kill Jiang Chen, you're all heroes of Linha boundary. Meng Fanping said in a deep voice. Xuanhuan Kanglin took the lead and flew towards Jiang Chen. The 800 disciples roared in rage. Their voices shook the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Terrifying aura surrounded Jiang Chen. Each of their attacks was fatal. Sword chi and blade light were flickering. Jiang Chen immediately unleashed his dragon transformation, reaching the limit of the half-step heavenly god realm. At this moment, Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His strength had reached the pinnacle. Facing a late true god, he could kill a late true god with a single slash. Jiang Chen went on a killing spree. Since everyone accused him of killing people, how could he face these people who tried to slander him if he did not go on a killing spree? Since you guys want your disciples to become famous, then today I, Jiang Chen, will kill all of your disciples. Let's see who can stop me. Jiang Chen sneered. His sword flashed like a meteor. In a blink of an eye, more than 30 late true gods were killed by Jiang Chen mercilessly. Their blood stained the mountain rocks and the forest. Jiang Chen's every step was filled with killing intent. The 800 disciples had completely fallen into his rhythm. 1/1 kill, it was unstoppable. No one had expected Jiang Chen to be so strong. Those sect elders who allowed their disciples to participate in the battle couldn't help but feel regretful. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of people had fallen to the ground, losing their lives. How was this a battle? It was as terrifying as chopping vegetables. The half-step heavenly god realm experts were able to block Jiang Chen's sword. However, those true gods were like minions, they could not block Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword at all. The sword light was so terrifying that even an ordinary heavenly god realm expert felt their heart palpitating. Too terrifying. This guy is like a devil. Even a heavenly god realm expert would have to treat his sword seriously. I don't know how many more people he can kill. Countless people were incomparably shocked, but the battle had already begun. Jiang Chen did not show any mercy. These people were all people who wanted to step on him. Why should he show any mercy? Only those who could survive are the elites. Since you guys want to train, why don't I use the cruelest way to get rid of the trash? Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. Sweat and blood kept dripping down from his face. However, it was the blood of others. The heavenly dragon sword seemed to have felt Jiang Chen's anger. The sword kept buzzing and the sword shadows became faster and more ferocious. Wherever the sword light passed, not even a blade of grass would be left alive. Jiang Chen's terrifying killing intent made everyone at the scene feel how terrifying he was. He was just a late true god disciple. If he really reached the heavenly god realm, how terrifying would he be? Wouldn't he be a living devil incarnate? Jiang Chen's strength is too terrifying. Shen Qingming's heart was filled with shock. Even he might not be able to remain so calm when facing so many juniors. Moreover, Jiang Chen killed one person with each step he took. The weakest among them was a late true god. It was a world of difference compared to when he first entered the profound Feng sect. Shen Qingming had mixed feelings. He did not know if he should be happy or lucky. Jiang Chen came from the profound Feng sect, but he actually killed so many people here. Chapter 2443. I'm afraid this brat has entered the demonic path. Although I don't really believe that he has killed so many people, I have no choice but to believe it now. More than 70 people have died under his sword. Such a terrifying battle will definitely shock the entire ancient dragon city. Old ancestor Di Long became serious. Although Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei tried their best to participate, they were still stopped by Ren Yuanzi and old ancestor Di Long. Although they weren't clear about the cause of this matter, at least the people of the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects couldn't kill each other. Shen Qingming was in a terrible situation right now. As a brother sect, they naturally couldn't add oil to the fire. Moreover, Ren Yuanzi and old ancestor Di Long accepted Jiang Chen's gift of pills. At least they could not participate in the battle. Jiang Chen will definitely die in this battle. Meng Fanping, Li Tianhua, Jiang Qingzi, none of them are easy to deal with. It's just that they have a high status and did not participate in it. But now it seems that they will have to take action soon. Jiang Chen's speed of growth is really frightening. I'm guessing that even these old fellows have gained a new understanding of Jiang Chen's terror. Ren Yuanzi sighed. No wonder the monstrous geniuses of the Divine Pill sect, the Ghost Eye sect and the Clear Stream sect all died in his hands. I have to say, if our Yellow Flame sect has such a genius, I can also smile in the underworld. Mu Tianan said faintly. No one knew if he was mocking or acknowledging Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was in high spirits. His battle intent was unparalleled. 800 disciples. Although all of them had joined the battle, Jiang Chen killed one person with each step he took. It was quite terrifying. None of them looked down on Jiang Chen anymore. Because if they did not fight carefully, they might be the next ones to fall. What a good Jiang Chen. He is indeed a traitor. To think that he is still going on a killing spree. Jiang Qingzi of the Divine Pill sect's eyes became colder and colder. He couldn't wait to take action. Only 2 disciples of the Divine Pill sect came out from the sect and they were both killed by Jiang Chen in the end. It showed how deep the hatred between them was. Jiang Chen's massacre was still going on. Even Xuanhuan Kanglin, a peerless genius below the heavenly god realm, could not stop Jiang Chen from continuing his massacre. Jiang Chen's killing intent was unstoppable. Jiang Chen's eyes had already turned bloodshot. His battle intent had been completely ignited. This bunch of idiots who didn't know what's good for them had treated him as a target of scorn. Since that was the case, what was there for him to be afraid of? Jiang Chen was such a person. He would rather betray the world than let the world betray him. In his eyes, there was no guilt in his heart. There was no right or wrong. If he wanted to kill, he would kill. He would kill to his heart's content. He was invincible. This was Jiang Chen. He seems to have become stronger. Xuanhuan Kanglin was getting closer to Jiang Chen. His halberd turned into a dragon and covered Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was still fearless. The sword and halberd clashed. Flames soared up to the sky. Countless experts rushed forward one after another. Jiang Chen was as steady as Mount Tai, fighting and retreating at the same time. Jiang Chen's aura was vigorous. His battle was getting more and more ferocious. With the heavenly dragon sword and a pair of iron fists, countless experts were unable to inflict any damage on him. Jiang Chen's endurance and continuous recovery were extremely terrifying. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen's battle had reached its climax. More than 100 people had died. However, Jiang Chen was still as decisive as before. Every slash of his sword would be accompanied by screams and cries of pain. If this goes on, I'm afraid Jiang Chen will really go on a killing spree. What are you waiting for? Kill this bastard quickly. Li Tianhua's cold voice reverberated in the void. At this moment, everyone woke up from their daze. More than 100 people had fallen. If this goes on, Jiang Chen would kill even more people. Moreover, his condition had not deteriorated at all compared to his peak. Jiang Chen's endurance had shocked everyone. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been defeated by the human wave tactic and the wheel tactic. However, Jiang Chen was still as ferocious as a tiger. His sword was still as terrifying as ever. Only Xuanhuan Kanglin, Su Jin, Yu Rongyin and the others could withstand Jiang Chen's attack. However, they still could not inflict any damage on him. Hundreds of people worked together under Li Tianhua's supervision. At this moment, they gave their all because they might not be able to defeat Jiang Chen even if they continued to drag the battle. Jiang Chen, today is the day you die. Xuanhuan Kanglin gave his all. At this moment he was the one who wanted Jiang Chen to die the most. If Tang Zhen did not save Jiang Chen's life at the last moment, he might have been killed by Jiang Chen. How could Xuanhuan Kanglin let Jiang Chen go? Initially they thought that Jiang Chen would be worn out gradually, but looking at it now, it seemed like this guy's endurance was ridiculously strong. After fighting 800 men for an hour, his face didn't even turn red, and his heart didn't even beat. Who would believe that? Xuanhuan Kanglin knew that Meng Fanping could not wait any longer. If these sect elders cared about their reputation, they would have killed Jiang Chen by now. Because of this, they didn't do anything as they were worried that someone would say something bad about them. Killing a junior was a despicable act as it was a despicable act. One halberd conquers the universe. Dai Jiangchen. Xuanhuan Kanglin's attack pierced through the sky, covering a distance of 90,000 li, causing lightning to rumble and dark clouds to cover the sky. Xuanhuan Kanglin's overbearingness made all the disciples gasp. They were all half-step heavenly gods, but the gap between them and Xuanhuan Kanglin was huge. Moreover, no one would doubt that Xuanhuan Kanglin was a heavenly god. Jiang Qin sneered and welcomed the attack with his sword. He was not afraid at all. At this moment, if he retreated, he would be drowned by these hundreds of people. He could fight, but he must not retreat. Sword breaks the void, heaven's will. The heavenly dragon sword and Xuanhuan Kanglin's attack clashed. Thunder rumbled and the sky changed color. Jiang Qin stood still like a mountain while Xuanhuan Kanglin was filled with battle intent. At this moment, both of them retreated, none of them could gain the upper hand. Jiang Qin was a late true god, yet he could fight against 800 prodigies. Whether he won or lost, Jiang Qin's name would definitely spread across the entire Linhe boundary. Chapter 2444. Since all of you want to kill me, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Jiang Qin said Lung Lung. Now that his strength had increased again, he could control the little Ashura sword formation with ease. When Jiang Qin's 108 pinnacle divine tools appeared in the void, even Meng Fanping and the others became solemn. This guy actually has so many pinnacle divine tools? It's terrifying. Someone exclaimed. Even the elders of their sect did not have a single pinnacle divine tool. Countless heavenly god realm experts were coveting Jiang Qin at this moment. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Now Jiang Qin had become a big piece of meat. Even Meng Fanping could not avoid it. With so many pinnacle divine tools, even the clear stream sect's strength would rise greatly. It would not be a problem for them to nurture a batch of heavenly god realm experts. Jiang Qin actually has so many pinnacle divine tools. It's terrifying. These pinnacle divine tools should not be in his hands. Yeah, it seems like Jiang Qin will not be able to escape death. So many elders and sect masters are staring at Jiang Qin. Even if Jiang Qin is the reincarnation of the Nine Heavens God Emperor, he will not be able to escape today. It's a pinnacle divine tool. Even I don't have one. Why does this guy have so many pinnacle divine tools? A trace of greed rose in everyone's heart. Some of them were even surprised and angry. But what they couldn't change was that their desire for Jiang Qin was the scariest of all. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. When the storm hammer and meteor hammer appeared, Meng Fanping and Li Tianhua's faces slightly changed. This guy really had a lot of treasures. 2 heavenly divine tool hammers were things that even they were interested in. Who would complain about having more heavenly divine tools? They could not tell what kind of treasure Jiang Qin's sky dragon sword was, but when the sky dragon sword formed the little Ashura sword formation with the sword heart as the center, they suddenly realized that the meteor hammer and the storm hammer were not as good as the sky dragon sword in Jiang Qin's hands. What a terrifying sword. It can drive 2 heavenly deity weapons and 108 peak deity weapons. The sword is mine. Meng Fanping squinted his eyes and his pupils contracted. He did not know that even the 4 realm guardians behind him were shocked. Because Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword had obviously surpassed the heavenly divine tool. Good one, Jiang Qin. To think that you have such a terrifying thing. Then I shall use your divine tool to pay for my son's life. Li Tianhua was excited. At this moment even he was slightly moved. He stared at the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Qin's hand. Little Ashura sword formation, kill heavenly deities. Jiang Qin used the azure dragon's 5 steps, but he could only move 20 meters in the void. He could not fly in the sky at all. Even so, as soon as the little Ashura sword formation was formed, the sky and earth changed. Countless heavenly god realm experts held their breaths. Jiang Qin's little Ashura sword formation was terrifying. Hundreds of disciples were trapped within it. Even Xuanhuan Kanglin was panicking. Jiang Qin's little Ashura sword formation was obviously stronger than before. Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was going to kill all of these geniuses right here and now. Those who stand in my way shall die. Jiang Qin roared. The little Ashura sword formation was activated. Thousands of sword lights pierced through his chest. At this moment, Meng Fanping and the others knew how terrifying Jiang Qin's little Ashura sword formation was. Not many heavenly god realm experts could withstand it. No, I can't die. Sect lords, save me. I don't want to die. I have already walked out of the hidden secret realm. I am a genius of the Linha boundary. PFFF. 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 Thousands of swords pierced through the heart. Numerous terrifying lightning sword lights carried an incomparably murderous aura as they swept out horizontally and vertically, and even people that were 500 kilometers away could feel this extremely tragic scene and were terrified. Elder Meng, quick. This sword formation is too terrifying. We can't withstand it. Xuanhuan Kanglin's cry for help made those heavenly god realm elders realize what was going on. However, it was already too late. Because Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation had killed hundreds of people in an instant. Other than the hundreds of half-step heavenly god prodigies who were on the verge of death, hundreds of peak late true gods were killed in a blink of an eye within the little Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Not good. This kid's sword formation is too terrifying. We must kill him as soon as possible. Elders, quickly take action. Otherwise we won't be able to live anymore. Help. I don't want to die. I have climbed out of the hidden secret realm after so many hardships. I can't die. I can't. Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation had shown them what true fear was. At this moment, whether it was the sect masters or the elders of the major sects or the disciples of the Ashura sword formation, all of them were in a state of panic. Jiang Chen had killed hundreds of disciples with the power of the sword formation. It was a shocking and terrifying scene that made people's hair stand on end. Blood covered the corpses. Within the little Ashura sword formation, flesh and blood were flying everywhere. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely cold. Facing the peerless killing formation, his lips became colder and colder. You guys forced me to do this. Since you guys think that I'm the one who killed them, then I'll show it to you guys. What's the harm? Jiang Chen was never one to submit to adversity. So, he had gambled everything in this battle. Since they wanted to kill him, why should he show mercy? That's not mercy, that's cowardice. Jiang Chen was determined to kill. The terrifying sword formation was unleashing a massacre in all directions. Everyone felt a great pressure, even the heavenly god realm experts felt a great pressure at this moment. Because the little Ashura sword formation's dreadfulness was beyond their imagination. A single sword to the west, sweeping across all directions, thousands of swords returning to the origin, killing people like flies. Jiang Chen's dreadfulness was proven once again. Out of the 800 most outstanding disciples in the Linha boundary, 700 were killed by Jiang Chen in a day. Only less than 100 of them were left. All of them were half-step heavenly god realm experts. Only then could they withstand the sword formation. However, they still could not break the terrifying little Ashura sword formation. Everyone gather together and fight against this sword formation. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave this place alive. Xuanhuan Kanglin's words made every disciple feel hopeless. Obviously, even Xuanhuan Kanglin said such words. The sword formation was terrifying and it was not something they could withstand. Just a mere sword formation. Let's see how powerful you are. An early heavenly god realm elder took a step forward and approached Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. He wanted to break the sword formation by force, but he was sent flying away. A heavenly god realm expert could not do anything to the sword formation. Moreover, he was heavily injured by the rebounding force. Chapter 2445. What a terrifying sword formation. Meng Fangping's expression changed. At this moment, another 10 heavenly god realm elders rushed towards the formation. However, the result was the same. The little Ashura sword formation was actually this powerful. Following the death of the prodigies, it was a great loss to the Linha boundary. Every elder's heart was bleeding silently. Looks like I have to take action now. Meng Fangping's expression changed. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the little Ashura sword formation. He struck out with his palm, trying to shake the little Ashura sword formation. However, the formation did not budge at all. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Meng Fangping finally took action. He should be the strongest expert on the scene, a half-step divine king. This was the strength that only the 4 realm guardians could achieve. Even Jiang Qingzi and Li Tianhua were only at the peak of late heavenly god realm. However, Meng Fangping, who was a half-step divine king, could make Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation tremble slightly. It's not easy to break my sword formation, Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. He stood proudly in the sword formation and did not move an inch. Little brat, this is not the place for you to behave atrociously, Meng Fangping said coldly. He struck out 3 more times, but he still could not break Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. At this moment, Meng Fangping's expression became solemn. He looked at Li Tianhua and Jiang Qingzi and said, "What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for this fella to kill all the prodigies of the Linhe boundary before you guys take action?" Jiang Qingzi and Li Tianhua looked at each other after hearing Meng Fanping's words. They then rushed towards Jiang Chen. The three of them joined forces to resist against Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. However, it was still unshakable. Even though the little Ashura sword formation was completely suppressed by the three of them, it was still able to resist them. What a terrifying sword formation. This fella has too many secrets. Even our Ghost Eye sect has never heard of such a terrifying formation. Li Tianhua shouted in a deep voice, his eyes were cold. Jiang Chen's sword formation had piqued his curiosity. If this sword formation was used by Jiang Chen, it would be possible for him to kill the 4 great realm guardians. At that time, it would be even easier for him to kill Meng Fanping. Li Tianhua's heart was also filled with greed. The sword and the formation were Jiang Chen's treasures. In his opinion, Jiang Chen did not deserve to own these things. Li Tianhua, even you can't see the secret of this sword formation? Meng Fanping said. Even though the three of them joined forces to suppress Jiang Chen's sword formation, they could not break it. Jiang Chen's heart was incomparably heavy. This was his last resort. If the little Ashura sword formation was completely broken, then he would be completely defeated. The ancestral dragon pagoda could protect him for a while, but it could not protect him forever. Even if he hid in the ancestral dragon pagoda, he would still be targeted. Moreover, the ancestral dragon emperor and Red Lotus were both in a deep sleep. Jiang Chen had no choice but to fight with them. "I don't believe that I can't break this sword formation." Meng Fanping snorted. The azure dragon saber in his hand was raised. It was a terrifying heavenly divine tool. The azure dragon saber landed in the sky and collided with the Ashura sword formation. However, it did not break Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation. The killing intent in Jiang Chen's eyes intensified. Killing one was a profit. Jiang Chen would never show any mercy. "Go to hell. This is the price you should pay." Jiang Chen exerted all his strength. Terrifying swords flew out from the Ashura sword formation. More than 10 people were killed by Jiang Chen. "No. Don't. That's my Lingyun sect's disciple. It's over." The only genius disciple of our heavenly god sect was killed by Jiang Chen. "He's a demon." Jiang Chen's face was pale. He grinned hideously. Looking at those crazy guys, he did not show any mercy. In the little Ashura sword formation, the despair in those people's eyes did not move Jiang Chen. They only had themselves to blame. Since they had done it, they would never regret it. Jiang Chen would never bow his head. Moreover, it was all of them who forced Jiang Chen into a hopeless situation step by step. The deaths of those people were caused by themselves. Jiang Chen killed in all directions. 800 disciples were reduced to less than 80 now. More and more people were left with only fear in their hearts. Jiang Chen ate 3 spirit-severing life-prolonging elixirs in a row. The wood spirit was also operated to the extreme by him. However, it was still difficult for him to maintain the terrifying little Ashura sword formation. After all, the sword formation consumed too much divine power. However, Jiang Chen did not have the strength to continue controlling it. Li Tianhua could also see Jiang Chen's current state of decline. It wouldn't take long for him to be completely defeated. Moreover, he would be playing with his own hands. The Ashura sword formation wasn't something that he could maintain for a long period of time. "You're just an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's see how long you can last." Jiang Qingzi sneered. The 3 experts attacked together and forcefully suppressed Jiang Chen. After forcefully using the sword formation, Jiang Chen's divine power was completely exhausted. "Now let's see what else you can do." Meng Fanping raised his azure dragon saber and slashed down once again. A meteor-like saber light streaked across the sky. The might of a half-step divine king was unstoppable. Jiang Chen's sword formation completely collapsed at this moment. He no longer had any divine power left to support the terrifying little Ashura sword formation. Although the sword formation was strong, it required a huge amount of divine power. Blood flowed out from the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. The little Ashura sword formation was broken and he was finally defeated. The elders of Clearstream sect, Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect attacked with all their might to defeat Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was filled with glory. No one dared to underestimate Jiang Chen anymore. Those early heavenly god realm elders were shocked. Jiang Chen's dreadfulness made them realize what a true monstrous genius was. Unfortunately, they suffered a great loss in this battle. Less than 80 of the 800 disciples that came out from the hidden secret realm were left. Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation was too dreadful. If it was not for the lack of divine power, even Ming Fanping might not be able to break the little Ashura sword formation. Damn it. If I had the strength of a heavenly god, I would have killed all of you half-step divine kings. Chapter 2446. Jiang Qin did not regret it because he had done what he should do. He would never be wronged. Since he was wronged, he would seek revenge in his own way. You're about to die, but you're still so arrogant. Looks like you don't know what it's like to live a life worse than death. Li Tianhua sneered. Hand this guy over to our Ghost Eye sect. I will let him know what it's like to live a life worse than death. You're really honest? Ask him to hand over all his treasures and we'll send them to your Ghost Eye sect. What do you think? Jiang Qingzi said with a smile. Jiang Qingzi, what do you mean by that? Do you think that I, the elder of Ghost Eye sect, would covet the treasures of this junior? What a joke. An honest man does not do underhanded things. Now that Jiang Qin has nowhere to run, it's not up to you to decide what to do. Jiang Qingzi said indifferently. Kill him. Cut him into 1,000 pieces. That's right, death by 1,000 cuts. Kill him now, torture his soul for 10,000 years, and grind his bones to ashes. Our disciple must not die in vain. Jiang Qin's massacre had aroused everyone's anger. They could only watch their genius disciple being killed in Jiang Qin's Ashura formation. One could imagine how painful it was. If we don't kill Jiang Qin, the hatred in everyone's heart will not be appeased. Then this guy must die. Ming Fanping pointed his blade at Jiang Qin. A chilling intent struck Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. Death was approaching him step by step. Kill Jiang Qin. Kill Jiang Qin. Kill him. Shouts and shouts could be heard continuously. Jiang Qin had offended the masses and killed all the sects in the Linhe boundary. Although Jiang Qin was defeated in this battle, it was a glorious defeat that shocked the entire Linhe boundary. Jiang Qin. Profound Feng sect is unable to protect you. I feel guilty. Xian Qingming took a deep breath, but he couldn't do anything. He could only watch as Jiang Qin was killed by Meng Fanping's group. Jiang Qin, let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. You can finally die in peace. Xuanhuan Kanglin sneered. Once Jiang Qin died, the damned Zulong Tower would not be able to suppress him anymore. Moreover, the ancestral Dragon Emperor's soul would also disappear. It would be impossible for Jiang Qin to fight against him. This time so many people had died. He had underestimated Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's lightning-fast methods and his world-destroying sword formation were extremely murderous. At this moment, the scene outside of the hidden secret realm was desolate. Because Jiang Qin had killed almost all the disciples. There were less than 80 disciples left. This was the most terrifying incident in the history of the hidden secret realm. The number of survivors was less than 1%. More than 10,000 disciples had died here. Jiang Qin, you can finally die in peace now. You've killed innocent disciples. It's bloody and cruel. This is your fate. Jiang Qingzi said faintly as he walked towards Jiang Qin. Now, everyone saw Jiang Qin as a thorn in their eyes. It was impossible for him to leave this place alive. Hand over the sword in your hand. Perhaps you can die in one piece, Li Tianhua said with a smile. His gentleness was filled with coldness, causing people to shiver. What if I say that I'm not satisfied? Jiang Qin said. You're not satisfied? So what if you're not satisfied? Could it be that you can still fight against all of us? Don't be too naive. You're like a turtle in a jar now. Surrender and perhaps you can die with dignity. Of course, it's not a bad idea to refine you into a corpse puppet. Li Tianhua sneered, his eyes burning. There are so many of you bullying a junior. I can't stand it anymore. A cold voice sounded in the ears of Jiang Qin and the others. It was none other than the white-robed sword god, Shuiliang. Who are you? Jiang Qingzi said in a deep voice. The white-robed sword god, Shuiliang. Shuiliang's words made many people gasp. No one had expected that this person who came out from the hidden secret realm would dare to face the elders of the three sects without any fear. You're the white-robed sword god Shuiliang? Li Tianhua said in a deep voice. The #1 genius of the Forgotten Sword Tomb, known as the most powerful monstrous talent in the Linhe boundary for 100 years. He's invincible and has never tasted defeat. His strength can even challenge the experts of the older generation. Not bad, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Meng Fanping said. At this moment, many people looked solemn. They did not expect this white-robed youth to have such a terrifying identity. The white-robed sword god, just like his name, incomparably domineering. It's been so many years. The forgotten sword tomb has not appeared in the world. I thought that people would have forgotten the existence of the forgotten sword tomb. Xueliang said faintly. The forgotten sword tomb is unparalleled in the world. Although it's not as good as the Clear Stream sect, it's still a big sect of the older generation. He, the white-robed sword god, such a young talent has brought glory to the people of the Linhe boundary. Meng Fanping said with a fake smile. The people of the Linhe boundary will decide who's strong and who's weak. Xueliang did not want to be outdone. Jiang Qin did not expect that Xueliang would stand out at this moment. However, he did not know whether Xueliang wanted to help him or not. Alright, this kind of thing is not something that a junior like you can decide. Meng Fanping said with a smile. I want Jiang Chen's man. Do you think that the Forgotten Sword Tomb has the strength? Meng Fanping suddenly shook his head and looked at Xueliang. I want to try. Xueliang shrugged. I'm sorry to disappoint you. The Forgotten Sword Tomb does not have this face. Meng Fanping and Xueliang looked at each other and smiled. Xueliang, I will remember you. Jiang Qin looked at Xueliang and said, I think you will be the one to challenge me. You're the only interesting person in the Linhe boundary. If you die, I will be so lonely. Xueliang and Jiang Qin looked into each other's eyes. At this moment, Jiang Qin could see that Xueliang seemed to have known everything. His eyes were full of trust, but he did not stand out to tell the truth. Jiang Qin did not blame him because even if he told the truth, there would be no result. Jiang Qin had killed everyone in the hidden secret realm. It was hard to change the fact that Jiang Qin had committed the murder of everyone in the hidden secret realm. Moreover, Jiang Qin had accused Jiang Qin himself. If I don't die, who in the Linhe boundary can stop me? You. You're indeed strong, but I'm destined to be stronger than you. Jiang Qin said with an arrogant expression. You're already at death's door, but you're still so arrogant. Jiang Qin, it seems like you won't rest until you're dead. Do you really think that no one in this world can defeat you? Chapter 2447. Pity, you won't be able to make a comeback. Xuanhuan Kanglin pretended to sigh. You might not be able to laugh till the end. Sword god Xueliang and Xuanhuan Kanglin looked at each other and smiled. I'm very fortunate to be born in this era. You guys are destined to be my green leaves. Jiang Chen's smile was extremely mellow. I will remember every single one of you today. I, Jiang Chen, will repay you tenfold in the future. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. At this moment, sword god Xueliang was filled with interest. Jiang Chen, I hope that you can still bring me more surprises, just like in the hidden secret realm, where you single-handedly annihilated the Tao Tai beast. As you wish. Jiang Chen smiled. Today I, Jiang Chen, will give Linhe boundary a big slap in the face. Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect, Divine Pill sect, the day I, Jiang Chen, return will be the day your sects perish. Today's humiliation will be washed away by the entire Linhe boundary. Jiang Chen swore in his heart. At this moment, no one could shake his determination. Today's humiliation was caused by millions of people. His injustice will be avenged one day. Only with strength could everything be cleared. The weak will only be sacrificed. Jiang Chen stopped daydreaming. Don't tell me you want to run away from the elders of 100 sects? Jiang Qingzi snorted at Jiang Chen's arrogance. Then let's try. Jiang Chen then raised the dawn sky golden lightning. Everyone's expression changed. Even the heavenly god realm experts felt suffocated. Only Meng Fanping and the four realm guardians remained calm as they had already reached the threshold of the half-step divine king realm. Although the dawn sky golden lightning was a heavenly lightning, they could still resist it. If this is your trump card, you can give up. You are indeed talented to have heaven lightning, but this dawn sky golden lightning isn't enough for you to dominate the world. As he spoke, Meng Fanping had already made his move. He went straight for Jiang Chen because he didn't have the patience to continue wasting time with Jiang Chen. Really? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. In the face of Meng Fanping's attack, terrifying thunder force once again appeared in his right hand. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning appeared, causing colors to flash in the sky. The four realm guardians' expressions flickered, and Meng Fanping was sent tumbling backward. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in Jiang Chen's hand was already capable of threatening his life. My 9 stars tribulation lightning. Xuanhuan Kanglin's pupils shrunk. At this moment, his expression changed drastically. He could clearly feel that the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was many times stronger than when he was controlling it. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Meng Fanping's mouth was slightly dry. If he were to act alone and Jiang Qin decided to perish together with him, even a half-step divine king would suffer a great loss. For seniors, I hope that you will attack together with me. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in that brat's hand is something that only the 5 of us will be able to control. The 4 realm guardians looked at each other, feeling a great threat. Jiang Qin's strength wasn't even at the heavenly god realm. Only the 4 of them could subdue him. As soon as the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning appeared, hundreds of heavenly god realm experts trembled. This fella has such a terrifying heavenly lightning? How did he get it? Won't the heavenly lightning bite back? He's a monster. Even a god emperor won't be able to save him if the heavenly lightning bite back. He's playing with fire. But if he unleashes the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, this region will become hell on earth. Such a terrifying fella. Is he really just a disciple of the profound Feng sect? Countless people sighed. Jiang Qin held the dawn sky golden lightning in one hand and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in the other. His terrifying aura swept across the entire hidden secret realm. Within 100 li, lightning flashed and dark clouds surged. Seniors, thank you for your trouble. Meng Fanping said. It's our duty to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. This kid is too monstrous and has committed too many sins. He should be put to death. The leader of the realm guardians said solemnly. Now you won't be able to escape even if you have a heavenly technique. With the seniors here, your 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning won't be able to be unleashed. Meng Fanping's heart was as steady as Mount Tai with the help of the 4 realm guardians. No one can make me lower my head, not even the heavens. Jiang Qin sneered. At this moment he made a terrifying move. Everyone at the scene, including the 4 realm guardians and Meng Fanping, held their breaths. If 2 types of heavenly lightning were to be fused together, what would the result be? Meng Fanping's smile came to an abrupt halt. This was something that no one dared to attempt. To be able to control one type of lightning for one's own use was already the result of 10 lifetimes of cultivation. Controlling 2 types of lightning at the same time without suffering the slightest bit of backlash was simply unheard of. No one knew what would happen when 2 heaven lightnings were merged together. Because no one dared to try it. Merging 2 heaven lightnings was like playing with fire. Jiang Qin, you dare? Meng Fanping took a deep breath and his expression froze. I've never tried it before, but I want to try. It's not easy for you guys to force me to this point. I can only do it reluctantly. Jiang Qin smiled. You dare. Meng Fanping shouted and attacked together with the 4 realm guardians. In an instant they surrounded Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold. You guys forced me to do this. How many of you can survive will depend on your luck. Jiang Qin didn't know if he could successfully fuse with the lightning. If he failed, then he would be done for. But if he succeeded, fusing with the lightning would become his strongest trump card. Go to hell. Whoever wants me to die, I'll send them to the 18 levels of purgatory. Jiang Qin roared. The dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning fused instantly. Terrifying lightning swept across 1,000 miles. It was dazzling like a rainbow. When the 2 heaven lightnings fused together, the entire twisted forest seemed to have become a sea of lightning. Light flashed and lightning flashed. The heaven lightnings descended, shocking the world. After the heaven lightnings fused, the rainbow light was like the lightning that could destroy the world. It landed heavily on everyone's chest. A deep sense of suffocation appeared in everyone's chest. Meng Fanping and the 4 realm guardians were the first to bear the brunt. They worked together to defend, but the terrifying power of the lightning still swept out. Within 100 miles, lightning surged and fire burned for 800 miles. Jiang Qin looked at this scene in a daze. Even he didn't expect the heaven lightnings to fuse together to explode with such terrifying power. This power seemed to be the purest and most primitive power of lightning in the world. It swallowed the sky and lightning spread for thousands of miles. Even Meng Fanping and the 4 realm guardians used their full strength to resist, but they still couldn't stop the spread of the heaven lightnings. It was like thunder exploding on the ground, sweeping 1,000 miles. Countless people covered their heads and fled. Countless people were terrified. Their corpses were torn to shreds. It was too horrible to look at. Killing, pressing forward, soaring into the sky. Ah! I succeeded. I want to fuse with the lightning to surpass the peak. With the 7-colored sky devouring lightning in my hand, I can strike whoever I want. Chapter 2448. What a huge commotion. That's the direction of the hidden secret realm. Is there a huge commotion in the hidden secret realm this time? It's hard to say. There was a ray of light that shot up to the sky earlier. No one could catch it. Maybe there's going to be a huge commotion now. Looks like the hidden secret realm that has been silent for so many years has finally given the world a surprise. I'm not sure. I have a bad feeling about this. The hidden secret realm is like a bomb. I won't be surprised if something happens to it. Many people in the ancient dragon city saw the earth-shattering thunderstorm. Such a huge commotion caused countless heavenly god realm experts to rush to the sky outside the ancient dragon city. Their hearts were filled with doubt and anxiety. What kind of disaster would this terrifying thunderstorm bring? What kind of devil would be born? It would definitely affect the hearts of the experts in the ancient dragon city. The entire forest had turned into a living hell at this moment. Under the thunderstorm, lightning flashed across thousands of li. The terrifying thunderbolt was like a punishment from the heavens. The fusion of two types of heavenly lightning had also gathered a lot of terrifying thunderbolts. The explosive impact was like the collision of planets. At this moment, everyone felt like they had experienced the end of the world. 137 heavenly gods died in this battle. 42 sect lords became cannon fodder. 95 sect elders died on the spot. It was a tragic scene. If it wasn't for Ming Fanping and the 4 realm guardians, the casualties would have been even greater. Who would have thought that a late true god kid would have such a powerful technique? The heavenly lightning was invincible and unstoppable. Hundreds of sects had suffered great losses. Many of the sect lords and elders who were the mainstays of the sect had fallen. It was imaginable that the entire Linha boundary would be plunged into a bloody storm from now on. The Linha boundary was destined to become a chaotic place. Jiang Chen's eyes were flickering with terrifying lightning. At this moment, he had exhausted the last bit of strength in his body to perform the lightning fusion that he was not sure if he could succeed. However, the result was that he was lucky to see such a terrifying scene. Jiang Chen was getting more and more excited. He did not have any mercy. These people deserved to die. They had forced him into a dead end. Then they should be taught a good lesson. During this period of time, Jiang Chen protected the people that he wanted to protect with the lightning, saving Shen Qingming and the others. But even so, Jiang Chen could not control the lightning as he wished. Shen Qingming and the others were still injured. But compared to those who died without a burial place and were turned into ashes by the lightning, they were in a much better condition. I've succeeded. From now on, I'll definitely step onto the path of fusing with lightning. I'll devour heavenly lightning, I'll fuse with lightning. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me. I will definitely turn Linha boundary upside down. Jiang Chen sneered. The coldness in his eyes showed his anger. There was nothing for him to stay in Linha boundary. Now that he had offended all the sects in Linha boundary, there was no place for him to stay. Linha boundary was huge, but compared to the divine world, it was just a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning at all. Jiang Chen was like a dragon swimming in the vast ocean. Looking at the entire forest, it had turned into a scorched land. There was a pungent smell everywhere. Hundreds of experts had died. Of the remaining 80 disciples, another 60 were lost in this battle, leaving only 20 or so disciples. Thousands of sects in Linha boundary had suffered a great loss in this battle. Some sects were destined to be annihilated in this war, disappearing in the river of history. He's a demon, a demon. How could this be? Is this guy still human? It's over, it's all over. Some of them even started to cry. The scene was too horrifying. Who would have thought that a late true god could create such a terrifying thunderstorm that could destroy the heavens and earth? The tragic scene was unbearable to look at. Some of them were terrified. Jiang Chen's act of violence had shocked the world. The whole Linha boundary would remember this tragic day. The sect lord and the elders who were killed had died with hatred in their hearts. The facts had proven that they had made a mistake that they were still unaware of, and that was that Jiang Chen was not someone they could provoke. These high and mighty sect executives had never realized that Jiang Chen was a malignant tumor in their eyes. Jiang Chen, we have underestimated him. Cough cough. Ren Yuanzi coughed. His face was pale. In the thunderstorm just now, he almost died. Luckily, Jiang Chen did not completely lose his humanity and annihilate the remaining 2 people of the Heavenly Star sect in the thunderstorm. The Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects were not pushed into the abyss by Jiang Chen. This was a favor to Shen Qingming and also his repayment to Ling Long. Now, I would rather believe that Jiang Chen was wronged. Old ancestor Di Long sighed. Although he and Ren Yuanzi were both mid-heavenly god realm, without Jiang Chen's protection, they would have died in this thunderstorm. Old ancestor Di Long knew that if Jiang Chen was really merciless, they would have been dead by now. Jiang Chen, you'll always be the pride of Profound Feng's sect. Xian Qingming stood proudly. But at this moment he knew that it might just be his own wishful thinking. Jiang Chen had chosen to leave Profound Feng's sect. He was no longer a disciple of Profound Feng's sect. Qing Lianzi's figure was as steady as Mount Tai. Her beautiful face and white clothes were spotless. Beside her, Yuki Chihian also lowered her head quietly. She knew that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen who protected them at the last moment, she would have died. She was a peak early heavenly god. How could she be stronger than those mid-heavenly gods who died? Perhaps you're right. This fella is a devil incarnate. From this moment onwards, the whole Linha boundary will be in chaos. Qing Lianzi murmured and sighed. She looked at Yuki Chihian. She could not see through her fate. Perhaps she would be closely linked to that devil incarnate. She did not know if it was good or bad. Damn fella. Jiang Chen, can't I kill you? Xuanhuan Kanglin said while gritting his teeth. He slowly stood up from the ashes. Even though he did not want to admit it, he was still afraid of Jiang Chen. He was afraid that no one in the entire Linha boundary would be able to cause such a huge commotion, except for this bastard. The corner of sword god Shuai Yang's mouth curved into a smile. Jiang Chen had given him an incomparably shocking surprise after all. But to most of the people it was a shock. Chapter 2449. Jiang Chen, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Meng Fanping said with a gloomy expression. His face was pale and he was in a sorry state. The four realm guardians were not in a better state than him. Jiang Chen's thunderstorm had given them a hard slap on their faces. This slap meant that they had already regarded Jiang Chen as their #1 enemy. Jiang Chen, my Ghost Eye sect will not let you live under the same sky. Li Tianhua's roar shook the sky and his face was ashen. Now, not only the three great sects, but hundreds and thousands of sects in the Linha boundary were offended by Jiang Chen. His name would surely sweep across the entire Linha boundary like a sudden clap of thunder. My divine pill sect will find you even if you have to go to the ends of the earth. Jiang Qingzi gritted his teeth. His face was covered in dust. Obviously he had suffered a great loss. Jiang Chen had unleashed a terrifying thunderstorm at the brink of death. It had instantly turned the situation around and caught them off guard. This kid is too monstrous and ruthless. We must kill him as soon as possible. The leader of the Realm Guardians shouted. This was the first time they, the Supreme Realm Guardians, had suffered such humiliation in the past millions of years. Moreover, they were defeated by a late true god kid. This was unbearable. We'll settle our scores in the future. Jiang Chen's voice pierced through the sky, causing countless sect elders to tremble. Everyone knew that the terrifying thunderstorm had destroyed everyone's confidence. Countless experts were left in the dust. Jiang Chen alone had killed so many experts, 137 heavenly god realm experts. Who would dare to believe such a feat? Jiang Chen had already escaped from the messy twisted jungle, leaving behind a desolate scene. At this moment, the whole Linha boundary was doomed to be in a miserable state. However, when they wanted to look for Jiang Chen, the latter had already escaped. Meng Fanping glanced at the four realm guardians and nodded his head solemnly, saying, I announce, from this moment onwards, my Clear Stream sect is willing to join forces with the experts of the Linha boundary to form the 100 Sect Alliance. We only have one goal, to kill Jiang Chen. To kill. My Clear Stream sect will be the first to join. My Ghost Eye sect will also join. Divine Pill sect will join. Overlord sect will join. Me too. Hundreds of sects roared at the same time, condemning Jiang Chen. At this moment, Meng Fanping raised his arm and got everyone's support. One could see that Jiang Chen had become like a rat on the street in the Linha boundary. This incident had shocked the whole Linha boundary. Moreover, all the sects' younger generation had suffered a heavy blow. Apart from the big sects, all of them had suffered a heavy blow. The next generation that they had spent so much effort to nurture had either died in the hidden secret realm or were killed by Jiang Chen. The ordinary sects had reached the point where they were short of manpower. Alright, since it's like this, I, Meng Fanping, swear to kill Jiang Chen. From today onwards, everyone in the Linha boundary has the right to kill Jiang Chen. My 100 Sect Alliance will definitely kill Jiang Chen. I don't believe that we, the 8 great sects of the Linha boundary, will be intimidated by a kid that's not even a heavenly god. Meng Fanping's eyes were filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen had offended the public, he had become the public enemy of the entire Linha boundary. Although Jiang Chen managed to escape, I'm afraid he won't be able to go far in the future. Ren Yuanzi sighed. Although he did not join the 100-sect alliance, he knew what it meant. Jiang Chen would have a hard time in the Linhe boundary in the future. Moreover, he might not even be able to leave the Linhe boundary. Chapter 2450. Quick, I heard that something good is going to be auctioned today. Maybe it was brought out by those people from the hidden secret realm. Brought out from the hidden secret realm? Stop dreaming. Don't you know that Jiang Chen single-handedly defeated everyone in the hidden secret realm, including the sect elders and even the hidden realm guardian? But in the end he still suffered a great loss. Only less than 20 of the 10,000 prodigies were left. It's a great irony and a great tragedy. Jiang Chen said with a smile. That's right, it's a great tragedy. That's right, Sai. What else can we do? Looks like the Linhe boundary is going to be in chaos. The 100-sect alliance has been formed to kill Jiang Chen, the devil incarnate. Now, the Linhe boundary is in chaos, the whole ancient dragon city is in a state of panic. I'm curious, who is this Jiang Chen to have such great means? The Linhe boundary that has been peaceful for thousands of years is finally going to be lively again. I hope that this Jiang Chen is not too weak, but I guess he won't be able to escape from the 100-sect alliance. There were many people gathered at the entrance of the Gathering Destiny House. They were all talking about Jiang Chen. Some admired him, some slandered him. After all, Jiang Chen had offended hundreds of sects during the battle in the Twisted Jungle. Many of the sect lords were even killed by Jiang Chen. Everyone knew about this. Jiang Chen would not be able to hide from the 100-sect alliance. I'm sorry, brother, please excuse me. A young man wearing a bamboo hat said. He was Jiang Chen. Currently, Jiang Chen did not have anything valuable on him. The divine origin stones that he had were all used up. The most important thing for him now was to continue to improve his strength. He needed to at least reach the half-step heavenly god realm to be able to protect himself. Otherwise, he would need to use all of his strength to fight against an early heavenly god. Jiang Chen would not be able to do anything in the Linhe boundary. I want to auction it. Jiang Chen said faintly. It's you again. What's your name again? Young Master Jiang, right? What good stuff is there this time? The staff member said with a smile. Of course he had forgotten Jiang Chen's name, but he recognized his voice. Otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. I want to find Ziluo. You can't make the decision. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He sat on the chair and poured himself a cup of tea. The tea was always hot. This teapot was made with divine origin stones. The divine origin power could always ensure the temperature of the tea. This was the first time Jiang Chen saw something like this. All right, young Master Jiang, please wait a moment. Not long after, Jiang Chen was invited into the inner hall. Ziluo was dressed in a purple robe. Her clothes fluttered gracefully in the wind, and there was not a single speck of dust on her. Her delicate eyebrows revealed a dignified expression as she said in a low voice, You dare return to the ancient dragon city? Do you really want to die? Ziluo looked worried. The most dangerous place is the safest place, isn't it? I need divine origin stones. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Ziluo shook her head and looked at Jiang Chen without blinking. Aren't you afraid that I'll report you? Do you know that as long as someone can provide you with clues, there'll be a reward of 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones? Am I that worthless? 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones? Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. You're really a lunatic. Ziluo saw how confident Jiang Chen was. She knew that Jiang Chen had really killed countless sect lords and 10,000 genius disciples of the Linhe boundary. Who would believe such a glorious battle record? It could only be described as terrifying. When Ziluo first heard the news, she could not believe that it was done by Jiang Chen. Was it really the fella who had the divine weapon? Now that she saw Jiang Chen again, Ziluo could not help but believe it. Because Jiang Chen's strength had increased by a lot. In just a year's time he had reached the late true god realm from the peak late void god realm. However, killing hundreds of heavenly god realm experts and tens of thousands of genius disciples was still unimaginable. Only a lunatic can understand the world of a lunatic. Not even a genius can understand it. Ziluo silently stared at Jiang Chen and let out a sigh. How much do you want? I can barely gather 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones for you. Ziluo's words stunned Jiang Chen. Do you think that I'm here to ask for divine origin stones and run away? Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Why do you think that I will run away? Then what do you want? Ziluo frowned and blushed. This time she was thinking too much. Even someone as mature, steady and elegant as she was couldn't guess what Jiang Chen was thinking at the moment. I want to increase my strength as soon as possible. Plus, I will not run away. I want to fight against all the old sects of the Linha boundary. I will not rest until I die. Jiang Chen said with a cold look in his eyes. His voice was calm, but Ziluo's heart was in turmoil when she heard his words. You're only at the late true god realm. Do you really not know how strong the old sects are? Among the 10 great sects, there are at least dozens of heavenly god realm experts. Some even have hundreds of heavenly god realm experts. Plus, the sect lords of the 3 great sects are all divine king realm experts. Although you managed to chase away the half-step divine king realm guardian, it does not mean that you have the strength to challenge a divine king. Ziluo said worriedly. Jiang Chen's actions were like throwing an egg against a rock, like a moth flying into a flame. I believe that you might have the ability after 100 years. But now you're still too weak. Thank you. But I, Jiang Chen, am such a person. No one can change my mind once I've made up my mind. Since they want to kill me so badly, I will play a game of cat and mouse with them. I can kill more than 100 of their heavenly god realm experts. I will be able to fight against them. The killing intent in Jiang Chen's eyes was frigid. My heart is like the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Since they say that I'm a madman who kills without blinking, then I'll show them how crazy I am. Linha boundary is not enough to trap me. I will go on a killing spree and show them who the real devil is. Ziluo turned silent. She could see that Jiang Chen had suffered a great grievance. The resolute look in his eyes was heart-wrenching. He shouldn't have been a man who would kill so many people, right? But he was forced into a desperate situation by countless sections. A cornered dog will jump over a wall. A mouse will bite when it's cornered, let alone a human. It was hard to say whether Jiang Chen's actions were right or wrong, but at least from his point of view, it was a vengeance, a desperate counterattack, a path that would never have a path of retreat. It's good that you're alive. Chapter 2451. Take a look and see how much this pill is worth. With a flip of his hand, Jiang Chen took out a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. At this moment, Ziluo's eyes lit up. She stared at the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill in shock. Ziluo took a deep breath and her chest heaved up and down. It was a spectacular sight. Her big watery eyes were fixed on the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. This is an immortal-grade pill? Ziluo could not suppress the shock in her heart. An immortal-grade pill was much stronger than a supreme-grade pill. Moreover, even the worst immortal-grade pill was priceless. It was normal for an immortal-grade pill to be auctioned for 100,000 to 200,000 gold coins. Jiang Chen's spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was definitely not an ordinary pill. It was extremely effective for experts below the Divine King realm. Even for ordinary Divine Kings, it was extremely beneficial. After all, an immortal-grade pill was something that could only be found by luck. That's right. I got this from the hidden secret realm. How much do you think this immortal-grade pill is worth? The starting price should be at least 80,000 high-grade divine origin stones. But I think the final price should not be lower than 150,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Ziluo said with a serious expression. What if all 5 of them are auctioned together? Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Ziluo sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Jiang Chen with a pair of starry eyes. You're telling the truth? Ziluo said in a trembling voice. 5 immortal-grade pills, it was a huge fortune. Ziluo did not doubt him at all because it was Jiang Chen who brought them out from the hidden secret realm. 800,000 to 1 million high-grade divine origin stones. I can guarantee it. Alright, I'll give you this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. The spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, as the name suggested, was a type of immortal-grade pill that could extend one's lifespan and increase one's lifespan. It was the best for half-step divine kings and peak heavenly gods who were at the end of their lifespan. If an ordinary person were to eat it, not only would it change their physique, it would also increase their potential. Jiang Chen flipped his hand, and 6 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills appeared in his hand. Now I'm even more confident that this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill will definitely fetch a price that you can't even imagine. Ziluo smiled. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was definitely one of the best immortal-grade medicinal pills. Jiang Chen's trip to the hidden secret realm was really fruitful. Aren't there 6? Ziluo was slightly taken aback. The other one is for you. Jiang Chen smiled. What? For me? Ziluo found it hard to believe that Jiang Chen would actually give her an immortal-grade pill. Since you didn't report me, I definitely have to bribe you. This immortal-grade pill is my gift to you. I trust you. Jiang Chen placed the 6 immortal-grade medicinal pills in Ziluo's hand and held her hand tightly, not giving her a chance to reject. Ziluo blushed. She could not hide her excitement as her hand was held by Jiang Chen. She had been working hard for the family for so many years, but she only managed to accumulate less than 100,000 immortal-grade medicinal pills. It was already a terrifying amount of wealth. But in Jiang Chen's hand, an immortal-grade medicinal pill was more than that. It was impossible to say that she was not excited. Moreover, the effect of this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was miraculous. It would be immeasurable for her future cultivation. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. I've already become a killing maniac, but you're still willing to trust me. This means that I'm not useless. Jiang Chen smiled. Don't worry. I will definitely fetch a price that will shock you. Ziluo was full of confidence. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill would definitely make all the old guys in the ancient dragon city who were nearing the end of their lifespans go berserk. However, I have an idea. I want to exchange high-grade divine origin stones for supreme-grade divine origin stones. Is there any difficulty? You want the supreme-grade divine origin stone? Top-grade divine essence stones, if used for cultivation, were not as cost-effective as high-grade divine essence stones. Moreover, a piece of supreme-grade divine origin stone would at most have the energy of 5000 to 6000 high-grade divine origin stones. However, it would take 10,000 high-grade divine origin stones to exchange for one supreme-grade divine origin stone. Moreover, I reckon that you won't be able to absorb the pure energy in the supreme-grade divine origin stone. You'll need to at least reach the half-step divine king realm to be able to absorb the energy in the supreme-grade divine origin stone. Moreover, rare things like supreme-grade divine origin stones rarely circulate in ancient Dragon City. Ziluo frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything definite. I want this supreme-grade divine origin stone. I have great use for it. Jiang Chen looked at Ziluo solemnly. The supreme-grade divine origin stone was the foundation of the Little Ashura sword formation. If he could use the supreme-grade divine origin stone as the foundation of the Little Ashura sword formation, he would save a lot of effort. Moreover, he would not have to worry about his divine power being sucked dry by the Little Ashura sword formation. 10 pieces of supreme-grade divine origin stones could barely build the foundation of the Little Ashura sword formation. Even Jiang Chen's heart was bleeding. However, he needed the supreme-grade divine origin stones if he wanted to go on a killing spree. I'll give it a try. If those old farts who are at the end of their lifespans come out, they might be able to get some supreme-grade divine origin stones. Moreover, don't get your hopes up too high. Ziluo said. All right. Jiang Chen said. I might need 3 days. I need to spread the news about the immortal grade pill. Then more people will join in. The immortal grade pill is good stuff. Those old farts in ancient Dragon City will definitely not let it go. Ziluo smiled. Then I'll wait for your good news. Where are you planning to go these few days? There are people everywhere in ancient Dragon City. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still be in danger. Why don't you stay in my room first? 3 days later, after you get the divine origin stones, you will leave ancient Dragon City as soon as possible. Ziluo's face was as red as a tomato. No one had ever stepped into her room before. However, this was just a temporary measure. After all, Ziluo was worried about Jiang Chen. If he left the Gathering Destiny house, many people would definitely target him. Jiang Chen might not be safe now. Then, I'll do as you say. Jiang Chen smiled embarrassedly. Although it wasn't a good idea to go to a girl's room, he had no other choice. Chapter 2452. The entire ancient Dragon City was in an uproar when the immortal grade pill appeared. No one doubted the power of an immortal grade pill. Moreover, the Gathering Destiny house announced that it could prolong the lifespan of a peak heavenly god or a half-step divine king by 10 years. This was the biggest attraction of the pill. What was the scariest thing for a cultivator? Time, only time. As long as you haven't reached the Emperor realm, you will forever be eliminated by the passage of time. Once your time is up, there's nothing you can do. No matter how strong you are, you will still have to face death one day. Unless you can become an emperor one day, a peerless god emperor is an immortal existence. As soon as the effects of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill were revealed, the entire ancient Dragon City became anxious. Those peak heavenly gods and half-step divine kings who were resting in the ancient Dragon City were all restless. Because the next immortal grade pill might be the most crucial step for them to break through the shackles of their cultivation. It could prolong one's lifespan and prolong one's lifespan. It's not something that a divine origin stone or a divine tool could compare to. Especially when a person is about to die, time is their only hope. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire Ziluo's marketing skills. In just 3 days, the news of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill had spread far and wide. There were even people from the surrounding cities who came to compete for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. To think that such a terrifying pill would appear in the ancient dragon city before Jiang Chen, the devil incarnate's limelight has passed. It's enough to make those peak heavenly god realm old fellas go crazy. You're right. I'm afraid the competition this time will be very intense. However, there are quite a number of people who are qualified to compete for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Since the ancient dragon city is the biggest city in the entire Linha boundary, I wouldn't be surprised even if there's a divine king expert here. Haha, there's going to be a good show this time. More and more experts are entering the ancient dragon city, including the experts from the 100 Sect Alliance. I'm looking forward to a great battle in the ancient dragon city. I don't think a little Jiang Chen is that capable. His life or death has nothing to do with me. I'm more concerned about the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. People were rushing towards ancient dragon city from all directions because there were too many things that happened in ancient dragon city. Many people came here because of its fame. Experts were as numerous as the clouds and heavenly god realm experts were as many as the hairs on a cow. This time, the entire ancient dragon city would be filled with people. The eastern part of the city had become the most crowded place. After all, the Gathering Destiny House was located here. Whether it was rogue cultivators or people from various sects, they were all gathered here. The Gathering Destiny House was now filled with people. However, Jiang Chen did not stay idle. During the day he stayed in Ziluo's room in the Gathering Destiny House. But during the night, Jiang Chen went out of the city 3 times and killed a total of 12 early heavenly god realm elders. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the ancient dragon city. The death of the 12 heavenly god realm experts had alerted the people of the 100 Sect Alliance. Reality proved that Jiang Chen did not leave the city, he was still in the ancient dragon city. Although they lost a lot of people, they were all from the 100 Sect Alliance. As long as they did not join the 100 Sect Alliance, they were not worried. However, Jiang Chen's unscrupulous killing had thoroughly enraged the 100 Sect Alliance. Meng Fanping led the 10 great experts but failed to catch up to Jiang Chen 3 times. Once he succeeded, Jiang Chen went into hiding. The existence of the Zulong Tower made him almost invisible, no one could stop him. Every time Jiang Chen attacked, it was clean and clean. He never picked a mid-heavenly god and above to fight because that was his threshold. If they were stronger than the mid-heavenly god realm, they would definitely hold him back. Although Jiang Chen was not afraid of them, it would not be easy for him to leave if he was surrounded. After all, Meng Fanping and the others had suffered a loss from him once, they would not be defeated by him again and again. Jiang Chen's choice was extremely smart. The 100 Sect Alliance was shocked and fearful. Moreover, Jiang Chen was killing outside the ancient dragon city, it was impossible for him to clash with the 3,000 personal guards in the city. Moreover, these 3,000 personal guards were all heavenly god experts. Even Jiang Chen would not dare to casually kill people in the city, it was no different from digging his own grave. As long as he did not commit murder or arson in the ancient dragon city, then the ancient dragon city, which had been neutral for tens of thousands of years, would not target him. Even a sect as large as the 100 Sect Alliance would not dare to cross the line. The majesty and dominance of the ancient dragon city was evident. Damn Jiang Chen to think that he still dares to stay here. Once the auction is over, all the elders of the sects will gather. I will find him even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Meng Fanping looked at the pitch-black sky. Jiang Chen escaped after killing people again. Moreover, Jiang Chen would leave his name every time. This was the greatest mockery and provocation. Everyone in the 100 Sect Alliance who was below the heavenly god realm felt insecure. Jiang Chen was like a specter in the night, appearing and killing continuously. Every time he appeared, he would deal a fatal blow to those experts who were heading to the ancient dragon city. However, in these 3 days only 3 waves of people were killed. Although Jiang Chen's assassination was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water, it still gave Meng Fanping and the people of the 100 Sect Alliance quite a shock. Their anger was completely ignited. Jiang Chen's continuous killings added a layer of mystery to the ancient dragon city. Jiang Chen appeared and disappeared mysteriously, no one could find him. The 100 Sect Alliance's reputation was greatly challenged at this moment. Even with Meng Fanping's leadership, it was still extremely difficult to catch Jiang Chen. The game has just begun. Jiangchen looked at the dazzling stars in the night sky. His eyes were cold and filled with playfulness. His blood was cold, but his sword was hot. He wanted to use the blood of the 100-sect alliance as a sacrifice to his heavenly dragon sword. 3 days later, the ancient dragon city was filled with people. Especially in the eastern part of the city, in front of the gathering Destiny Square, it was already packed with people. Tens of thousands of people were present for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Chapter 2453. The Gathering Destiny House was the biggest winner this time because the price of the tickets for the auction had increased by more than 5 times. Moreover, the tickets were priceless. In the end, many people were left outside the Gathering Destiny House. After all, there were many people with status in the ancient dragon city. It could be said that the Gathering Destiny House had made a lot of money this time. Just the entrance fee alone was a huge sum of money. This time there were many big shots in this auction. Even the vice-commander of the ancient dragon city's imperial army came to watch the auction. After all, he only had one goal, the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. There were 100,000 people in the auction house. It was estimated that half of them were heavenly god realm experts. All the guests had entered the Xuanhuan house. The other auction houses, on the other hand, were in a desolate state. This time, Ziluo was grinning from ear to ear. It could be said that the immortal grade pill was a huge gimmick, causing many heavenly god realm experts to lose control of themselves. Not to mention the immortal grade pill that could increase one's lifespan. However, the rarer something was, the more precious it was. Those who could obtain it were as rare as a phoenix's feather or a unicorn's horn. The first hour of the auction was practically garbage time. Moreover, there were more than 20 auction items, and the prices that were auctioned off were not too high. This was because more people were waiting for the finale of the night, which was the auction of the immortal grade medicinal pills. The 100,000 auctioneers patiently watched all the previous auctions. Finally, Ziluo appeared on the stage, carrying a rainbow-colored brocade box. At this moment, everyone's attention was on her. Even though she was as beautiful as a celestial fairy, she couldn't attract the attention of the powerhouses present, because most of them were paying attention to the celestial grade elixir. Experts would never lack women. In the eyes of these experts, women would always be ranked second. The first would naturally be strength. If one's strength wasn't enough, then one could only become a stepping stone for others to reach the peak. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, one could only become stronger. Hello everyone, I'm Ziluo. Tonight's auction is an immortal grade pill, the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. I believe that everyone here is very clear about the effects and uses of this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, so I don't need to explain too much. There will be more than one spirit-severing life-prolonging pill in tonight's auction. Ziluo's words caused everyone to hold their breath. There was more than one spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir? At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with joy. Even if they couldn't get it, at least it increased their chances of getting it. Otherwise, if there was only one spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, the competition would be intense beyond imagination. Furthermore, it wasn't just one. This caused more people to start competing for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. They were all extremely confident. More than one? Doesn't that mean I have a chance? That's right. Looks like we didn't come here for nothing. If there was only one spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, it would indeed be quite tragic. However, there is more than one. This is our chance. This Gathering Destiny House really knows how to do business. However, the explosive news of 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills will definitely make everyone here even more excited. Ziluo looked at the crowd below the stage and her smile became wider. This time we will start an unprecedented auction. The first spirit-severing life-prolonging pill will be auctioned to the highest bidder. The highest bidder will be able to choose from 1 to 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, and the price of each spirit-severing life-prolonging pill will be the same. Although there are 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, it is possible that only the final winner will be able to keep the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Ziluo's new auction method had pushed the value of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill to its peak. Moreover, there were 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills. If one was really capable, he would definitely be able to buy all of them and the price would not fall after the second round. Therefore, this method was extremely terrifying and it was also a great test for the bidders. All businessmen are cunning. This Ziluo is really good at doing business. Yes, Miss Ziluo is unparalleled in the world. I really admire her. I have never heard of such a new method of auction. However, it is more exciting. Let's see who has the courage to buy all 5 immortal grade pills. There were at least 100 people who were full of confidence and wanted to compete for the immortal grade pills. In fact, many Heavenly God Realm experts were just here to gamble. After all, not everyone could participate in this auction. Moreover, some of the Heavenly God Realm experts were just at the early stage. They did not have a huge demand for the immortal grade pills. Of course, they did not have that much wealth and courage. Ziluo. In the corner, Jiang Qin smiled slightly. He couldn't help but give Ziluo a thumbs up. In order to avoid lowering the price of the 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, this method of auction had completely changed from the usual way of auction. It was a win-win situation for both parties. However, those who wanted to take advantage of the situation would have to step back a little bit. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill is destined to stir up the entire ancient dragon city, said a middle-aged man with a vigorous aura. His eyebrows were like stars and his eyes were like swords. He wore a suit of silver armor, and the people around him all looked at him respectfully. He was the deputy commander of the ancient dragon city imperial army, Guansheng. His strength had reached the terrifying half-step divine king realm. He was quite famous in the Linha boundary. You're right. However, I must get this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Commander Guan, you don't seem to have reached the point where you must have it. An old man with white hair and beard said with a smile. This man was also an old man in the ancient dragon city. 300 years ago he was one of the experts in the Linha boundary. However, he suddenly went into seclusion and lived a leisurely life in the ancient dragon city. Bodhi Hand Wang Ziyuan. His strength had also reached the half-step divine king realm. Aren't you saying that your time is up and you can't participate in the auction? Ah. Whoever has the money is the boss. Beside him, a skinny old man with a haggard body spoke with a sinister smile. This person was also one of the top 100 experts in ancient dragon city. Even the deputy commander of the imperial army, Guansheng, had to treat him seriously. It was rumored that he was a disciple who betrayed the Ghost Eye sect and escaped. However, in the past 1,000 years, no one from the Ghost Eye sect expressed their opinion on this matter. Gradually he was forgotten by the people. However, Mo Chenqing was also an existence admired by tens of thousands of people. After all, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Back then, he was the one who killed hundreds of thousands of human experts. His hands were stained with blood. In order to avoid his enemies, he entered the ancient dragon city. Looks like there are quite a lot of people competing for this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Chapter 2454. After all, the Clear Stream sect was behind Meng Fanpeng. The Clear Stream sect was the biggest sect in the entire Linha boundary. Even the Ghost Eye sect and the Divine Pill sect could only be ranked second and third. This was publicly acknowledged. Moreover, the sect master of the Clear Stream sect was also a divine king. It was said that the Divine Pill sect had 3 divine kings, but no one knew if it was true or not. Even the ancient dragon city treated the Clear Stream sect with great respect. Isn't this old Meng? Looks like old Meng is still as healthy as ever. Guanxing said with a smile. You flatter me. I'm old and useless. Therefore, I still want to compete for this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Meng Fanping squinted his eyes. My Ghost Eye sect is extremely interested in this pill as well. Old Meng, you've got to show some mercy. Li Tianhua said faintly. Everyone had their own wishful thinking. Everyone at the scene wanted to get their hands on the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Even Jiang Qingzi from the Divine Pill sect was watching. If the price was right, he would probably bid for it too. After all, an immortal grade elixir pill was different from a supreme grade elixir pill. Its value was extremely terrifying. Even in the Divine Pill sect, an immortal grade elixir pill wasn't like candy. The failure rate of refining elixirs was relatively high. Sometimes, even the great elder of the sect would spend more than 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones to refine an immortal grade elixir. Alright everyone, please calm down. I have another important thing to announce. If anyone can take out a supreme grade divine origin stone, then you'll have the priority in the transaction. This is also what the auctioneer has instructed. Ziluo said with a smile. His words made many people discuss about the person behind the auction. Because the person who auctioned the spirit-severing life-prolonging pills might be a divine king realm expert. Moreover, the supreme grade divine origin stone was a necessity for divine king realm experts to cultivate. Moreover, the person who took out 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills at once must have an unfathomable background and strength. Even the old ancestor of the divine pill sect might not be able to do so. Looks like the person behind this must be an extremely powerful person. He just doesn't want to show himself. Yeah, it's useless for ordinary heavenly gods even if they have supreme grade divine origin stones. It's impossible for them to absorb the pure energy within. No matter who the auctioneer is, these 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills are the fortune of our ancient dragon city. Many people who were nearing the end of their lifespans were doing their best to bid for a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill so that they could extend their lifespans and create another miracle. Only by staying alive would they have a greater hope. I announced the start of the auction. The starting price is 50,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Each increment must not be less than 1,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Everyone gasped when they heard Ziluo's gentle voice. Many of them had already given up when they reached the threshold. 50,000 high-grade divine origin stones was not a price that an ordinary heavenly god could afford. Even if there were people who could accept it, they would definitely be extremely wealthy or the descendants of large sections. Only then would they have such a foundation. 51,000. 52,000. 55,000. 57,000 high-grade divine origin stones. I bid 58,000. Time passed by. Although most of the people were eliminated at the threshold, there were still a few hundred people who were eager to bid for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. 67,000. 70,000. 72,000. More and more people joined in the bidding. As the price of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill increased, everyone's breathing became rapid. Jiangchen also looked at the scene without blinking his eyes. He wanted to know how much the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was worth. At least the people were going crazy for it. 75,000. 77,000. 80,000. The price of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill had increased to more than 80,000 in less than 5 minutes. It was an increase of 30,000 high-grade divine origin stones in an instant. It was quite shocking. Many people who were watching the scene were sweating. The more they watched, the more excited they were. Many of them wanted to see an even crazier price. Tonight, the entire Gathering Destiny Square was bound to be the center of attention. 90,000. At this moment, Meng Fanping also joined in the bidding. The price of 90,000 was not low, but it was just the beginning for these big shots. 95,000. Bodhi Hand Wang Ziyuan immediately started competing with Meng Fanping. He directly increased the price by 5,000, giving Meng Fanping face. It seems like the price is not high enough. Li Tianhua smiled. 100,000. 105,000. Mo Qianqing said in a low voice. He quietly joined the battle without a sound. To them, the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill could be said to be the best celestial tier pill. How could they let such a good thing fall into the hands of others? Of course, everyone wanted to keep it for themselves. 110,000. Meng Fanping continued to increase the price. 120,000. This time, Bodhi Hand Wang Ziyuan directly increased the price by 10,000. 130,000. Li Tianhua said in a deep voice. 140,000. Mo Qianqing said. You guys are getting more and more powerful. If this goes on, won't the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill reach its peak? Guanxing said with a smile. His expression did not change, but he still did not bid. 145,000. Meng Fanping was also incomparably solemn. This price had already put him in a very passive position. His wealth was only 200,000. It seemed like he would really have to go bankrupt if he wanted to obtain this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. 150,000. The battle between Li Tianhua and Meng Fanping was a dazzling sight. After all, they were both pillars of the 100 Sect Alliance. But at this moment, they were unceremoniously competing against each other. Li Tianhua, you want to compete with me? Meng Fanping looked at Li Tianhua and asked in a low voice. His eyes were cold. So what? I also want this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Why can't I compete? Old Meng, you don't think that I will respect the old and give this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill to you? My lifespan is also not far away. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill is very important to me. Li Tianhua shrugged. His face was extremely calm. Facing Meng Fanping's question, he was not afraid. Although the Clear Stream sect was slightly stronger than the Ghost Eye sect, it was not the kind of sect that could look down on everything. Li Tianhua was not afraid of Meng Fanping. At this moment, in the corner, Jiang Chen was already smiling. The real winner was destined to be him. It seems like these guys' persistence for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill has far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 2455. The price of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill continued to rise, exceeding everyone's expectations. It was an unimaginable price, and it was just a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Jianghu watched silently. The happiest one was him. These 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills were his insurance. Moreover, after obtaining the divine origin stones, he could break through to the half-step heavenly god realm without any worries. At that time, it would be time for him to deal with the 100-sect alliance. He was determined to turn the entire Linha boundary upside down. No one could stop him because he was Jianghu. Zilua was also extremely happy. The rarity of this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was evident. Although this immortal grade pill was not a true supreme grade pill, its attributes were one of a kind. Hence, even Jiangxi from the divine pill sect paid close attention to it, as it could prolong one's lifespan. What did 10 years of lifespan mean? Only those who were at the end of their lifespan would understand. In the face of death, every year, every month, every day, and even every second was torture because you already knew when you were going to die. That moment would be the most painful. At that time, this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill would be the best medicine, even more precious than those immortal-grade pills. Of course, it was only relative. The spirit-severing life-prolonging pill that Jianghu ate like candy had caused a huge commotion in the auction. Meng Fanping and Li Tianhua had raised the price to 185,000. No one was willing to take a step back. Although they were all reaching their limits, their desire for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was indescribable. 190,000. The crowd was in an uproar. Even Jiangxi from the divine pill sect joined the fight. Only Jiangxi knew how terrifying the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was. Even in the divine pill sect, there was no immortal grade pill that could prolong one's lifespan. Only the supreme grade pill could prolong one's lifespan by 3 years. From this, it could be seen that Jiangxi recognized the value of the pill. Everyone was even more excited. Jiangxi, it seems like your divine pill sect isn't rich in elixirs. Li Tianhua said sarcastically. The more people that joined the bidding, the greater the pressure they felt. Therefore, it was extremely terrifying for one person to join the bidding. 200,000. Meng Fanping gritted his teeth and said. This was the highest price he could offer. Now it was all he had. If it was any higher, he would not be able to bear it. At this moment, Li Tianhua's eyes were extremely gloomy. 200,000 was also his limit. At most he could bid another 2,000. However, he knew that if he bid another 2,000 he would have no chance at all. Moreover, if he bid 2,000 he would probably be laughed at. Li Tianhua sighed and took the initiative to withdraw from the bidding. 205,000. Jiangxi said faintly. However, his palms were sweating. How could his wealth reach such a terrifying level? Even though the divine pill sect was rich and Jiangxi was also extremely rich, his wealth only allowed him to increase the price once or twice. At this moment, the entire auction was boiling. 200,000. This was a critical point. There had never been anything that could be sold at a price of more than 200,000. To a small sect, 200,000 divine origin stones could support them for 10 years. 210,000. Meng Fanping said. Brother Jiang, can you give face to my clear stream sect? I'm sorry, Brother Meng. I personally want this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Therefore I can't give it to you. Even if I'm willing, you have to ask the vice commander and the others. Jiangxi said in a deep voice. Meng Fanping knew that he was powerless at this moment. 210,000. This was the limit that he could bear. What Jiangxi said is reasonable. This is a matter of life and death. I think no one will show mercy. 215,000. Mo Qianxing smiled faintly and bid again. At this moment he looked extremely solemn. Although he looked confident on the outside, he was sweating in his heart. He hoped that the others would give up at this moment. However, things turned out contrary to one's wishes. Not everyone would give Mo Qianxing face. 220,000. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill is mine. Bodhi Hand Wang Ziyuan said in a domineering manner. Obviously he was quite confident. Jiangxi sighed and shook his head. He could only give up unwillingly. None of the people here were easy to deal with. 225,000. Mo Qianxing continued to challenge Wang Ziyuan. I'm excited to hear that. 200,000. This immortal grade pill is really a rare treasure. To think that it was sold at such a high price. Yeah. I'm excited just thinking about it. However, I think the price will continue to rise. These true experts are very stubborn about the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. The ones who are the happiest are the auctioneers and the gathering destiny square. Such a big cake. It's too tempting. Many heavenly god realm experts were excited. Although they did not participate in the bidding, they were still shocked to see the rising price of these experts. It's beyond my expectation. TSK. Looks like I'm going to earn a lot this time. Jiangchen was excited. This was the happiest he had ever been. After the auction he would return to Profound Feng sect first. 230,000. Wang Ziyuan did not want to be outdone and increased the price again. This time, Mo Qianxing became silent. The price of a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill had reached 230,000. Such a domineering price would definitely make many people gasp in amazement. You win, Wang Ziyuan. Mo Qianxing harumphed coldly and chose to give up. Thank you. Wang Ziyuan's laughter did not stop. A low voice called out a price that shocked everyone in the room. 250,000. Vice Commander Yu, I'm also interested in this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. 250,000. I wonder if there's anyone who can bid higher than me? Guanxing said calmly. 250,000, no one could compete with him. This time, a smile gradually appeared on Guanxing's face. In the entire ancient dragon city, his reputation was quite resounding. Moreover, he was the vice commander of the 3,000 imperial guards. That was a great force in his hands. Who wouldn't give him some face when they saw him? However, Guanxing did not use his power to suppress others. He used his price to suppress others. Who would dare to doubt Vice Commander Guanxing's wealth? Commander Guan, you're so domineering. Ah. That's right, Commander Guan, I think the first place today belongs to you. Chapter 2456. Don't worry, I won't ask for too much. I only want to. You still have a chance to get the rest. Ah. Guanxing said with a smile. Commander Guan is indeed generous. 250,000 high-grade divine origin stones, this little girl really admires you. Ziluo said with a charming smile. She covered her red lips, looking very charming. 300,000. Just as Ziluo was about to slam down the gavel to seal the deal, a deep voice suddenly reverberated throughout the auction house. Everyone's expression turned solemn and their breathing quickened. 300,000. This was the true sky-high price. Furthermore, it was an increase of 50,000 in one go. There could only be one reason. He did not want anyone else to continue competing with him. Even Guanxing's face was solemn. He silently looked at the black-robed man in the distance. His whole body was shrouded in black clothes and his face could not be seen clearly. However, his aura was not weaker than his own. There really is a higher mountain than the one before. Guanxing murmured with a cold smile on his face. Ziluo was slightly startled and shocked. 300,000 was indeed a premium. Although the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was precious, 300,000 was indeed a bit too much. 300,000? Who the hell is this guy? Meng Fanping and the others were also incomparably shocked. To be able to spend 300,000 in one go, and not only did he want to buy a few spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, he did not even put Vice Commander Guanxing in his eyes. This person's identity was extremely strange, or even terrifying. 300,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Is there a higher price? Ziluo's eyes were shining as she asked in a sweet voice. Since there isn't, then I will slam the hammer. 300,000 once. 300,000 twice. 300,000 thrice. Deal. When Ziluo's gavel landed, the entire arena erupted into an uproar. How many spirit-severing life-prolonging pills does this friend want? 3 is enough. Here are 90 supreme divine origin stones. The black-robed man took a step forward and flew up. He landed on the high platform and handed the 90 supreme divine origin stones to Ziluo. Ziluo was slightly startled. She took out 3 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills and handed them to the black-robed man. The latter took the pills, turned around and disappeared from the high platform. His speed was as fast as lightning and he came and went without a trace. What a terrifying aura. Guanxing and Wang Ziyuan glanced at each other. Both of them were extremely serious. This black-robed man was extremely powerful and shocking. Moreover, he came and went like the wind. Jiang Qin looked at the 90 pieces of supreme-grade divine origin stones and his pupils contracted. His eyes were extremely bright and he was quite excited in his heart. This time he could use the little Ashura sword formation without worry. Under the sword formation it was invincible. There are still 2 left. If everyone here has no objections, then I'll take them, Guanxing said in a deep voice. It was not important that his limelight was stolen. What was important was that he still had 2 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills left. At least he did not come here in vain this time. No one had any objections. Guanxing breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, no one continued to compete with him. I announced that the other 2 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills will be won by Commander Guan. Ziluo's words disappointed many people, because the last 2 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills were also won by Guanxing. Meng Fanping and the others were extremely depressed, but they couldn't do anything about it. Who asked them to be weaker than Guanxing? A shocking auction had quietly come to an end. No matter if it was Guanxing or the black-robed man, both of them had gotten what they wanted. However, the final winner was Jiang Qin. Here are 500,000 high-grade divine origin stones and 90 supreme-grade divine origin stones. Ziluo gave all the divine origin stones to Jiang Qin. She knew that this fella had to go on a long journey. Thank you, Ziluo. She was the only person that Jiang Qin trusted in the entire ancient dragon city. Take care. Staying alive is more important than anything else. Ziluo waved her hand at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin smiled and left. Ziluo's eyes were filled with confusion. This devil that was destined to stir up the entire Linha boundary was about to embark on his journey of slaughter. The 100-sect alliance was getting stronger. Now there were more than 500 heavenly god realm experts searching for Jiang Qin. The area within 1,000 li of the ancient dragon city was turned upside down. However, they still could not find any trace of Jiang Qin. In a low and dilapidated mountain, dark crows were flying everywhere. It was cold and desolate. In a cave, Jiang Qin was calmly devouring the high-grade divine origin stones. The energy of these stones was absorbed by Jiang Qin continuously. The dragon marks in his body increased. This time Jiang Qin was prepared to break through to the half-step heavenly god realm. Strength was the most important thing. Only by breaking through to the half-step heavenly god realm would he be able to stand firm. After all, the other party's strength was more than 100 times stronger than him. Just a few heavenly god realm experts would be enough to give him a headache. If he wanted to deal with the 100-sect alliance, he would be courting death. Xuanhuan boundary. Thousands of celestial mountains, green water, hundreds of li-long rivers. This was the boundary closest to the Linha boundary. However, it was much stronger than the Linha boundary. The number of experts here was much higher. Blooming flowers, hundreds of flowers, thousands of beasts, it was a beautiful sight to behold. On the Wudong mountain, a black figure holding a metal rod stood on the peak of the mountain, holding a blade of green foxtail grass in his mouth. His eyes were filled with disdain. Old Phoenix, looks like you haven't fought enough, right? Damn monkey, do you really think you can win me? We fought 37 times, have you won even once? If it wasn't because I saw your talent and didn't want to kill you, do you think you can still live until now? A middle-aged man with a 7-colored phoenix crown stood proudly, looking at the black figure and said disdainfully, "What a coincidence, you don't want to kill me but I want to kill you. That 7-colored phoenix crown on your head is not bad, I want to play with it." The black figure said with a faint smile. His lips were filled with provocation. If he wasn't Long Shisan, who else could he be? Looks like the demon race has a scum like you. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. Looks like the divine monkey clan has completely declined. Feng Wuqian shouted, his eyes were cold. He did let Long Shisan go dozens of times before, but Long Shisan came to provoke him every time. If it wasn't because he was from the divine monkey clan, Feng Wuqian might not have been lenient to Long Shisan. You keep fighting, you keep losing. I'm really looking at you in a different light. You can't even defeat your heart. Looks like I'll have to add something to it. Feng Wuqian thought in his heart. He admired Dragon Shisan. If it was any other demonic beast, they would have given up long ago. Moreover, every time Dragon Shisan was beaten to death by him, he would come back to challenge him with vigor. It was indeed shocking. Moreover, Dragon Shisan's growth was also witnessed by Feng Wuqian. Between the two of them, there seemed to be a relationship between friend and foe. Fighting until the last moment, this was Long Shisan's creed. Chapter 2457. Let's see if you have what it takes. Hehe. Feng Wuqian said coldly while staring at Long Shisan. This fellow was like an unkillable cockroach. The two of them had been fighting more and more recently. Long Shersan's strength had already reached the early heavenly god realm. However, if he were to go all out, even a late heavenly god scripture expert would suffer a great loss in his hands. This time I'll let you see what I'm capable of. Long Shersan's eyes turned cold. His black silhouette moved and his lips curled up coldly. The iron staff in his hand was filled with explosive power at this moment. With a swing of the staff, the mountains and rivers would be crushed and the peach garden would be destroyed. The iron staff swung back and forth. The terrifying destructive power was astounding. Long Shersan sneered. He did not hold back at all. After fighting with Feng Wuqian for more than 30 times, he had gained a better understanding of Feng Wuqian. His combat strength had also become stronger. Although his cultivation realm did not increase by much, his combat strength had increased by several folds. The iron staff swung back and forth with the force of a mountain, as if it could poke a hole in the sky. Feng Wuqian's aura changed instantly. His strength was as steady as a mountain. He fought against Long Shersan with all his might, advancing and retreating, attacking and defending. He wanted to win against Long Shersan no matter what. However, he did not dare to be careless. The iron staff in Long Shersan's hand was quite terrifying. When he swung it, the sky would shatter and the void would tremble. Long Shersan's black silhouette was like a sharp blade. The violent iron staff swung back and forth, constantly clashing with Feng Wuqian. Thunderous tremors resounded through the entire Wudong mountain. Within 1,000 li, all the beasts were running around, afraid to be killed by Long Shersan's staff. Feng Wuqian's aura engulfed the heavens. His palms were like thunder and his fists were astonishing. He continuously struck out, clashing with Long Shersan's divine staff. Each and every one of his punches seemed to strike directly at the hearts of those around him, causing them to tremble unceasingly. Each of Long Shersan's attacks were ruthless, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Feng Wuqian retreated as he fought, but there was no sign of him losing. Instead, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. Gradually, he gained the upper hand over Long Shersan. I don't believe that I will lose to you every single time. Long Shersan let out a furious roar and entered a berserk state. This was the first time he had entered a berserk state. In his opinion, he was already strong enough to compete with Feng Wuqian. This was definitely the best opportunity. If he could defeat Feng Wuqian, he would be able to prove himself. Long Shersan lost more than 30 times in a row, all at the hands of Feng Wuqian. However, his indomitable spirit made him stronger and stronger. You're not from the Divine Monkey Clan? You're a battle Saint Ape? Feng Wuqian's pupils shrunk, his expression changed. He had always thought that Long Shersan was from the Divine Monkey Clan, but he never thought that he was actually an ancient demonic beast, a battle Saint Ape. It was a monkey that was even more terrifying than the king of the Divine Monkey Clan, the strongest battle Saint Ape in the ancient times. I don't think I've ever said that I'm from the Divine Monkey Clan. Long Shersan's lips curved into a smile. His terrifying berserk energy exploded once again. Just his physical strength alone was already close to the late heavenly god realm. Such a terrifying battle Saint Ape was extremely terrifying. Even Feng Wuqian's expression became solemn. Feng Wuqian retreated continuously. Under Long Shersan's berserk attack, even he could only avoid it. His fists turned into feathers, clashing against Long Shersan's peerless divine staff. Long Shersan continued to press forward, showing no signs of retreating. On the other hand, Feng Wuqian was extremely shocked under Long Shersan's rage. The battle between the two of them was extremely shocking. Eat my staff. Shersan's eyes turned red as he charged forward. The gigantic battle Saint Ape was unparalleled. He held the iron rod in his hand and swept across the heavens and earth like an overlord. Feng Wuqian's expression was solemn as he continued to strike out with his feathers. Dragon Shersan was like a hot knife cutting through butter. His domineering aura shot up to the heavens. His battle intent soared up to the sky, shaking the heavens and earth with every step he took. The Wudong mountain shook at this moment. Feng Wuqian retreated in order to advance. In the end, Long Shersan gained the upper hand. A terrifying berserk aura swept across the vast land. The surrounding beasts were all trembling. This was the aura of a king among the beasts. Those low-level beasts even had the urge to kneel down and worship it. It was evident from the berserk aura of the ancient demonic beast, the battle Saint Ape. Even though Long Shersan was only at the heavenly god realm, his domineering aura made countless beasts feel suffocated. Feng Wuqian was one step behind and was pushed back by Long Shersan. The moment the iron staff landed on Feng Wuqian's shoulder, Long Shisan's smile became wider. You win. Feng Wuqian said faintly. Haha, old Phoenix, looks like you're just SOSO. However, it's a bit unfair for me to win. If you reveal your true form and fight me, I might not be your opponent. Long Shisan looked at him with a burning gaze. If I need to use my true form to deal with a junior, what right do I have to lead the beasts of Wudong Mountain? Feng Wuqian smiled, not feeling dejected at all. Battle Saint Ape. To think that you're a Battle Saint Ape. If you're able to grow, it might be the fortune of our beast race. Wait for me. Next time, I'll let you know that I can defeat you even without revealing my true form. Long Shisan and Feng Wuqian looked at each other, feeling like they understood each other. I hope so. I'm looking forward to that day. Feng Wuqian laughed, feeling carefree and relieved. Let's fight another day. Long Shisan turned around and left, but Feng Wuqian called out to Long Shisan. I have news about him. Feng Wuqian's words made Long Shisan stop in his tracks. Where is he? Long Shisan held his breath and his expression became solemn. Linha Boundary, Ancient Dragon City. Feng Wuqian said. However, his current situation is quite worrying. Feng Wuqian said softly. Long Shisan turned around and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Even Feng Wuqian was shocked. This fella's eyes are terrifying. Oh, not just one person. Or should I say he offended the entire Linha Boundary. The 100 Sect Alliance just to kill him. Aha, you're indeed my brother. Little Chinzi, you really can't stop offending the entire Linha Boundary. Long Shisan laughed wildly. Since that's the case, I'll fight with you. Even if the entire world betrays you, at least you still have me. No, there's still a dog. Ah. Shisan broke through the sky and headed straight for Linha Boundary. Thank you. Chapter 2458. Hayes, we've been walking for half a month and we haven't even found a single strand of hair. Will Jiangchen really let us find him so easily? As long as he's not stupid, he must have found a place to hide. Yeah, if we keep looking like this, I'm going to lose my appetite. I think this Jiangchen is probably hiding somewhere and doesn't dare to come out. With Senior Wang's mid-heavenly god strength, even if Jiangchen saw him, wouldn't he take a detour? That's true. Senior Brother Wang is the cornerstone of our Tiger Leap School. Apart from the sect master, Senior Brother Wang is the most powerful among the 3 great elders. In my opinion, even the Great Elder and the Second Elder are just empty titles. They simply can't compare to Senior Brother Wang. The 4 middle-aged men were chatting happily while complimenting the 3rd Elder. The Tiger Leap sect was also one of the top 30 sects in the Linha Boundary. Although it was incomparable to the top sects like the Divine Pill sect, it was still a reputable sect. Low profile, we must be low profile. We're here to capture Jiangchen. As the pillar of the 100 Sect Alliance, we must not let our guard down. If we can kill Jiangchen, then our Tiger Leap School will be famous throughout the Linha Boundary. By then, even the Clear Stream sect and the Divine Pill sect will have to give us some face. Wang Boden said solemnly as he stroked his beard. There was a hint of calmness at the corner of his mouth, making him look rather proud and complacent. 3rd Elder is right. We will follow your advice. The 4 of them said with a smile. With Wang Boden as the leader, the 5 of them were all Heavenly God Realm experts. With such strength, as long as they don't meet any peerless experts in the Linha Boundary, they would be able to do whatever they want. Jiangchen was just a true god, they naturally didn't need to worry about him. I think he's just someone with an undeserved reputation. It's been a long time since the 100 Sect Alliance was formed. Has that bastard Jiangchen ever shown his face? He had only ambushed a few early heavenly gods. Moreover, he had killed more than 100 heavenly gods and tens of thousands of genius disciples. It was a little too much. I don't care if you believe it or not, but I don't. 7th Brother is right. Linha Boundary has already praised Jiangchen to the heavens. Even the 4 Realm Guardians and Clear Stream sects Meng Fanping were almost injured. That's a half-step divine king that's stronger than our sect master. Do they really think that a true god brat could be that strong? He was completely fooled by Jiangchen. If he was in my hands, I'd hit him so hard that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. That's right. That guy didn't meet the people from our Tiger Leap School. Otherwise he wouldn't even have a corpse left. Most likely he was flattered more and more. Even I can't stand it anymore. The 5 elders of the Tiger Leap sect all had mocking expressions on their faces as they walked past this barren mountain. Looking into the distance, there was no sound within 1,000 miles. Where was there even a shadow of a person? Rumble, a loud explosion could be heard, causing Wang Boden and the others to be startled. "There's movement. Let's take a look before we leave," Wang Boden said faintly. His eyes squinted as he looked towards the explosion 10 miles away. "Who are you? 1,000 miles of barren land and you're cultivating here? It's really strange." Wang Boden's deep and domineering voice reverberated in the void. Jiang Qin stepped on the void and his lips curled up into a smile. "Does this place belong to your family? Do I need your permission to cultivate here?" "Brat, I think you're trying to find fault with us. Do you know who we are? You dare to provoke our Tiger Leap School? Looks like you're tired of living. This is our Tiger Leap School's third elder, Wang Boden." The fifth and sixth elder said furiously, staring at Jiang Qin. "This little bastard who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth is courting death." "Bastard? Not a bad name. Ah, you're from the 100 Sect Alliance?" Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and laughed. "You actually know and still dare to speak such nonsense. Bastard, you dare to insult our third elder. You deserve death. You actually know we're from the 100 Sect Alliance and still dare to be so impudent. I Xuanhuan will definitely grind your bones into dust." Wang Boden stared at the fifth elder fiercely. This name of his was really a pain in the ass. Back then, even his parents didn't know how they came up with it. Dan was the sun, and it was said to symbolize the birth of the primordial sun. However, many people used this name to make a fuss, angering Wang Boden so much that he hadn't mentioned his name to anyone for hundreds of years. But this fifth elder actually used his name as a threat. Who knew if he was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? "An old bastard with 4 little bastards. What else do you want? Do you want to cross the East Sea or hole up for 1,000 years? Ah." Jiang Qin was convulsing with laughter. These two fellas, their names were truly laughable. "You have a sharp tongue. But you're fated to die from your own arrogance. Even if you kowtow to your ancestors, I won't let you go," Wang Boden said in a deep voice. He was extremely domineering as he took the lead and faced Jiang Qin head-on. "Indeed, because I don't intend to let you go. Isn't the person you've been searching for me? Now that your grandpa Jiang is standing in front of you, you don't dare to recognize me? Ah." Jiang Qin's eyes were like torches, his figure was like a sword as he looked at the sky arrogantly. Now that he had broken through to the half-step heavenly god realm, his strength had gone up another level. These few fellas, he really did not put them in his eyes. "You're Jiang Qin?" Wang Boden and the other 4 were instantly shocked. Their eyes were filled with excitement, as if they were happy to see the prey they were about to hunt. "There's a path to heaven, but you chose to enter hell. Don't blame us then. Jiang Qin, right? I'd like to see how you became such a powerful expert. You're not even a heavenly god realm expert, yet you dare to act arrogantly in front of me? Third elder, let me take action. None of you need to help me, I can easily take down Jiang Qin." Xuanhuan took a step forward and the barren hills within 10 miles shook. He was only 1 step away from the third elder's realm. Although he was not famous in the Linha boundary, he was still a peerless god of death within 100,000 miles radius of his own sect. His name alone was enough to stop babies from crying at night. He was extremely terrifying. "As you wish." Jiang Qin and Xuanhuan stared at each other. The battle was about to begin. "Be careful, this fella is not easy to deal with. To be able to make the Clear Stream Sect, Ghost Eye Sect, and Divine Pill Sect form the 100 Sect Alliance, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. Perhaps he did fight in the Twisted Forest," Wang Boden said in a low voice, reminding Xuanhuan. But obviously Xuanhuan was very confident in himself. In terms of strength, he could easily crush Jiang Qin, who was a true god when he was only a peak early heavenly god. Chapter 2459. Xuanhuan was full of confidence. He held the 9-foot-long blade in his hand and slashed towards the sky, traversing 10 li of barren mountains. A single slash from his blade flattened everything, causing the valleys to collapse, sand and stones to fly everywhere. Jiang Qin clenched his fists, a half-step heavenly god. His confidence was much stronger than Xuanhuan's. He threw out a punch and clashed with Xuanhuan's blade. His fist was invincible, sweeping across the sky like a meteor. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps, each step ascended to the heavens. Jiang Qin suppressed Xuanhuan with a violent and overbearing aura. Every step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps gave Xuanhuan a feeling as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The 9-chi-long blade pierced through the sky and was shattered by Jiang Qin's punch. Wang Boden and the others gasped at the sight of Jiang Qin's terrifying combat strength. "My divine tool. Give me back my divine tool. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth in anger. He had never thought that Jiang Chen's punch would be so terrifying. It was enough to shock even the gods and ghosts alike. Jiang Chen's momentum was unstoppable. He took the opportunity to launch another violent punch. Just based on strength alone, a half-step heavenly god was able to suppress a heavenly god. No one would dare to believe this. This kind of clash was unheard of. If it was someone else, they would definitely not believe it. Surpassing the realm to fight, retreating with a single punch. Xuanhuan was completely exposed in Jiang Chen's hand. The 9-foot-long blade was shattered. Before the might of a heavenly god could be unleashed, Jiang Chen's punch had already shattered his divine weapon. Such a tyrannical method made Wang Boden and the others shudder. The wind from Jiang Chen's punch could split mountains and rocks. It was unstoppable. His fist pierced through the middle of his body. One punch. Jiang Chen only used one punch to kill Xuanhuan. Moreover, Xuanhuan did not even have the strength to fight back. Jiang Chen's terrifying punch. Xuanhuan could not believe that he was so weak. He could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. In the end, he was killed by Jiang Chen's punch. It's terrifying. Is this fella really only a half-step heavenly god? He's a human-shaped weapon. The fifth elder, Hey, we have underestimated Jiang Chen. The three of them were deeply shocked in their hearts. The fifth elder's strength was not ordinary. Even they were on par with him. However, at the last moment, the explosive impact of that punch had completely shocked the depths of their hearts. Xuanhuan's death had shocked the three of them. A person's reputation was indeed powerful. One must not underestimate him. Jiang Chen was indeed worthy of his reputation. No wonder the 100-sect alliance only wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Looks like they had underestimated this half-step heavenly god. Jiang Chen, you've got guts to kill a member of my Tiger Leap School. Today I will tear you into pieces. Although Wang Boden was shocked, he was not afraid of Jiang Chen. He was 2 realms higher than Jiang Chen. He was confident and fearless when facing Jiang Chen. Although Xuanhuan was already at the peak of early heavenly god realm, he had yet to step into the mid-heavenly god realm. Once he did, the world would change. Therefore Wang Boden unleashed his aura, surpassing Xuanhuan's by a lot. This time he locked onto Jiang Chen. He must kill Jiang Chen to avenge the fifth elder Xuanhuan and the countless warriors of Linha boundary that had died. The little bastard is dead. The old bastard is here for revenge. Fine, all of you shall die today. Jiang Chen sneered. He was not afraid at all as he faced Wang Boden. Although he was not as strong as Wang Boden, Jiang Chen did not back off. The confrontation between the two caused the other 3 elders to sink into a solemn mood. If I don't kill you, how can my Tiger Leap School establish itself in Linha boundary? You'll pay the price for what you've done. Wang Boden said in a domineering manner. He too felt sad about Xuanhuan's death. After all, they had been friends for hundreds of years. However, Jiang Chen's attack was just too fast. It was already too late for him to save Xuanhuan. In the end, he could only let Xuanhuan die with a grievance. Third elder, the 3 of us are enough to kill him. You don't need to do anything. We must avenge fifth brother. We must let him die a worthy death. We must capture Jiang Chen and let the 100-sect alliance look up to our Tiger Leap School. Fourth elder took the lead, the 3 of them forming a tiger with a majestic aura as he pointed his sword at Jiang Chen. Be careful. If you can't defeat him, I'll lend you a hand. Wang Boden pondered for a moment and said, The 3 of us are enough to deal with Jiang Chen. The 4th elder said proudly. From his point of view, Elder Wu and Xuanhuan had underestimated their enemy and allowed Jiang Chen to seize the opportunity to kill them. However, they would not fall for Jiang Chen's trick. 3 early heavenly gods, how could they be afraid of a true god? Jiang Chen might be strong, but it was impossible for him to win against the 3 of them. No matter how much trash there is, it is still trash. Jiang Chen Lung smiled. His pair of iron fists swept out in all directions. Die. This day next year will be your Memorial Day. The 4th elder wielded the twin dragon hooks in his hands and swung them horizontally and vertically as he closed in on Jiang Chen. Each of his attacks was fatal, and his killing intent was obvious. The other 2 were not to be outdone. As the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger. The 3 of them could even withstand the 3rd elder's attacks, let alone Jiang Chen. They weren't like those young brats who would be frightened by Jiang Chen's display of strength. Eat my sword. The 3 of them attacked one after another, surrounding Jiang Chen in the middle. A frightening gust of wind blew across the sky, causing the yellow sand to fly everywhere. Jiang Chen's body was moving in the wind, and he kept using the 9 phantom wolves. Among the yellow sand, the 4th elder and the other 2 elders were hit by Jiang Chen's fists. Fighting 1 against 3, his aura did not decrease at all. Compared to when he faced Xiao Wangdan, he was stronger. There's no difference between 3 trash and 1 trash, Jiang Chen Lung said. His every step was filled with killing intent. Wherever his fists passed by, the void was torn apart. Sand and wind accompanied the fists, turning the universe upside down. Each of Jiang Chen's fists contained the strength of 9 dragons and 10 elephants. He punched out 10 times in a row, landing on the 3 people's bodies. Terrifying sounds of bones breaking could be heard. With 1 punch, bones would be broken. He was invincible. Die. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head. His eyes were like stars, emitting a murderous glint. Even Wang Boden shivered. The 4th elder and the other 2 retreated rapidly. Their bones were shattered by Jiang Chen's fists. They did not have the strength to fight anymore. The last punch was like hitting a bull across a mountain, shattering the flesh of the 4th elder and the other 2. No. Chapter 2460. Jiang Chen, you're too evil. How dare you kill 4 of my Tiger Leap School's elders? Today I'll fight you to the death. Wang Boden's expression was cold. The 4 great elders of the Tiger Leap School were all killed by Jiang Chen. As the leader of the 100 Sect Alliance's Tiger Leap School, he had to bear the responsibility. But more than that, he was furious at Jiang Chen. Right now, Wang Boden couldn't restrain his anger. Jiang Chen actually killed 4 elders in front of his eyes. This was a great humiliation to him. You're the only one left. Are you not prepared to accompany them? They've been friends for hundreds of years. They're all dead. How can you live alone in this world with your old face? Jiang Chen sneered. He stood proudly in the sky and stared at Wang Boden. Wishful thinking. The 4 of them are only early heavenly gods. Do you really think you can defeat me? I'm 2 realms higher than you. How are you going to defeat me? Even if you're talented, what qualifications do you have to fight me? Arrogant. Today I'll let you know what a true expert is. Wang Boden looked at Jiang Chen proudly. At this moment, although he had some understanding of Jiang Chen, it didn't mean that he would treat Jiang Chen as someone who was on the same level as him. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was still an arrogant guy. Wang Boden looked at Jiang Chen proudly. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's fight. You'll die a good death. Jiang Chen sneered. At this moment, you're already dead. Wang Boden leapt up like a dragon in the abyss. A terrifying gust of wind from his palm struck out 10 li away, the wind howling and cranes shrieking. A series of terrifying footwork closed in on Jiang Chen, closing in on him. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly, his eyes were filled with coldness. Having cultivated the dragon transformation skill to this stage, his physical strength had already surpassed those of the same cultivation realm. Even a late heavenly god would not be his match in terms of physical strength. But this Wang Boden chose to fight with a domineering opponent. Jiang Chen will definitely teach him a good lesson. Both of them exchanged blows in an instant. Their punches were powerful enough to shatter mountains and rocks. Jiang Chen was fearless. Plus, he had the profound heavenly armor to protect his body. Even if he stood still, Wang Boden might not be able to inflict any serious damage on him. Jiang Chen was fearless. Get lost. Jiang Chen's attacks were ruthless and deadly. His punches and kicks were overbearing, not giving Wang Boden a chance to breathe. Wang Boden's expression became solemn. He could feel the pressure coming from Jiang Chen. Both of their punches and kicks were like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. However, they were evenly matched. Neither of them could gain the upper hand. Jiang Chen could shake a mid-heavenly god with just the strength of his body. Now he finally felt the dreadful strength. Even though he was only a half-step heavenly god, the purple-golden divine spark in his body was gradually solidifying and becoming tougher. Looks like I've underestimated you. Wang Boden's expression was gloomy. He was fighting Jiang Chen fiercely, but it was hard for him to kill Jiang Chen within a short period of time. Jiang Chen's tenacity was far beyond his imagination. Moreover, Jiang Chen's ferocious strength was not something that a half-step heavenly god could handle. Wang Boden had to give it his all. Soaring dragon and leaping tiger, 1,000 miles unhindered. Wang Boden's feet were like lightning. He launched 9 kicks in a row. The sharpness was unparalleled, forcing Jiang Chen to be careful with his every step. Jiang Chen was shocked, but he did not panic. He formed a seal with his hand and casted the 5 elements combat dragon seal. Wang Boden's expression changed drastically and he quickly retreated. The terrifying seal swept out like a tornado. Wang Boden was shocked. To think that Jiang Qin could injure him. At this moment he had become extremely cautious. However, he still suffered a loss in the end. Your strength is just SOSO. Jiang Qin shook his head and attacked again. This time he did not give Wang Boden any chance. He wanted to fight to the death with him. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Qin covered the sky with his palm. The shadow of a dragon could be seen, tearing through the void with an unstoppable force. The true Dragon Palm instantly engulfed Wang Boden, completely crushing him. Dragon Tiger Leap, broken edge of the world. The shadow of a dragon and tiger broke through the void. Wang Boden's Tiger Leap and Dragon Soar was not to be underestimated. However, Jiang Qin did not retreat at all. He faced Wang Boden's attack head-on. It was as if he had the courage to go to the Yellow Springs. Let's see if you can break through my mysterious heaven armor. Jiang Qin laughed coldly. The true Dragon Palm wrapped around Wang Boden and crushed him. At the moment when Wang Boden's Dragon Tiger Leap landed on Jiang Qin's body, the mysterious heaven armor directly blocked the latter's attack. After the dust had settled, Jiang Qin strolled leisurely like a mountain. The defense of the profound heavenly armor did not disappoint Jiang Qin. However, Wang Boden was heavily injured. His internal organs were all shattered by the true Dragon Palm. At this moment there was no doubt that he was dead. Wang Boden coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face was ashen, his palms were trembling and he was no longer breathing. All that was left of him was his stinky skin. What a terrifying defense. I've lost. I've lost in the end. Wang Boden murmured. At this moment he finally knew why the 100 Sect Alliance was formed. It was to kill Jiang Qin. This fellow was arrogant and conceited, but his strength was terrifying. A half-step heavenly god. Even a mid-heavenly god like him could only swallow this grudge. One could only say that Jiang Qin truly deserved the title of Demon King in human form. Son of Abtch, you should be smiling in the underworld. Because your Tiger Leap school is destined to disappear from the world. The 100 Sect Alliance will no longer have a place for you. Jiang Qin threw out a punch. The mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. Wang Boden was buried under the Yellow Mountain. Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with coldness. His journey of revenge had just begun. In half a year, Jiang Qin had swept through the 23 great sections. All of them were reputable sects in the Linha boundary. His route was towards the Profound Feng sect. Without the teleportation formation he could only fly back to the Profound Feng sect. Ever since the battle in the Twisted Jungle, Jiang Qin had become like a rat on the street. Everyone wanted to beat him up. He did not have the chance to use the teleportation formation. Every teleportation formation was guarded by a few peak heavenly god realm experts to prevent Jiang Qin from using the teleportation formation. In this half a year, the 23 great sects had a total of 128 people. All of them were heavenly god realm experts. All of them died in the hands of Jiang Qin. As the casualties of the sects in the Linha boundary increased, Meng Fanping, Li Tianhua and Jiang Qingzi became more and more furious. The 3 of them continued to search for Jiang Qin, but to no avail. Jiang Qin retreated after a single strike. He never met any peak heavenly god realm experts. In the entire 100 Sect Alliance, there were more than 30 peak heavenly god realm experts and 10 half-step divine kings. They were from the 10 great sections. The current Linha boundary was in a state of panic. As long as there was news of Jiang Qin, he would become the target of everyone. Chapter 2461. Along the way, Jiang Qin overcame all sorts of obstacles. His title as the Linha boundary's #1 devil incarnate was finally established. Moreover, he never provoked those peak heavenly god realm experts. It was not because Jiang Qin was not a match for them, but because he did not want to waste time. As long as it was someone from the 100 Sect Alliance, Jiang Qin would kill them without mercy. Jiang Qin's legend was spread throughout the entire Linha boundary. Now he was the synonym of a devil. Everyone wanted to kill him to rid the Linha boundary of a scourge. However, who would have thought that Jiang Qin was wronged in the past? If Jiang Qin chose to remain silent, only death awaited him. That's why he fought back and became the public enemy of the Linha boundary. Heavenly Moon City, a medium-sized city, 900,000 li away from the Profound Feng sect. It would take at least a few days to reach there. Jiang Qin is getting more and more arrogant. Plus, the number of elders and disciples he's killed is already uncountable. Compared to the battle in the Twisted Jungle, it's even more than that. In these 6 months, our 100 Sect Alliance has lost a lot of disciples and elders and gained nothing. This is truly disappointing. Jiang Qin said. Meng Fanping held the teacup in his hand tightly. His expression was gloomy. There was no other way. Jiang Qin was in the dark while they were in the light. If they were to fight fair and square, Jiang Qin was definitely not their match. Moreover, if Jiang Qin were to fight with them, the result would be obvious. He knew that going against the entire Linha boundary was no different from courting death. That's right. If this continues, won't our 100-sect alliance's reputation be trampled by Jiang Qin? Who would put our Linha boundary sects in their eyes? Jiang Qingzi shouted. The anger in his heart was evident. The 3 sects had suffered a great loss. All their core disciples were killed by Jiang Qin. Now, only Xuanhuan Kanglin was left. He had returned to the Clear Stream sect and went into seclusion. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, it was a decision made by the Clear Stream sect to protect their last genius disciple. After all, Jiang Qin's reputation was too great. In the Linha boundary, there was no one who could create such a huge mess. He offended almost everyone in the Linha boundary and got away scot-free, not caring about the 100-sect alliance. I have an idea. Profound Feng sect is Jiang Qin's sect. According to Jiang Qin's route, Jiang Qin is going back to Profound Feng sect. There might be something important to him there. We need to attack Profound Feng sect to force him to show himself. Otherwise, he would be a coward right now, hiding in the dark to hurt people. Li Tianhua sneered. No way. Profound Feng sect is a subsidiary sect of my Heavenly Star sect. Li Tianhua, are you trying to start a sect war? Although Profound Feng sect is weak, the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects are interdependent. Do you think the Heavenly Star sect will let this go and the Earthly Hades sect will not do anything? Although this matter is related to Profound Feng sect and Profound Feng sect cannot escape the blame, we will not make things difficult for Profound Feng sect. How will the world look at our 100-sect alliance? An expert of the Firely sect said with a gloomy expression. Now it's not your turn to speak. Moreover, Jiang Qin came from Profound Feng sect. Isn't this enough to prove that he has something to do with Profound Feng sect? It's the father's fault for not teaching his son properly. Do you think that Profound Feng sect can shirk the responsibility? The expert of the Firely sect was speechless after hearing Li Tianhua's words. What Elder Li said is reasonable. If we still insist on the current situation, then more people will die. It will be a great loss to the entire Linha boundary. Since half a year ago, more than 400 experts have died. All of them were Heavenly God Realm experts. More than 10,000 prodigies were killed by Jiang Qin in the Hidden Secret Realm. This is the best proof. Profound Feng sect cannot escape the blame for not teaching strictly. This is the best solution. I agree with Elder Li's idea. Jiang Qingzi said after a moment of silence. At least, no one could find any reason to object. Our 100-sect alliance is determined to kill Jiang Qin and take revenge for the people of Linha boundary. Jiang Qin has committed a heinous crime and deserves to die. Jiang Qin came from Profound Feng sect, but he's such a stubborn person. By right, we should not make things difficult for Profound Feng sect. But this is a critical time, we can only do this. If we don't use Profound Feng sect to threaten Jiang Qin, more people will die. For the safety of the entire Linha boundary, it seems like I have to make a decision that I'm not sure is right or wrong. Meng Fanping said in a deep voice with a cold expression. You're right. Elder Meng is a righteous person. What's there to object? As long as Jiang Qin feels guilty towards the Profound Feng sect, he will definitely show up. If he's a coward, we might not harm the Profound Feng sect by doing this. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? That's right. Jiang Qingzi said with a smile, his face was calm. He already had this idea, but now that Li Tianhua suggested it, it couldn't be more suitable. Jiang Qin's hands were already stained with blood. In order to kill him, the 100-sect alliance was going all out. Let's go to Profound Feng sect. I want to let Jiang Qin know who's the ruler of Linha boundary. Meng Fanping suddenly stood up. He looked towards the north and waved his spear. This time they must make Jiang Qin die a graveless death. Fengming Mountain. Xian Qingming, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was extremely sharp as he stared at the sky. One after another, powerful figures broke through the sky. Meng Fanping, Li Tianhua, Jiang Qingzi, the 3 of them led the crowd. 500 Heavenly God Realm experts came crushing down. Even Xian Qingming felt his breath stagnating. His expression was extremely gloomy. What's coming has finally come. Look, there are so many experts here. I feel like I'm having a hard time breathing. Yeah, so many experts. What are they trying to do? Senior Jiang Qin has killed so many people. They must be here to look for Senior Jiang Qin. So many experts, how terrifying. Countless disciples' faces turned pale as they were suffocated by the pressure of the 500 heavenly god realm experts. Xian Qingming finally felt what it meant to be alone. These people could probably flatten the entire Profound Feng sect in less than half an hour. 3 days later, when Jiang Qin killed another 12 heavenly god realm experts from the 100 Sect Alliance, he received a crazy news. Chapter 2462. Nothing must happen to you guys. Otherwise, I'll make sure your 100 sects disappear from the divine world. Jiang Chen's eyes were as cold as ice as he murmured. He looked at the northern sky and rushed towards the Profound Feng sect without stopping. Moreover, he could not ignore the Profound Feng sect. Otherwise, the hundreds of thousands of people and sect master Xian Qingming would become his scapegoats. Then let's make the massacre more intense. Jiang Chen's eyes were like fire. 10 days was enough for him to kill to his heart's content. Jiang Chen went towards the Profound Feng sect while killing the people from the 100 Sect Alliance. Jiang Chen did not hold back and killed every single one of them. In 10 days, Jiang Chen killed more than 100 people from the 100 Sect Alliance. More than half of them were heavenly god experts. It might not be a big deal to the big sects, but to the mid-tier sects, it was a huge blow. Killing in all directions, pointing his sword at the northern border. This Jiang Chen is a super demon. He kills without blinking an eye. Yeah. If this goes on, the people from the 100 Sect Alliance will all be killed by him. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. The 100 Sect Alliance's forces are all waiting for Jiang Chen in the Profound Feng sect. As long as he appears, he'll definitely be suppressed by the 100 Sect Alliance. You're right. But this time, the 100 Sect Alliance has suffered a huge blow to the mid-tier sections. Every sect will lose a few to a dozen heavenly god experts. They'll need at least 500 years to recover. Along the way, Jiang Chen heard too many crazy words. He was already used to it. However, the 10 days of madness made the people from the 100 Sect Alliance even more furious. Jiang Chen was also waiting. He was betting that the 100 Sect Alliance would not dare to make a move. After all, there were still the Earthly Hades sect and Heavenly Star sect above the Profound Feng sect. So if the Profound Feng sect was really destroyed, the Heavenly Star sect and Earthly Hades sect would not let it go. Even though the two sects paled in comparison to the 100 Sect Alliance, this was a battle of justice for the 100 Sect Alliance. They definitely wouldn't allow themselves to be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, Jiang Chen guessed that the Profound Feng sect wasn't in any danger right now, unless they managed to catch him. In 10 days' time, the 100 Sect Alliance's losses rose to a new height. The hundreds of heavenly god experts in the Profound Feng sect were also in danger. How could they feel good when their people were being killed one by one? Jiang Chen, the traitor, had offended the entire Linhe boundary and killed countless people. Now, he had become a peerless monstrous genius. Meng Fanping, are you trying to break the peace between the sects in our Linhe boundary? A cold shout reverberated above Fengming Mountain. 500 figures instantly arrived, piercing through the air. The entire Fengming Mountain seemed extremely oppressive. I was wondering who it was. So it's Brother Ding from the Heavenly Star sect. It's been 1,000 years since we last met. How are you? Meng Fanping stood on the peak of the void and said with a faint smile. The one who came was Ding Qiudong from the Heavenly Star sect. He was one of the overlords of the Linhe boundary in the past. You should know why I'm here today. Ding Qiudong said faintly as he looked into Meng Fanping's eyes. Ding Qiudong, even this old monster is here. Looks like the Heavenly Star sect wants to protect the Profound Feng sect. Ding Qiudong had already broken through to the half-step Divine King realm a few hundred years ago. His current strength is unfathomable. Even Meng Fanping has to give him some face. Now let's see if Elder Meng's stand is firm. Everyone was looking forward to Ding Qiudong's arrival, and they were filled with shock. I'm afraid we'll have to disappoint Brother Ding. Because we have no other choice. Do you know how many crimes Jiang Chen has committed? Do you know how many of our 100 Sect Alliance's men he has killed? In the hidden secret realm, Jiang Chen killed hundreds of heavenly god realm experts and tens of thousands of prodigies. All of them died in Jiang Chen's hands. Have you ever seen such a tragic scene? Jiang Chen is a disciple of the Profound Feng sect. That's why we have to use this method to force Jiang Chen to show himself. Otherwise, countless innocent people will die. This unfilial son must be killed. Even if we lose 800 men, we will fight till the end. Meng Fanping did not disappoint the people of the 100 Sect Alliance and looked at Ding Qiudong with determination. So you're saying that you want to go against the Profound Feng sect? Ding Qiudong said. It's not me who wants to go against the profound Feng sect. It's Jiang Qin who wants to go against the 100 Sect Alliance. He has killed so many people, doesn't he deserve to die? He deserves to die. If you have the ability, then go and capture him. Why do you have to make things difficult for the profound Feng sect's beginners? You'll be punished by the heavens. Moreover, he's no longer a disciple of the profound Feng sect. Yet you guys are using the profound Feng sect to threaten us. Are you trying to force the profound Feng sect to its death? Ding Qiudong stared at Meng Fanpeng. I only know that if Jiang Qin is not killed, there will be more casualties and will be punished by the heavens. Brother Ding, if you're here to reminisce about the past, I'll accompany you to the end. But if you're here to persuade me to leave the profound Feng sect, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Even if I can, the 9 behind me might not give you face. As soon as Meng Fanping finished his words, the 9 half-step heavenly god realm experts behind him released their imposing aura. Even Ding Qiudong's expression became solemn. This Meng Fanping seems like he wants to kill all of them. Including him, there are 10 half-step heavenly god realm experts. I, Meng Fanping, will never kill the innocent. If Jiang Qin shows up, I will not touch a single hair of the profound Feng sect. If Jiang Qin doesn't show up, I will slaughter the entire profound Feng sect. I won't rest until one of us is dead. Won't rest until one of us is dead. Won't rest until one of us is dead. The 500 heavenly god realm experts shouted loudly. It was deafening. Ding Qiudong felt a strong pressure pressing on his heart. It seems like today's battle is unavoidable. Even though Jiang Qin had left the profound Feng sect, these people still did not want to let the profound Feng sect go. They wanted to squeeze the last bit of strength out of the profound Feng sect to force Jiang Qin to show up. The aura of 500 heavenly god realm experts was terrifying. Countless people were terrified. This kind of aura was not any weaker than 10 half-step heavenly god realm experts. The deafening roar shook the Feng Ming mountain. The 100,000 disciples of profound Feng sect were trembling. Some of them even fainted from the shock. If Jiang Qin shows up, I hope you'll remember what you said. If Jiang Qin doesn't show up, I, Ding Qiudong, am willing to accompany him to the end. Ding Qiudong said. Chapter 2463. He might not be Ding Qiudong's match in a one-on-one battle, as Ding Qiudong was an expert from the older generation. However, he might not lose to Ding Qiudong. The 9 people behind him were also half-step divine kings. Which of the top 20 sects did not have a half-step divine king? Although the Heavenly Star sect was not weak, they didn't have the guts to go against everyone. Thank you, Senior Ding. Qingming is useless and caused the sect to suffer such a disaster. Xian Qingming sighed, feeling grateful towards Ding Qiudong. It's not your fault. If Jiang Qin is here, the profound Feng sect will be safe. Ding Qiudong said. I can't even protect my own disciple, how can I be happy? Hehe. Xian Qingming said helplessly and bitterly. Facing the Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect and the Divine Pill sect, the profound Feng sect did not even have the strength to fight back. Xian Qingming's heart was filled with sorrow but also pride. Jiang Qin was able to dominate the 9 heavens and stand proudly in the Linhe boundary, sweeping away all the prodigies. He had brought glory to the profound Feng sect. Even if he left the profound Feng sect would always welcome him. Moreover, Jiang Qin left the profound Feng sect not to protect himself, but because he didn't want to drag the sect down. It's the 10th day. Looks like Jiang Qin is fated to be a coward. Ah. Jiang Qingzi laughed and said. Looks like the profound Feng sect won't be able to escape this time. Li Tianhua said faintly. Meng Fanping furrowed his brows. Is Jiang Qin really someone who's afraid of death? Jiang Qin, don't come. It's not too late to take revenge for our sect when you're strong enough. Xian Qingming looked at the sky and murmured. Jiang Qin is here. An earth-shattering roar reverberated within 100 li of Feng Ming Mountain. A silhouette pierced through the sky, stepping on clouds. Jiang Qin's eyes were as sharp as swords as he stepped on the void, ascending to the heavens with each step. He looked down at the heavens, looking down at everyone with a domineering aura. The eyes of Meng Fanping and the others lit up. They smiled faintly, and their hearts were filled with confidence. You finally came, Jiang Qin. I thought you were going to hide like a coward, but it seems like you're really a righteous person. Jiang Qingzi narrowed his eyes and said with a chuckle. The appearance of Jiang Qin had already made everyone extremely excited. Today, even if this devil incarnate had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape from the palm of their hands. Jiang Qin, alas. Xian Qingming sighed. In the end he still came. This time the 100-sect alliance was much stronger than before. Moreover, there were 10 half-step divine kings guarding the profound Feng sect, setting up an inescapable net to capture Jiang Chen. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have 9 lives. Jiang Chen, you've always been smart and arrogant, but you've finally come back. Li Qianhua said in disdain. Really? I've never thought of leaving this place alive. I'll kill as many people as I can. I won't lose if I kill one, I'll make a profit if I kill 2. Ah. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Jiang Chen knew that he had no other choice. Because Yu, and Ling Yun were still in the profound Feng sect. Moreover, hundreds of thousands of disciples were in his hands. Shen Qingming would definitely not be able to do anything. Although Jiang Chen had said that he'd rather betray the world than let the world betray him, he was still a man, and a man with responsibility, and responsibility at that. He was the one who caused this trouble. Although it was not his fault, he had offended everyone. He must bear it. Life and death are decreed by fate, riches and honor are determined by the heavens. However, escaping was not something Jiang Chen could do. Jiang Chen wouldn't allow those who were unrelated to him to die with him, even if there were tens of thousands of them. Sect Lord, is everything all right? Jiang Chen said. His voice could be heard from 100 li away. Everything's fine. How could Shen Qingming not hear the hidden meaning in Jiang Chen's words? He was asking about his wife and son. Yu and Ling Yun had left the profound Feng sect. No matter where they were, at least they were not trapped like the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the profound Feng sect. Moreover, Jiang Chen was alone, he had nothing to worry about and could fight wholeheartedly. However, Shen Qingming was also worried. Although Jiang Chen's strength had improved and he could even kill Heavenly God realm experts, he was still a half-step Heavenly God after all. He could easily crush a half-step Divine King. No matter how monstrous and heaven-defying he was, could he escape from this trap? Courageous indeed. But it's a pity that he's fated to die in this battle. Why isn't such a genius from my Heavenly Star sect? Ding Qiudong said faintly, feeling pity in his heart. However, he would not take any action because his purpose of coming here was to protect the profound Feng sect. Since the profound Feng sect was safe now, he could not help Jiang Chen. It's equivalent to declaring war against the 100-sect alliance, standing on the opposite side of the entire Linhe boundary. Ding Qiudong knew that Jiang Chen was going to die, he could only sigh in his heart. That's great. Ah. Then I don't have to worry about anything in this battle. Jiang Chen laughed, the haze in his heart was swept away. Since Shen Qingming said that everything was fine, it meant that Yu and Ling Yun were safe. There was another possibility, they had already left the profound Feng sect. Since Ling Yun had said that she was going to leave the profound Feng sect, she said that she was going to wait for his return. However, waiting for him delayed her return. Ling Yun and Yu might not be around anymore. Jiang Chen, you're about to die, yet you're still so relaxed. I'm curious, how did you manage to smile? Jiang Qingzi said in a deep voice. Do I need to ask for your permission to smile? The world laughs at me for being crazy, I laugh at them for not seeing through me. Ah. Today's battle, I Jiang Chen will fight with all of you till the end. It's still uncertain who will fall. Jiang Chen roared. He was fearless, facing 500 Heavenly God realm experts alone. Moreover, he was calm and domineering. Jiang Chen knew that if he didn't come, these fellas would do anything. For the so-called righteousness of the sect, they might kill one to warn the others. Profound Feng sect was in danger, Jiang Chen would not just stand by and watch. Even if everything was fine now, Jiang Chen would not be able to escape from this battle. You dare to pull the emperor down from his horse even if you're not willing to die. Jiang Chen, even an old man like me admires you a little. Although you're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or a moth flying into a flame, you're still able to live up to your name even after death. We're not as good as you. Ah. Ding Qiudong shook his head and smiled. He slightly squinted his eyes. He admired Jiang Chen. 500 Heavenly God realm experts will help you ascend to the heavens. Jiang Chen died. Chapter 2464. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. From the moment he returned to profound Feng sect, he did not plan to leave this place safely. Even if he had to suffer 1,000 casualties, he would still be able to injure 800 enemies. Moreover, he might not necessarily lose. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely solemn while facing 500 Heavenly God realm experts. If it was an ordinary half-step Heavenly God, he would have been scared to death and run away. Jiang Chen knew that profound Feng sect would not be able to escape if he ran away. Even if Heavenly Star sect was protecting and Earthly Hades sect was supporting him, so what? Jiang Chen did not want to profound Feng sect, and he did not want to drag Shen Qingming into this. A man could die standing, but he could not live with a guilty conscience. It was better to live with vigor than to live without purpose. Jiang Chen glanced at the 500 Heavenly God Realm experts fearlessly. Since he could not escape, he would fight till the last moment without any regrets. Jiang Chen, perhaps this is your fate, Ding Qiudong said in a low voice. He felt sorry for Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, he had offended the entire Linhe boundary. No one could save him. 500 Heavenly God Realm experts. Even a Divine King Realm expert would be killed by these 500 Heavenly God Realm experts. Jiang Chen will not be able to escape from us. Since he's here, he should pay the price. Whether it's the Twisted Jungle, the Hidden Secret Realm, or the Linhe boundary, Jiang Chen's death is not enough to atone for his sins. Li Tianhua said in a deep voice. 500 Heavenly God Realm experts attacked. Even if Jiang Chen fought against 100 of them, he would not be able to win. Water Moon Sect's Wang Gang, lead 20 Heavenly God Realm experts to capture Jiang Chen. Meng Fanping Lung Lung said. Yes. The Great Elder of Water Moon Sect, Wang Gang, led 20 Heavenly God Realm experts towards Jiang Chen. Only 20 Heavenly Gods? It seems like you guys are really looking down on me, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. He did not take a step back but took a step back. A terrifying gale pierced through the void. Jiang Chen fought against 20 Heavenly God Realm experts with his bare hands. Jiang Chen was unarmed and his fists were invincible. He fought against 20 Heavenly God Realm experts without falling into a disadvantageous position. 20 early Heavenly God Realm experts couldn't even break through Jiang Chen's defense. They couldn't even get close to him. Jiang Chen's domineering physical strength was shocking. With a single punch, 5 Heavenly God Realm experts were pushed back. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. All of them were pushed back. Haha, good timing. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Facing 20 early Heavenly Gods, he felt like he was in an unstoppable state. He dealt with them with ease and ease. 20 not enough. Come again. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with battle intent. 20 early Heavenly God Realm experts were gradually suppressed by him. His fists landed on their bodies and thunder rumbled. Would Evolution Sect's Zhao Kuiyun bring 30 Heavenly God Realm experts to fight against Jiang Chen? Meng Fanping's expression was calm. Although Jiang Chen's aura was imposing and fearless, he was still facing 500 Heavenly God Realm experts. This was only a tenth of them. Roger. Zhao Kuiyun led another 30 Heavenly God experts to join the battle. 50 Heavenly Gods instantly increased the pressure on Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was still able to deal with them with ease. The 50 Heavenly God experts were fighting against him. Each of their attacks were terrifying and soul-stirring. This fella is truly the reincarnation of a monster. To think that he could fight 50 Heavenly God Realm experts alone with his half-step True God Realm strength. Terrifying. I don't know if we should say that our people are too weak or that Jiang Chen is too strong. To be able to be hunted down by the 100 Sect Alliance and kill countless people, he must be quite capable. No wonder so many Heavenly Gods died in Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen's battle prowess is truly terrifying. Some of the experts are already feeling threatened. Many people were discussing about it. However, Jiang Chen's mightiness was overshadowed by the 50 Heavenly God Realm experts. Now both of them were on par with each other. Jiang Chen was fighting against 50 Heavenly God Realm experts with his bare body. Everyone was shocked, speechless by the scene. Such a young man, if he doesn't die, his future will be limitless. Ding Qiudong said silently. However, he did not have the chance or reason to take action. As long as the profound Feng sect was safe, his mission was completed. He did not have the ability to fight against the entire Linhe boundary. He was confident that he was a half-step divine king, but he did not have the courage to fight against Jiang Chen. Just 50 Heavenly God Realm experts, what can they do to me? Ah! Jiang Chen roared. His domineering aura was unstoppable. The 50 Heavenly God Realm experts became even more desperate under Jiang Chen's terrifying aura. However, Jiang Chen's profound heavenly armor was able to withstand all of their attacks. Jiang Chen was even more domineering and ruthless. Huoqianer of Fiery Sect, send another 50 Heavenly God Realm experts to kill Jiang Chen. Meng Fanping's eyes were as sharp as a blade. Huoqianer of Fiery Sect was not inferior to a man either. 100 Heavenly God Realm experts encircled Jiang Chen and continuously launched their attacks. Jiang Chen was walking on the line between life and death. retreating step by step. At this moment, it was difficult for him to withstand 100 heavenly god realm experts with just his physical strength. Jiang Chen's palms were like swords, his fists were like rocks, striking fiercely. The entire Feng Ming mountain was filled with thunderous sounds. Hundreds of thousands of profound Feng sect's disciples held their breaths as they watched the scene. Because they knew that Jiang Chen did not have to turn back, he did not have to face so many experts, but he still came back. Moreover, he fought against 10 or 100 of them. Although he was retreating step by step, he was still unreachable in the eyes of the profound Feng sect's disciples. Jiang Chen was their eternal idol. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was a great man. Now this fella is not as arrogant as before. Let's see if he can still stand up against 100 heavenly god realm experts. Jiang Qingzi sneered as he looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Although he was unwilling, he knew that it would not be easy for him to fight against 100 early heavenly god realm experts. Jiang Chen was undefeatable. Although he looked defeated, it was enough for a half-step heavenly god realm fella to gain the respect of 100 heavenly god realm experts. Jiang Chen's expression became more and more terrible. 100 early heavenly god realm experts had formed a huge net and he was like a moth that could not escape from the net. If that's the case, let's fight to our heart's content. Jiang Chen roared and turned into a dragon. Chapter 2465. At this moment, the aura of the half-human half-dragon rose abruptly, reaching the mid-heavenly god realm in an instant. The explosive increase was suffocating. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's close combat skills became even more terrifying. His fists tore the void apart. None of the heavenly gods could withstand Jiang Chen's attacks. The terrifying fists smashed down, crushing the rocks. Jiang Chen was like an immemorial giant beast. He was even more powerful than the Tao Tai. Jiang Chen roared like a dragon and tiger. Under the dragon transformation he was invincible. Hundreds of heavenly god realm experts felt a great pressure at this moment. Jiang Chen was able to withstand the attacks of the 9 heavens divine tools with his dragon-like body. He was extremely ferocious as he continuously punched out. 5 heavenly god realm experts were instantly sent flying away. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen's dragon-like body. Give it your all, don't give him a chance to turn the tables. Everyone was incomparably excited. Hundreds of heavenly gods could not suppress a half-step heavenly god. It was really embarrassing. These 100 people were extremely furious. However, Jiang Chen's aura had completely suppressed them. The terrifying dragon might reverberated in the void. The aura of 100 people was not as powerful as Jiang Chen. Haha, a bunch of trash. Watch how I break through your 500 heavenly god realm experts. Jiang Chen soared into the sky. Under the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, more than 20 heavenly god realm experts were forced to retreat. Jiang Chen crushed the meridians of 7 heavenly god realm experts with a single step. Their bones and flesh were separated and exploded. 7 heavenly gods were instantly killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's attack was unstoppable. Those who stand in my way shall die. Jiang Chen waved his dragon arm and launched a heavy punch. With a single punch, someone's meridians were instantly crushed. An early heavenly god could not fight back against Jiang Chen at all. 1 against 100, Jiang Chen gained the upper hand once again. This fella is a living devil. Many people's eyes were filled with fear. Their bodies trembled as their battle intent faded. 1 man crushed 100 heavenly god realm experts. Jiang Chen's strength was enough to move a mountain, his chi was like a bull. His terrifying strength, the 9 dragons and 10 elephants were unstoppable. Anyone who bumped into him would die, anyone who touched him would be injured. Jiang Chen used the might of his dragon transformation to slay more than 20 people. The remaining 70 experts were in danger. Even though the 100 Sect Alliance was their base camp, none of them wanted to die in Jiang Chen's hands. After all, it was not easy to obtain hundreds of years of cultivation. Jiang Chen, this great devil, truly made them feel despair. Sun Shao of the Overlord sect, it's your turn. Bring another 100 early heavenly gods. I'd like to see how capable he is. As soon as Meng Fangping's voice faded, Sun Shao sneered and charged towards Jiang Chen. 100 heavenly gods fought against Jiang Chen once again. This time Jiang Chen was forced into a desperate situation. Even with the help of the dragon transformation, it was still difficult for him to fight against 200 heavenly gods. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely ugly. He started to take the initiative and became passive. You're quite strong. However, you're still too weak to fight against 200 early heavenly gods. Sun Shao sneered and pulled out his sword. His figure was like a phantom and his aura was like a dragon. He was like a sharp blade that pierced into the heart of his enemy. Countless heavenly gods were behind Sun Xiao, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat step by step. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and soared into the sky with unstoppable might. The heavenly dragon sword shone with boundless might as it fought against 200 heavenly gods. He was like a heavenly god that descended from the heavens. Since you're wearing a layer of armor, I'll give you a piece of fortune. This kind of battle is not fair. Meng Fanping sneered. While the 200 heavenly gods were fighting against Jiang Chen, he swung his sword and launched a sneak attack. It shattered Jiang Chen's profound heavenly armor. Jiang Chen was struck by Meng Fanping's sneak attack. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 10 li away. His aura was greatly weakened. The 200 heavenly gods were like gods, they were able to fight against Jiang Chen with ease. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head and stared at Meng Fanping. Jiang Chen never thought that this high-ranking elder of the Clearstream sect would do something so despicable. He launched a sneak attack and destroyed his profound heavenly armor. Now, the 200 heavenly gods could completely ignore Jiang Chen's defense. They were in a frenzy. Meng Fanping, I'll definitely kill you. Jiang Chen was enraged. At this moment he had to defend himself with all his might. Without the help of the profound heavenly armor, not even Jiang Chen dared to face the attacks of the 200 heavenly gods head-on. This overbearing force was like a divine sword that covered the sky. It was unstoppable. After losing the profound heavenly armor, Jiang Chen's combat strength did not decrease at all. However, he needed to be able to defend and attack at the same time in order to defend against the strong enemies. Under such circumstances, Jiang Chen was destined to fall into a passive position. Sword shadows and blade lights intertwined with each other. Jiang Chen's body was covered with scars and bloodstains. 200 heavenly gods. Jiang Chen finally felt like a mountain was pressing on his shoulders. Even breathing became difficult. Senior Jiang Chen, many of the profound Feng sect's disciples had tears in their eyes as they watched this scene silently. Jiang Chen, who was covered in blood, was still holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He was fighting with all his might, swearing not to surrender. All of this was for the sake of the hundreds of thousands of disciples. Everyone felt guilty in their hearts. The scars on Jiang Chen's body were getting more and more. Their anger was getting more and more intense. However, there was nothing they could do. 200 heavenly gods wanted to kill them like drinking water. Even their sect lord could not do anything about it. Those people were too powerful. They were so powerful that it made people's scalp numb. However, Jiang Chen did not give up from the beginning to the end. He fought until the very last moment, until his death. There was no sign of surrender on his face. This was Jiang Chen. Even though he was severely injured, his fighting spirit was still high. A man would not cry easily. However, the disciples of profound Feng sect had tears in their eyes when they saw Jiang Chen's scars. Jiang Chen, you have killed countless people. You have committed a grave sin. You deserve this. Surrender now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to die peacefully even if you die. Jiang Qingzi said coldly. 20 is not enough. 50 is not enough. 100 is not enough. I want to toy with you until you die. Meng Fanping stared at Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression. The corner of his mouth revealed a hideous smile that was becoming more and more ingrained. I, Jiang Chen, will never fall. Chapter 2466. After losing the profound heavenly armor, Jiang Chen fought against 200 heavenly god realm experts alone. It was getting more and more strenuous for him. The injuries on his body were also increasing. The heavenly god realm experts were not easy to deal with. Although Jiang Chen was strong, it was still not enough to fight against 200 experts alone. The heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable, but it could only force back a few dozen people. 200 heavenly god realm experts were charging forward one after another. To kill a few dozen of them in one go was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Jiang Chen's sword slashed across the field. The sword light flew 90,000 miles away, sending 10 heavenly god realm experts flying. However, it was still a drop in the bucket, unable to play a crucial role. At this moment, the other experts had already arrived. 12 fire god guards. Jiang Chen slashed with his sword again. His skin was cut open and blood was everywhere. Jiang Chen retreated again and again. The 200 heavenly god realm experts did not let him go and forced him into a dead end. 12 fire god guards. Jiang Chen roared and the 12 fire god guards immediately attacked. The fire god guards had all reached the heavenly god realm. The 12 fire god guards formed a formation and protected him in the middle. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation was formed in an instant. Once the formation wheel of the 12 fire god guards was activated, even a late heavenly god realm expert could withstand it. The strength of the 12 fire god guards was quite strong. They did not disappoint the crowd. They blocked the attack of almost 100 people and bought enough time for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. He was meticulous. With the help of the 12 fire god guards, Jiang Chen's combat strength was improved perfectly. This kind of life and death battle was the best way to improve one's strength and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Chen did not have the concept of life and death in his heart. To him, this was an experience that could not be stopped. In the heavenly dragon sword, the sword of solitude's aura increased tremendously. A single sword light swept across the entire area. The sword of solitude had killed 27 people and forced more than 100 people to retreat. Jiang Chen's mightiness was restored once again. The 12 fire god guards were not careless at all. The overbearingness of the fire spirit puppets was even more terrifying. They possessed the attribute of the karmic fire of the red lotus. Their fire chi was soaring. In terms of individual combat strength, the fire god guards were not weaker than a mid-heavenly god realm expert. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation of the 12 fire god guards made them even more invincible. More than 100 heavenly god realm experts could not break through the 12 fire god guards. One on the offensive, one on the defensive, one on the offensive, one on the defensive. Jiang Chen was even more at ease. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with unparalleled battle intent. This game is getting more and more fun. 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts. Let's see how you're going to deal with them this time. Meng Fanping squinted his eyes and became more confident. He wanted to toy with Jiang Chen until he died. Only then would he be able to relieve the hatred in everyone's heart. If he killed Jiang Chen just like that, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was like a turtle in a jar. They were just toying with Jiang Chen. 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts were definitely comparable to 500 early heavenly god realm experts, maybe even stronger. Jiang Chen's countenance suddenly changed. Seeing that 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts had joined the battle, his eyes became colder and colder. It was as if the entire Linha boundary's strength was on his shoulders. That kind of weight almost crushed Jiang Chen. Another 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts. You guys have overestimated Jiang Chen. This time, I'm afraid that he won't be able to escape. Ding Qiudong glanced at Shen Qingming and shook his head helplessly. Jiang Chen was indeed a monstrous genius. It was not easy to capture him under such a terrifying formation. Now it had become a massacre. Shen Qingming watched silently, but he could not do anything. The profound Feng sect had fallen into chaos. Hundreds of thousands of inner and outer sect disciples had tears in their eyes. This was a true hero, fighting against the world alone without any regrets. Jiang Chen, your death is here. Torturing you to death might be the best way to end this. Ah! Li Tianhua said fiercely. His sinister yet terrifying expression was extremely terrifying. The corner of his mouth carried a trace of malicious intent. Great, I'm going to kill everyone here. Jiang Chen's back was facing the 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts. He used his sword to cut through the void and killed 30 early heavenly god realm experts. However, the dreadful aura behind him had already turned into a torrent, blotting out the sky. The dreadful aura instantly sent Jiang Chen flying. Jiang Chen looked solemn. 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts were indeed incomparable to an early heavenly god realm expert. The dreadful aura had locked onto him. Moreover, each of the mid-heavenly god realm experts were experts from their respective sections. They must have been through hundreds of battles, unlike those early heavenly god realm experts. Some of them were just the younger generation of their sections. They were still inexperienced and weak. As the 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts joined the battle, Jiang Chen felt that it was hard for him to move forward. He was heavily injured again and again. The heavenly dragon sword could not keep up with the attacks. Jiang Chen was forced into a dead end. The 12 fire god guards were besieged by more than 140 early heavenly god realm experts. They finally showed signs of defeat. Although they managed to hold back those early heavenly god realm experts, on the other hand, Jiang Chen was fighting against 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts alone. This dreadful force could probably destroy any sect in the Linha boundary, excluding the top 20 sections. Jiang Chen took a few steps back. However, there was no more place for him to retreat. Although his combat strength was extraordinary under the dragon transformation, the opponent's strength was even stronger. This was what Jiang Chen had expected. 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts were a dreadful force. Even the number 1 city in the Linha boundary, Gulong City, dared not underestimate them. This force was only a part of the 100-sect alliance in the Linha boundary. The main force might not even be here. However, it was still impossible for Jiang Chen to fight against 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts. Little Ashura sword formation activate. Jiang Chen roared. He used 10 supreme grade divine origin stones as the base of the formation. This time Jiang Chen did not use any of his energy. Otherwise, the devouring power of the Little Ashura sword formation would have sucked him dry in no time. The power of 10 supreme grade divine origin stones was quite strong. At least, it could help Jiang Chen's Little Ashura sword formation for a quarter of an hour. Within that quarter of an hour, he would be invincible. Chapter 2467. Finally, you can't hold it in anymore? Li Tianhua smiled but remained calm. As expected, the 100 mid-heavenly gods could not withstand the Little Ashura sword formation at all. More than 100 of them were trapped in the sword formation and could only defend themselves. Moreover, they were heavily injured. They would have died if they did not gather together to resist the powerful killing formation. Jiang Chen stood proudly with his eyebrows knitted tightly. He could feel that something was wrong. However, he did not unleash the full power of the Little Ashura sword formation. It was only 10 to 20% of its power. Because Jiang Chen was waiting for all the heavenly gods to enter the formation. At that moment he would be able to fight with all his might. He wanted to kill all 500 heavenly gods. This was Jiang Chen's plan. This sword formation is only SOSO? Hehe, if that's the case I'll show you my formation. Li Tianhua leaped up and soared into the sky. He held the sun, moon, and stars in his hand. His eyes were like torches as he glanced at the crowd. The other 200 mid-heavenly gods joined in as well. Their terrifying aura filled the air. The 500 experts stood in 8 directions at this moment. With Li Tianhua controlling the formation, they instantly formed a formation that was even more terrifying than Jiang Chen's Little Ashura sword formation. You have Zhang Liang's plan, I have wall ladder. This formation is specially made to deal with you, the Little Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen, it's impossible for you to escape from us today. Ah. Li Tianhua dominated the world and the Ghost Eye sect was known as the sect of formations. If it wasn't for their Ghost Eye sect that shocked the Linha boundary, the world would remember them as the Ghost Eye sect that was founded on formations. Such a powerful formation. Jiang Chen frowned. The 500 heavenly god realm experts had all returned to their positions. More than 60 early heavenly god realm experts who had died were replaced by more than 60 late heavenly god scripture experts. At this moment the entire void seemed to have become dark. The formation of Ghost Eye sect was covered with dark clouds, covering the entire area within 10,000 li of Profound Feng sect. Everyone felt suffocated and suffocated. Those weaker disciples of Profound Feng sect were shivering in fear. Hundreds of them even died under the suppression of the formation. Terrifying. This is a demonic formation. My heart is about to jump out. Senior Jiang Chen, I'm afraid we're doomed this time. Is our Profound Feng sect going to perish like this? Every disciple of the Profound Feng sect was in deep despair. Jiang Chen looked up and saw that Li Tianhua's 500 men formation had completely engulfed the Little Ashura sword formation. A terrifying black whirlwind was howling, stirring up the mountains and rivers. The black whirlwind was like a grim reaper from hell, engulfing Jiang Chen's sword formation. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. At this moment, the 500 heavenly god realm experts had completely fused with the Little Ashura sword formation. This time Jiang Chen was not confident. He was confident that his formation would not lose to Li Tianhua's formation. However, the strength of his opponent's formation was too powerful. Even his scalp felt numb. This was a feast for the Linha boundary. Jiang Chen was shocked and proud at the same time. This battle had filled him with pride. What kind of formation is this? Jiang Chen stared at Li Tianhua with his eyes narrowed. There's no harm in telling you. It's the 1,000 Elephants Arhat formation. Formed by 500 heavenly god realm experts, even a half-step divine king can be crushed in an instant. It's specially made to deal with you. You should be proud to die in the 1,000 Elephants Arhat formation. Li Tianhua said disdainfully. He was extremely confident in the 1,000 Elephants Arhat formation. This was one of the great formations of the Ghost Eye sect. It was extremely powerful. Even when facing the attack of a Divine King Realm expert, it was extremely sturdy and stable. The black whirlwind continued to blow. A 10,000 zhang tall black skeleton was gradually formed. Its eyes were like black holes, emitting a dreadful aura. It opened its bloody mouth as if it was going to devour the heavens and earth. The 1,000 elephants Arhat formation formed by 500 heavenly god realm experts had completely engulfed Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation, completely suppressing it. Jiang Chen also felt that he was shrouded by the black mist. His heart felt extremely pressured. Let's go, Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen took out another 30 supreme grade divine origin stones and activated the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation. At this moment, the little Ashura sword formation was completely activated. Rays of golden light shone brightly. Rays of dreadful sword light pierced through the black mist. One black and one golden, two dreadful auras intertwined with each other. Sword shadows shuttled through the void. Such a dreadful sword formation. This sword formation is much stronger than the one Jiang Chen used before. How could this be? Jiang Qingzi raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression was solemn. However, Li Tianhua was also extremely solemn. Only he was confident. Even he had to admit that Jiang Chen's formation was too powerful. If the 500 heavenly god realm experts were to cast Jiang Chen's peerless sword formation, they could even kill a divine king realm expert without mercy. However, Jiang Chen's current strength was too weak. It was already not easy for him to cast 1/10,000th of the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation's power. Li Tianhua won because of the all-elephants Arhat formation formed by the 500 heavenly god realm experts. This was his true trump card. Even without the formation, the 500 heavenly god realm experts were still a terrifying force. With the combination of the all-elephants Arhat formation, it was like adding wings to a tiger. His sword formation is indeed earth-shattering, but it's absolutely impossible for him to break my all-manifestations Arhat Prajna formation. Li Tianhua's expression was as calm as usual as he commanded the terrifying killing formation. Terrifying black whirlwinds swept across the area. The pressure that Jiang Chen felt was getting stronger and stronger. The whirlwinds were like blades that tore through the void. Jiang Chen's blood and qi were trembling and his body was being torn apart by the wind blades. Jiang Chen controlled the little Ashura sword formation. The sword formation's power was 5 times stronger than before and it clashed against the Arhat Prajna formation fiercely. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Chapter 2468. The all-elephants Arhat formation that Li Tianhua controlled also launched its most terrifying attack at this time. 500 heavenly gods? The feeling of the fusion of their powers was like a demon king descending to the world, killing all gods and Buddhas in their path. The black skeleton shadow gradually took shape in the whirlwind and devoured the thousands of sword shadows. Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation lost its dominance for the first time. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. 500 heavenly god realm experts were a force that was difficult to break through. Even his little Ashura sword formation could not gain the upper hand. The thousands of sword shadows were devoured by the black skeleton. In the end, the black skeleton started to devour the little Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen was extremely solemn. The all-manifestations wisdom formation that was supported by 500 heavenly god realm experts had completely suppressed Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. Countless sword shadows dispersed in the black mist. Jiang Chen's heart was shrouded in darkness. Damn it! Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. Li Tianhua controlled the all-manifestations wisdom formation, controlling the universe with one hand. At this moment, Li Tianhua was laughing wildly, his heart was filled with confidence. Zongheng and Yener died in your hands. Jiang Chen, you must pay the price for what you've done. Break for me. Li Tianhua struck with his palm. The black skeleton shadow along with the fatal attack of 500 heavenly god realm experts collided with Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he defended the formation. He roared like a dragon, resisting the attack of 500 heavenly god realm experts. However, he could already sense that the god artifacts were already trembling. The little Ashura formation was probably really going to be destroyed. Jiang Chen's guess was right. The little Ashura sword formation crumbled in an instant, and the 500 heavenly god realm experts were sent flying by Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. This scene caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. The mountain rocks were destroyed, the riverbed was cut off, the 5 mountains were filled with phoenix cries, thousands of birds and beasts were killed. The disciples of Profound Feng sect also suffered hundreds of casualties from this huge collision. It was truly a tragic scene. Jiang Qin retreated 800 steps. His face was gloomy and pale like a sheet of paper. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered without end. Jiang Qin knelt on one knee. Blood flowed out of his mouth and his body was riddled with wounds. Blood was all over Jiang Qin's body. His lips curled into a ruthless smile. Although the 500 Heavenly God Realm experts were fine, they were still injured by Jiang Qin's sword formation at the very last moment. Li Qianhua was the one who felt it the most. Although he relied on the Arhat Prajna formation to destroy Jiang Qin's Ashura sword formation, he also suffered a great backlash at the last moment. Although the skeleton shadow had devoured Jiang Qin's sword shadows, it was still a great injury to him. Li Qianhua was heavily injured because Jiang Qin's Ashura sword formation was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the 500 Heavenly God Realm experts that formed the formation, he wouldn't dare to fight against Jiang Qin head-on. This sword formation was the #1 in history. The Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation did not lose. It lost because Jiang Qin was unable to unleash its full power. It lost to the 500 Heavenly God Realm experts. No matter how heaven-defying Jiang Qin was, how could 500 Heavenly God Realm experts be ordinary? The 500 Heavenly God Realm experts stood proudly in front of the formation. However, all of them were heavily injured. None of them survived. Although they looked calm, only they knew how serious their injuries were. And the one who injured them was Jiang Qin himself, a half-step Heavenly God. 500 Heavenly God Realm experts, even an early Divine King Realm expert would be exhausted to death. Other than Jiang Qin, who else would have the courage to do so? Even Meng Fanping, Li Qianhua, Jiang Qingzi, these famous experts of the Linha boundary would not be able to catch up to him. At this moment, Li Qianhua's desire to obtain the sword formation in Jiang Qin's hand grew stronger. His eyes were glowing with passion. Looking at the scene of Jiang Qin kneeling on the ground, the 500 Heavenly God Realm experts were shocked. How powerful is this man? If he was given 10 or 100 years, not to mention the Linha boundary, even the Lone Dragon County, the Northern Cold Divine Region, who would be his match? Where to look at the Divine Region? My eyes are filled with the sorrow of time. How many things have I done in my youth? Long. The young Wan Dohai sitting on the Northern Cold War. Who could be his match? Giving birth to a son is like a friend in the river. Xian Qingming looked at the scene of Jiang Qin kneeling on the ground. His eyes were filled with sorrow, but there was nothing he could do. Jiang Qin, Profound Feng sect is proud of you. Xian Qingming murmured. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Jiang Qin was fighting a bloody battle, but they could only watch quietly. Jiang Qin was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Everyone was looking at him silently. Death was getting closer and closer to him, especially Meng Fanpeng and the others. They had watched enough and wanted to kill Jiang Qin now. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Qin had spared no effort in this battle. He had gained a lot from this battle, but he was not sure if he could survive the next battle. However, as long as he was alive, the battle would not stop for even a second. Jiang Qin, what else do you have? Show it to me. You're only one step away from death now. Jiang Qingzi said with a cold smile. At this moment, no one could save him. Not even a heaven sovereign could save him, let alone a heavenly god. Jiang Qin had fought for so long, he no longer had the strength to fight anyone under the heavens anymore. Although the 100 Sect Alliance was a rascal, they were poisoned by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had become their cancer. No matter what reason Jiang Qin had, it would not be a reason for them to forgive Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin was not dead, Linha boundary would not be safe. Now, it's finally time for me to take action. Jiang Qingzi said confidently. Jiang Qin was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Now that he had captured him, Jiang Qingzi was not worried at all. Everyone follow me and capture Jiang Qin. Jiang Qingzi looked at the 20 peak heavenly gods behind him and said faintly. This battle, Jiang Qin could be said to be fighting the entire Linha boundary, 20 peak heavenly gods. Jiang Qin slowly raised his head with a bitter smile. But as long as he's not dead, this battle is not over. If the heavens want to kill me, I will drag everyone down with me. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at the sky. These 20 peak heavenly god realm experts were going to be the absolute enemies that could overwhelm him. Little Qinzi, how can I miss out on such a fun battle? A black silhouette broke through the sky, his voice traveled 1,000 miles, shaking everyone's heart. Chapter 2469. There's a kind of trust, there's no need to look back. There's a kind of promise, there's a kind of life and death. There's a kind of feeling, there's no regrets even if you die. Once upon a time, there was a brave young man who fought side by side with him. They shed their blood, raised their prestige, sang war songs, swept through the world and shook the world. In the immortal world, when they fought, the world trembled, the four seas rose as if the sky was roaring and the earth was singing. When Jianghu heard the roar that resounded through the sky, he already knew that the guy who wielded a long staff and wasn't afraid of anything had finally arrived. His actions had stirred up the entire Linha boundary. Many of the boundaries around the Linha boundary must have heard of this news. And he must have come after hearing the news. A terrifying gust of wind stirred up the black clouds in the void. A staff fell down, splitting the mountains and rivers. The clouds dispersed and a black figure appeared. Who else could it be but Long Shan? Cold eyes, reserved expression, one hand holding the divine staff, his aura was like a bull, and his domineering intent soared to the heavens. Jianghu's heart was slightly moved. He had changed, he was no longer as violent as before, but he was still domineering. He was not as impulsive as before, but he was still courageous. The hostility between his eyebrows had also turned into a domineering battle intent. The sharpness was reserved, and his Dan-si was as still as a mountain. The sharpness was clear in his eyes. Long Shan's battle intent was high. He stood side by side with Jianghu, looking at the 500 heavenly god realm experts who retreated from the battlefield. His mouth curved into a meaningful smile. These 20 heavenly god realm experts in front of him, none of them were easy to deal with. But since Long Shan had decided to come, he had no worries. Their brotherhood was deeper than the sea, there was no need for words between them. Long Shan did not care too much as long as he saw Jianghu alive. Can you still hold on? Long Shan smiled and looked at Jianghu. I can't hold on anymore. Jianghu shook his head. Then he laughed and looked Long Shan in the eye. If I can hold on, then what else is there to say? We'll just fight. Long Shan brandished the divine staff in his hand, and his rage soared to the heavens. As he turned, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a shocking desire to do battle. He wanted to take revenge for Jianghu's injuries bit by bit from these people. Another one coming to die? Since that's the case, then all of you can die. Jianghu held the trident in his hand and took the lead. He stood in front of Jianghu and Long Shan. He was full of confidence and calm. Initially, they thought that it would be some powerful expert who came to help Jianghu. Never did they expect that it would be a peak early heavenly god. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Leave him to me. Long Shan pointed at Jianghu and said, I'll deal with the remaining 20. Jianghu said indifferently. These 20 peak heavenly gods were obviously stronger than Jianghu. However, as an elder of a great sect, Jianghu was not someone easy to deal with. Just you? Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Let me see what you're made of. No wonder you're friends with this brat. Birds of a feather flock together. You're all so arrogant, but in the end, aren't you still dead? Jianghu was full of disdain towards Long Shan. However, Long Shan was calm and collected in this battle. Although Jianghu was also a peak heavenly god, he did not feel pressured at all. You're courting death. Shan said coldly. Without saying a word, he charged towards Jianghu. Even though Jianghu was a peak early heavenly god, he was not afraid at all. Although there was a difference of 2 realms between them, Shan's fearless spirit made him fearless. He fought with his life on the line. Jianghu sneered. At this moment he had no choice but to give it his all. Long Shan's arrival had made him even more excited. With the help of the wood spirit and the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, Jianghu had recovered quite a bit of his strength. He did not retreat even half a step when fighting against the 20 peak heavenly gods. These 20 peak heavenly gods were extremely powerful. They were at least on par with 2 to 3 half-step heavenly god realm experts. Jianghu died. It's a worthy death to die in our hands. Aha, you're just an arrow at the end of its flight. What else can you do? Aren't you going to be killed in the end? It's not too late to surrender. We'll leave your corpse intact. Jianghu, you're a hero. Even though you've yet to mature, you're still terrifying. Out of respect for you, I suppose you won't be willing to be torn apart by us, right? The 20 experts joined hands to besiege Jianghu. It was extremely difficult for him to fight against them. However, he would not lower his head even if he were to die. If you want to kill me, you need to have the ability to do so. If you're not afraid of death, come at me. The one who can take my head will become a heavenly lord. Jianghu smiled calmly. He was able to deal with the 20 experts with ease. It had been a long time since they fought side by side. Jiang Chen had never thought that Long Shisan would come at this time. He might not know how Long Shisan knew about this, but he did his best to rush here. Jiang Chen could see the fatigue in his eyes. He must have rushed here non-stop. We can't lose. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes in anger. He immediately activated the ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Chen's strength rose to the peak again. Jiang Chen's strength had reached the late heavenly god realm under the ancient soaring dragon technique. The might of the punch was unstoppable. The embodiment of the ancient soaring dragon technique was not only in terms of strength, but also in Jiang Chen's current dragon physique. The ancient soaring dragon technique under the dragon transformation was even more perfect. Although he was half dragon and half human, Jiang Chen could feel the faint dragon qi in his body. Once this dragon qi was fully integrated into his body, Jiang Chen knew that he would be able to reach the next level. The dragon qi lingered in his body. The ancient soaring dragon technique had made Jiang Chen's battle strength rise again and again. Just the toughness of his body alone had surpassed a normal peak heavenly god realm demonic beast. It was impossible for an ordinary attack to break his dragon body. The heavenly dragon sword became more and more proficient. It merged with Jiang Chen and became a part of Jiang Chen's body. The ancient soaring dragon technique's assimilation had benefited Jiang Chen a lot. It was not only a reflection of his strength, it was also a prerequisite for him to transform into a dragon. No wonder the Tao Tai was willing to pay any price to obtain the ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Chen finally realized the immeasurable value of the ancient soaring dragon technique. Boy, let's see if you can still play tricks on us. Stubborn fella. Chapter 2470. Jiang Chen clenched his fist with one hand and a sword with the other. The edge of the sword was sharp and the momentum of the fist was overbearing. Both of his attacks were ruthless and shocking. Jiang Chen was able to maintain such a combat strength even after repelling 500 heavenly gods. Even Meng Fanping's eyes turned solemn. This fella seems to have endless divine power in his body. Looks like we have to end this quickly. If we, the half-step divine king realm, take action, I'm afraid the Linha boundary's face will be ruined. Meng Fanping was clear that it was not difficult to kill Jiang Chen. It was not wrong for him to kill Jiang Chen step by step. Now that the 100 Sect Alliance had deployed such a huge force, if the 100 Sect Alliance had to send out half-step divine kings to kill a kid who wasn't even a heavenly god, it would be inexcusable. Li Tianhua was speechless. Jiang Chen's strength was truly terrifying. It would be impossible for Meng Fanping to defeat Jiang Chen and capture him with the least amount of combat strength. Meng Fanping had to take care of the Linha boundary's face and the Clearstream sect's face. If he were to kill a kid, many people from other boundaries would be gossiping about the Linha boundary and the Clearstream sect. Jiang Qingzi, Lu Yang, don't hold back. Lu Yang, there's no need to hold back. The two of you must kill this fiend. Otherwise, how will our 100 Sect Alliance keep our face? Meng Fanping's deafening voice reverberated throughout the area. Jiang Qingzi and Lu Yang were shocked. They knew that Meng Fanping's words were also related to their sect's reputation. They must not let Jiang Chen have a chance to breathe for the glory of Linha boundary. You must pay a price to kill me. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly, his iron fist swept across. 20 peak heavenly gods were forced back by Jiang Chen's fists. However, Jiang Chen's defense was even more terrifying than before. Even without the profound heavenly armor, his defense had reached an unprecedented peak with the help of the ancient soaring dragon technique. Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat when he heard Meng Fanping's words. He knew that this battle was not only about him, but the entire Linha boundary and the Overlord sect. He must give it his all. Invincible Overlord Fist. Lu Yang's fist was sharp, shaking the void. He no longer held back and unleashed the Overlord sect's secret technique, the Invincible Overlord Fist. The dreadful fist aura engulfed the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen remained calm and unmoved like a mountain. His fist clashed against Lu Yang's Invincible Overlord Fist. The dreadful strength of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants clashed against Lu Yang's Invincible Overlord Fist. The dreadful shockwave spread across 800 li, causing countless people to hold their breaths. Jiang Chen's punch was not fancy at all. It was purely based on the terrifying strength of his punch. Lu Yang's Invincible Overlord Fist clashed with his bare hands. Both of them were sent flying backwards. Although it seemed like they were evenly matched, Lu Yang's entire arm was completely numb. He did not expect that his sect's peerless divine technique, the invincible overlord fist, could not even push Jiang Chen back. Moreover, Jiang Chen's face was not red at all. The damage that the punch caused to him was negligible. Jiang Chen smiled with a calm expression. However, the invincible overlord fist was rather dreadful. If it wasn't for the support of the ancient soaring dragon art, Jiang Chen might not be able to withstand this fist. Even so, Jiang Chen had suffered quite a bit of backlash, causing the web between his thumb and forefinger to split open. Blood and qi were rising in his body, but Lu Yang was suffering more than him. Lu Yang's expression was extremely unsightly. One could imagine that Lu Yang had lost the upper hand in this fist. Even the invincible overlord fist could not allow Lu Yang to display his invincible bearing at this moment. On the other side, the battle between Long Shisan and Xianxia was also exceptionally exciting. However, Xianxia had lost the initiative. He had underestimated Long Shisan at the start, causing him to be completely suppressed by Long Shisan in the following battle. In Xianxia's eyes, how strong could a guy who was 2 realms lower than him be? However, Long Shisan had perfectly demonstrated the true meaning of power. His dreadful means had shocked the world. Everyone could not help but sigh. Xianxia had completely lost his former bearing under Long Shisan's invincible attacks. A peak heavenly god at this moment looked extremely mediocre. One could not feel his power at all. Under Meng Fanping's encouragement, Xianxia's heart trembled. He needed to end this battle as soon as possible. Just like what he said, birds of a feather flock together. Jiang Chen's friend was actually this monstrous, not any weaker than Jiang Chen. He initially thought that Jiang Chen's bearing was unparalleled, but now he finally knew how terrifying Long Shisan was. He was actually on par with Jiang Chen. Great furnace of heaven and earth, turned 3,000 ashes. Xianxia did not hold back anymore. At this moment, the most important thing was to end this battle as soon as possible. Once he got rid of Long Shisan, he would be able to show off the Divine Pill sect's might. Otherwise, if Jiang Chen and his friend dragged on, the news would definitely spread across the entire Linhe boundary and even the other boundaries. At that time, the 100-sect alliance would become a laughingstock. Xianxia's hands formed hand seals continuously. An incomparably huge great furnace of light appeared in the sky, trapping Long Shisan within it. Heavenly fire descended, hurricanes arose. The terrifying great furnace was like hell on earth, the end of the world. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled. Xianxia's methods were indeed the style of a great sect. This is getting interesting. Long Shisan sneered. The battle Saint Ape's true form appeared, shocking everyone. Its gigantic body soared into the sky, reaching a height of 1,000 zhang, and its strength was enough to shake the heavens. Long Shisan held the peerless godly staff in his hand, sweeping across the world. At this moment, the peerless godly staff grew to a few thousand zhang long, smashing towards the great furnace of heaven and earth. Under the strike of the staff, the vast earth roared, and the great furnace of heaven and earth trembled slightly. This is an ancient divine beast, the battle Saint Ape? Meng Fanping was shocked. He never thought that Jiang Chen's helper would be this terrifying. Fortunately, he was only a peak early heavenly god. Otherwise, if the battle Saint Ape was a peak heavenly god, he might not be able to take it head-on. An ancient battle Saint Ape, truly domineering. This Jiang Chen, I thought he was already heaven-defying. Never thought that his friend would be this terrifying. Ding Qiudong said with a smile. Battle Saint Ape, is there still hope for Jiang Chen? Xian Qingming asked. Hey, difficult. Ding Qiudong was telling the truth. If the battle Saint Ape was a peak heavenly god, there might still be a chance. However, his strength was still too weak. These 3 difficulties made Xian Qingming's heart of despair unable to rekindle. Long Shisan's staff was heavy and merciless. Even though he was facing a god emperor, he was still fearless. The peerless godly staff shocked the world. The dreadfulness of the battle Saint Ape was fully displayed at this moment. Even 20 peak heavenly god realm experts could not gain the upper hand against it. Shisan was extremely ferocious. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he stared at Lu Yang and the others silently. The 20 great experts had unleashed their peerless techniques. Jiang Chen was very careful with every step he took. The consumption of the ancient soaring dragon technique was making him feel exhausted. If he couldn't end the battle quickly, he would be completely exhausted by the ancient soaring dragon technique. Give it your all. I'd like to see how long he can last. Lu Yang harumphed and charged forward again, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat. Jiang Chen's strength was still terrifying, but it was much weaker compared to before. Lu Yang took the opportunity and did not give Jiang Chen any chance to breathe. At this moment, it was best to end the battle as soon as possible. 20 streams of dreadful qi were unleashed continuously. Between the heavens and earth, the weather changed. Jiang Chen and Dragon Shirsan had fallen into a stalemate. No matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to hold off so many experts. On the other side, Meng Fanping was still glaring at them. He was most worried about those half-step Divine King experts. If they were to attack together, Jiang Chen would not be their match. Jiang Chen and Dragon Shirsan were completely overshadowed by these 40-peak heavenly gods. However, the two of them still had an unyielding fighting spirit that would never give in. Battle Saint Ape, if you're willing to join me and become my mount, I might let you go. After all, you don't have to die. Jiang Chen is the enemy of the entire Linha boundary. He won't rest until one of us dies. Why do you have to suffer? Meng Fanping said faintly, trying to make Long Shirsan surrender. Shirsan sneered disapprovingly. You think you're worthy? Ah, you're overestimating yourself. So what if you're a half-step Divine King? I've never been afraid of anyone. Let's fight. Long Shirsan's arrogant laughter enraged Meng Fanping. What a reckless fellow. Death is the end of everything. I've given you a chance before, but you're useless. Meng Fanping's eyes were cold. These 40-peak heavenly gods were all peerless experts of their respective sections. Some of them were even great elders. They were gathered here to kill Jiang Chen. All hope was placed on them. You want me to surrender? Dream on. Little Chinzi, watch me. I'll show them the fatal 13-rod strike that I created at the brink of death. Long Shirsan smiled proudly. He was in high spirits. The prestige of the battle Saint Ape was accompanied by the peerless rod strike. Who could resist it? The fatal 13-rod strike was created by Long Shirsan when he was on the brink of death. It was a rod technique similar to the 7 injuring fists. It was used to injure the enemy, but the target of the fatal 13-rod strike was the enemy's life. Dragon Shirsan smiled proudly in the sky. Shadow after shadow of his staff was formed. Every strike of his staff caused the heavens and earth to change color. More than 20 heavenly god realm experts didn't dare to face the sharpness of his attack. The fatal 13 staff strike used their lives as the price to fight against the heavens and earth. Every strike of the staff carried an indomitable overbearingness. Every strike was like a suicidal charge. However, no one dared to go head-to-head with a super lunatic like Dragon Shirsan. Once the 13 deadly staff was unleashed, who would be the master of this vast land? Long Shirsan became more and more courageous as he fought. Even Jiang Chen was shocked. The fatal 13-rod strike was terrifying. Life-extinguishing square inch, moving unhindered between the heavens and earth, who can resist? You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.